everything from that. Okay, let's look at something new. So whenever you're ready, Lathan, you can go back onto the map.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to do for that. I'm going to actually, just so they don't, have to see the loading process and all that. I'm going to come here
S.W.Frost 1
so
is
they can
now
see
live.
everybody again.
Streaming games plus demos,
Join the server.
morning world, smiley
Oh,
face.
that's the sec.
So much content, man. Good stuff.
Yeah, I can't wait till Alan gets to share a lot of his work because um, you wonder like why does it take so long? And I mean, you have to keep in mind a lot of the buildings from the past were 1 meter blocks, so everything looked very Minecraft and very blocky. And now we have half-meter blocks. We have quarter
Restream it.
meter. There's a lot of
Welcome to my channel.
opportunities to kind of blur that line of this is a voxel world, and so we always try to uh, go for that if we can. So if there's a hallway where it's very blocky and we can replace something to immerse you more into the world,
Yes, that's a,
we will do that. And
that's an
this,
excellent
yeah,
point. That's great, Earl. I love that because, you know, we we like to, this is a game where you can build. There's blocks you can craft, and there are some similarities to a game like Minecraft or others like it, but we really want you to be immersed in the zombie survival and kind of forget that, oh yeah, I can do all these things, these free form things of building and destroying and all this great stuff, but while you're playing, it's great if you could just forget for a little bit that it's just all these blocks, and you can play and enjoy and prepare your base and explore POIs and the whole experience. You just lose yourself more in the experience. It's great.
So, okay. So here we go. World is up. So tell me where to go.
all right, let's go to Prison O2. You think now's a good time, Eric, to go into that one?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, let's
Let's
do
do
that
it.
one.
Okay.
We can do the prison powwow.
All right,
So,
so you're in the back of it right now, so you need to go on the other side,
okay.
to your left.
Yep.
Yeah, just go down to the front.
Okay.
So this is currently set to spawn in the rural district. I'll let you guys explore and try to find it, but that's where it's currently set. We did have a prison before. Eric's replaced that original older prison, and this is a second one to add to the mix now. This is a 100 by 100 lot POI, so it's really big. Go ahead and back up just so they can get a idea of the size and the shape of the building. You can go higher too,
Yeah.
so they can kind of see the roof a little bit. And
Oh, nope. Sure, you got in the way.
yeah, that
Okay.
that's perfect. That's perfect. Yeah. So this is kind of the inspiration for this prison is a more of a modern design. So you're going to notice a lot of straight line and trims in the color and the texture. And if you get a little bit lower to the lobby on the left, you'll note where the flag is. You'll kind of see it has kind of like a wide glass entrance. Don't go inside though, but just kind of pan around it. Yeah.
Look
And
around.
we have a lot of new shapes. It's very subtle, but if you look at the top of the doorway, you see the silver. We call that a cladding shape. So it's more of a
Oh
modern
yeah,
design.
if you look up at towards the roof line, yeah.
Yeah, the roof line, there's like a silver color cladding shape where you can see kind of the separation between the shapes. So there's a lot of the builders are going to love it. There's so many more shapes where you can design and make your creations even more realistic and believable.
And
Uh,
unique to what you want to do. Yep.
right. And, yeah, just like other POIs, I try to put in a lot of environmental storytelling. So military presence here. You're wondering why are they here? You're gonna have to find out. But the military did come to this prison. What happened to them? You gotta explore and figure it out. So go ahead and fly back up and just kind of pan around the whole building. And there's kind of like a survivor encampment up there, maybe. You can see there's a military tent there, the one that Eric was talking about. So kind of um, set up shop there, maybe.
Everybody, the HP bar popped up because I'm in God mode.
Yeah, they got kind of like the staff parking in the back, and um, It's interesting. I don't want to get too much into the weeds on the design, but as Eric was talking about the two different prisons, uh, when we design these spaces, we pay a lot of attention to the sub location. So, for example, in Prison O2, um, there's a we researched the different prisoner intake processes. So, how do prisoners even come into a prison to be checked in? So Eric and I did a lot of research on that. He
Yep.
had a take on it. I had a different take on it. He may have used a major combat space for a very specific area, and then I chose a different area, and I emphasized that more in my prison. So, for example, warden area, you're not going to see the same battle in the warden office in this prison in comparison to Eric's. So we kind of ping pong back and forth with each other to try to deliver a different experience with both of these prisons when in essence they do the same thing. They house prisoners, but there's two very distinct designs here, and a lot of different subsections and takes on those subsections.
It was,
um,
I don't know how you could describe it, but it was, I thought it was a very rewarding and great kind of collaborative competition in a way. It was
yes, it's
like,
a tier 5. Yes, it's a tier
um,
5.
so when I was working on my prison and Earl was working on his prison, we kind of met a few times and talked and chatted, and it was a great thing that we did that, because it was like, well, I have this in my prison and you have it, but how is yours different? And, well, this is my midpoint battle, and what's your midpoint battle, and here's the final battle in mine, where's yours going to be? And we tried to make them different, so you're not feeling like you're just playing the same thing. They're two totally different prisons, and we really synchronized to try to differentiate them, to give you a different experience, while keeping the themes the same and strong as possible. And yeah, there was a lot of research that went into that, because prisons have a lot of sublocations. They have like mess halls, they have cafeterias and laundries, and the prison cells and the intake, and there's so many sublocations. And a great point that I made to Earl early on, which I hope helped him, was that I couldn't fit all the sublocations in my prison, and we were kind of debating, well, which one should be in mine, which one should be in yours, and it was like, well, you
Kata.
take the ones that I couldn't
Welcome to
fit.
my
That's
channel.
perfect, and
Zero
you
one
can
Ella.
do your take on the
Welcome to
ones that
my
I couldn't
channel.
do, and so you're going to get two prisons for the price of one. That's going to be great.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, Eric. One thing that's easy to see the big difference on is feel free to fly over, turn to your right a little bit,
Okay.
Lathan, and fly over that roof and look down through that chain. It's like a basketball court, but it's open ceiling.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is it's kind of like a modern prison. I mean, it's an outdoor rec area for prisoners to play basketball, exercise, whatnot. In Eric's prison, he has a much larger outdoor rec area, for example. So that's already one huge difference between these two prisons. My outdoor area is more of a smaller sub area. His is a larger.
Yeah, I have a big prisoner arc.
Yeah,
We've got an
yeah,
indoor rec area, and so
yeah,
yeah, we really tried to synchronize to differentiate them, to give you two totally different experiences, so you don't feel, nobody really likes to play a game and feel like things are block copied or copy pasted around. You can tell the same building or the same room everywhere, and we try to avoid that, because we don't need to do that with all the blocks and shapes, and especially the new art. And as long, we get designers talking to each other and working on the same types of POIs at the same time, you can really synchronize and make them all different, and that's been a really rewarding process for us, I think.
yep. I think that's it for this one. I don't want to spoil a lot here. I mean, there's a
Yeah,
lot of surprises in this POI,
yeah.
and
There's a lot of,
yeah,
a lot of combat moments and cool moments and scare
yeah.
moments, and yeah, we don't want to give anything away.
All
Let you guys enjoy it on your own.
right, all right. Let's jump to one last one before I turn it over to Hernan, and let's go to I think it's Utility Electric Company O2. So this one was shown on a Twitter post maybe several months ago, at least on the inside. So I at least wanted to show you guys what it looked like from the outside. Um, so this is a new electrical company. Hard to explain. When I researched this, it's essentially heat recovery. It uses heat and water, and then they use that to create the electricity. But there's a lot of sub areas in this one. The front is kind of like office admin area. Right side is like where the generators are. did the whole shebang. Heat recovery section is on the left. This one was really challenging. Had to do a lot of research on how these are in the real world. Even though we don't say 100% realism, I'll try our best to make them very believable. So we did a lot of I did a lot of referencing on the different components for these type of facilities, and I hope I did it justice with what we have here. But it takes you through the many different subdirections, and this is probably one of the first POIs that utilizes the new flame hazard that you guys became aware of. So you're going to see some of that in here, some water exploration. Um, what else there is? But go ahead and pan around the whole thing, Lathan, just to kind of give them a bird's eye view.
Sure. Yeah, let
So,
me get up
so
in
there
there a
are
little bit.
outdoor areas as well in the back. Oh, that might be the final loot area.
Maybe. Just gonna
So
move
yeah,
on
you
by.
can. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, there's a lot to explore here.
Yeah, that looks great.
Yeah, I think those are dog kennels too over there.
Maybe. I guess you'll have to find out, everybody.
So yeah, so this is in if you haven't noticed it already, it's in the industrial district. So this is a new addition to the. I think it's a 60 by 60. I have to double check. Tier 4. This is a tier 4, but on infestation it is a tier 5. So look forward to that. All right, I think that's all I got, Eric. Unless I missed something.
Yeah, I just want to answer a quick question from chat. Someone said, you know, is the glass a performance hit? We've actually done a lot of work to optimize the glass. Actually, Alan and with Alan in
Alacidra.
combination with Sean.
Welcome
Which
to my
Alan
channel.
can talk more about that later. But yeah, we've been working on performance of blocks too. So
Cool. Is this
so with
the
that,
time to swap out?
yeah, is it Hernan time?
Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna click over here. Thanks, Earl.
Oh.
By the way, I just made him disappear. I didn't, you know. Here, say, wave and say bye to everybody before I just, you know, rudely.
Thanks everybody. I hope you guys enjoy 821 when it drops.
Okay, now I'm making you disappear. Sorry, I just felt rude. I just he was just gone one moment. Okay, so here. Keep in mind, everybody, we're still using this guest star system, so it's a little trickier doing these things. Hopefully, Hernan will be here shortly.
I see it, Alan. We missed something. We can run back to it.
You did?
That's fine. That's fine. We'll adapt. It's good. It's what we do. It's what we do in the design department. We adapt.
Okay. So we can hear you now, and now we can see you. There you are.
Hello.
So this is Hernan. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, everybody. I'm Hernan. I've been working for the Philippines for the last 3 years, if I recall properly, doing POIs. Well, that's pretty much I can tell about me. I don't know what else I can say.
Okay. Well, where do you want me to go first?
Let's show some POIs. You can check for Ranger Station 07.
Ranger Station 07. Okay. I'm going to click it over so they're just going to see you. And
Cool.
here we are.
Well, this is one of the ranger stations you can find in the wilderness. This was an old design from previous alphas, Legacy probably. So we were tasked with rebuilding them in some ways, or trying to update them with the new shapes, which is what I did here. For this one in particular, I took the entire POI and rebuild each part for separate, but trying to keep the original style of the
Yeah, the original design intent. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. improving a couple things and changing stuff with the new blocks we have now available. But
and
you
all
can,
the great new art too. Yeah.
hmm you can fly around it. It's the same POI, but it's not the same. I mean, some things have changed, and we now, since we have the key, the, the key racks
Yeah,
to
the
open
key
doors and
unlocks.
the
Yep.
switches, that helps a lot in design. Um, I literally change every part of this POI. I'm trying to keep it the same way, but the tower, almost everything.
I think we shrunk the towers a little bit. They were little big, a little tall, but and then
Yes,
the buildings where they were a little bit chunky with the old blocks. We tried to thin things up and put the new art in, right?
actually for this one I raised the tower because it was too low.
Yeah. Oh, you raised this one? Okay, yeah.
Yes,
Okay, well,
yes, but I make it thinner using plates instead of blocks, so
right,
it
right.
looks like it looks little less clunky like it used to look before. Um, well, I'm not going to talk much about processing, so I'll just say much of what we do. Let's show some POIs here. Uh, uh, all right, this is. I think we can move to the next one.
Sure. What is the next one?
That should be. Let's try downtown building 04.
Four.
Updated ranger stations.
Okay.
Here's
Wait,
some
so it's this one,
new.
right?
Yes,
Right.
this one. Yes, exactly.
Okay.
This is a new 42 by 42 downtown POI. It's you can see it's a building that caught fire at some point and it was left just there. Like there was some evacuation, but when everything went to hell, it was just left to burn. And so you can get closer if you want, just show a little of the burn area here.
Okay.
Yeah, go to the other side
The
of
other
the
side?
building.
Okay.
Yes,
Let me go
to the
around.
other side. Yeah, go around. There's a use we do with new blocks now. Like you have the smoke. Uh, how do you call that? I mean,
Yeah, the burn
yeah,
stain or the stain of the soot and the
this stain.
smoke.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and we have lots of new windows which broke and they look great and
Yeah, they
for
look really good.
for this type. Yeah. Um, well, this is a new downtown POI, which is intended to replace one of those older legacy um, POIs. You could see, I think we have removed them all.
Oh,
Those,
you're talking
those,
about
those,
the destroyed
the,
ones?
yeah, the remnants.
Yeah, some of you remember the really old destroyed buildings that they didn't have much in them. You could hide out in them at night if you were, if nighttime was coming and the zombies were going to be running and you needed to hide somewhere, you could go to these destroyed buildings. We want to keep that concept because, everybody remembers, we all have fond memories of hiding out in these destroyed buildings that, were in the older alphas. And we want to keep that, but we want to bring them up to date and bring them with us as we go forward in the alphas, like some of the other POIs. And so that's what this is, right, Hernan?
Exactly. So well, this is give it a fly around it from above if you want, and we can move to the next one.
Okay.
I don't want to show much from the inside because I would like players to discover it.
There's a few
Uh,
Hernan tricks in there, isn't
mhm,
there?
yep. All right. We can move to downtown Strip 12.
You said downtown street 12? Strip
Yes,
12. Yeah.
Strip, yeah,
downtown
strip.
Strip. Yes, 12.
So this one right here, the Jack Auto.
Yep.
Perfect.
That's the back of the POI. You can fly
Let's
around
fly
to the front if you want.
Yeah.
So where to start with this one? All right. Uh, if you explore the POI, the level the level designer. Sorry. Oh, Jesus. Uh,
It's okay. Don't worry about it.
the level editor. Sorry,
Yeah.
language issues.
Yeah.
You
Take
may
your
have
time,
seen
man. It's good.
there were a couple POIs that weren't used, like downtown fillers, which were never finished. There was one in particular that had, if you move to the left, Layton, we can take a look at it,
Yeah, sure, sure.
or how far away, if you want. We have this building, which is a fire station from a ghost hunting movie. You may recognize it. I made it, but I never finished or used it. So for A20, it didn't show up on the wall. Actually, it was just a facade. It was empty, and I thought I wanted to use it, but since downtown 25 by 25 POIs don't have a driveway to exit to the road, I couldn't do it. So I thought, well, let's make a new strip. And you can go inside for the first level if you want. Just go ahead where you are and show
Just going in.
little of the
Right,
inside. Yeah.
right here.
Yeah, move forward. Yeah, move forward.
Nothing's gonna jump out at me and
No, no,
anything.
you already can see some people there. Just you can go to the other side and just fly around. There you can see a nice American flag. It's a new art.
Oh yeah, that's a great asset.
Signs.
Yeah, new piece of art there.
And you can see the fire truck
Garage
there.
door. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff here.
Yeah. So well, I decided to move it here and make a new strip. And since we can see here in this strip another building which was part of previous POI, which was downtown filler 31, I think. If
Okay, so
whenever you
downtown.
want.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, we are fine here. No,
Oh.
no need to show the other POI.
Okay, I got distracted by
I-
killing zombies.
Yeah, killing zombies is good.
There, I'll leave it alone.
Alright.
Hernan, you mind if I mention something?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, when we made A20, and especially the new downtown from A20, we built a lot of facades and pieces of buildings and little things here and there that we were assembling into downtown strips and downtown fillers and things like that. We didn't use all of those facades. Some of them we couldn't quite fit in. We couldn't quite make it work, and that's what you were explaining. Is
Exactly.
this is one piece that didn't quite make it in last alpha that we want to bring you guys as much of that stuff as we can, although we're also updating other PIs. We're working on so much stuff that, you know, we're trying to fit it all in. So, and it's great to see these things make it in finally.
All right. If you fly away, Leighton, I mean move a little to the back so we can see the back road there. So this is a 41 by 41, and 41 by 41 POIs in downtown have like access to the back alley there. So that was good either for the fire station and that for auto shop there, which was part of another POI, was part of downtown building 30, downtown filler 31, but I didn't, since it had a driveway going out and that didn't work because it was a smaller POI. I decided to move it here, so I built this composition of of several buildings, and I didn't want to lose this one, so I put it there so it has an exit to the back alley. And well, to just to fill it a little more, if you go to the other side, go to the front if you want. I changed a couple things. I mean, I basically rebuilt the thing. It's not just I took and copy and paste it. I had to adapt it. So basically I rebuilt it, but kept the same style. Here's this is a new part of this is a new building. Actually, part of the strip is it's a diner. And with a Shoga studio up in the
Commander
first,
Root,
the second floor.
welcome to my channel.
You move away a little. Yeah, the irony is
Good
that
morning.
there's a Shoga studio next to a fire station, so you can imagine how hard it can be to do that with sirens constantly sounding or something like that. Um,
I guess that would be bad for a yoga studio.
mm, so well, the thing is, when we make these POIs, we need to give it a thought on how we connect all the buildings. So it takes some time, like to decide which is the best path and funnier also path for the player to explore, like where to start and where to end. Um, you may go to roofs, through open areas, to rooms. I mean, there's everything. Jumping from one building to the other. I mean, it's uh, it's a fun process, but every POI is different, so you need to think of that for every POI. I think we are fine with this one. I don't want to show much of the interiors for this one. We can now move to, if you want, to Fast Food '07.
Oh.
Because because they were saying something about authentic Italian food or something like that.
Oh.
It's I think that some places
are-
maybe mediocre. So I think these guys,
Mediocre.
Oh,
You-
that other mediocre pizza place.
Oh.
yeah,
So
yeah.
harsh.
Well, look,
Fired. The gauntlet has been
This-
dropped, everybody.
it has to be good pizza. If they have a small shop now downtown, now they have their own uh, restaurant here because the name is new and like it's a new place.
News always better, right? So.
Yes, of course. Better, bigger. You can fly around if you want. I can't remember. This is a.
Was this even a part of what you wanted to show, or are you just sticking it to Earl with this one?
uh, it wasn't the list, so maybe a coincidence. I don't know.
Yeah.
This is a. Hold on.
Coincidence or not? You guys decide.
I see what he's showing.
This is a tier 3, if I recall properly. Can't remember right now. You can show a little of the dining area if you want. Just
Sure,
where
sure,
the square windows are.
There's a chicken running in the background.
Well, I mean, how do you think they make the chicken pizza? Okay.
Yeah, well,
It
it's
makes
good
sense.
pizza and not fried chicken or anything else. Like you see,
No, those
we
are
have.
straight. I don't want to go too far just in case you have anything.
Just in case, yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
but, let's see. There you go,
Yeah,
everybody.
there's a private party going on in there.
Yeah.
Well, that's another new POI we have. I forgot. Oh, I forgot to mention for the ranger station, it was like a tier 2 before. Now it's a tier 3 because increased number of sleepers. And the strip was a tier 4. Downtown Street 12 was a tier 4. While downtown building was tier 2. So I forgot to mention all that, although I took a note for that and I forgot. And I forgot to take note of which tier was this POI, but I think it's at 3. Never mind.
That HUD turned off, or else we would see it.
No,
It's all right.
I think
Let
it's a
them find out. They can
Let's
find
see
out
my
what tier it
let's
is.
see in my memo. No, it's a tier 2. My memory isn't working. It is was what it used to be. So we can move to apartments 02.
Yep. One of the new tier 5s, right?
Yes, I think this one was my first tier 5. Then I made the nursing home. So I got inspired a little and built this massive thing, which is a modern apartment building called Vanity Tower. It's a new tier 5. You will find it in the commercial district. There's something going on up there. We are not going up there.
No,
Maybe,
stay down
some.
You'll have to go up there yourself and find out what's going on.
Yeah, there's
here.
something
Rave or
going on
something.
there.
Something.
It will take a time, but you go around many of the apartments. Every apartment is different. I mean, it's not just a copy and paste. For designing this, I just split all the levels, designed every level. I I mean, it's not exactly like there may be like a couple apartments that are the same, have the same distribution inside, but they are all decorated different. I mean, I took the time with this one. There's a
Fly around
lobby.
the bottom, like.
You can go around. Yeah, go around. Yeah, the bottom there, like where there's the swimming pool area. You can go a little higher if you want. There we go. Yeah, a fancy place to live.
It is fancy over
Fanciness. And if you want to show more fanciness, you can go to the lobby. You can show the lobby. Yeah, there's a shim in there.
Our head in the lobby.
There we are. Yeah. A reception area. Many places to explore. I mean, you will go to all this POI. It will take you a while, but it will be funny. We have been working like.
Oh,
You can go up. You go up. You go down. You go everywhere in this POI. Oh, you have a welcome party there.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, lots of friends. You may meet a lot of friends in this building. That's for sure.
Okay. Well, anyway. I
All
don't have
right.
to kill all these people.
yeah.
Yeah.
What do we have up next?
Let's quickly move to the rest area of 5. A couple more. And
We really want to save all the surprises for you guys.
mhm.
Let you enjoy it.
This is an example of a roadside POI. It's a truck stop. You may find while going from the roads. It's basically that a truck stop, one of the many POIs we have now for roadside. You can fly around. It's another large POI. It's a tier 3 POI.
Everybody keep in
There's
mind,
some action.
I am in God mode, so that's why you keep seeing new feature. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So, there's all the new art has been applied to these new POIs. You can see the trucks stop on the semi trucks on the other side.
Back
Um,
up a little bit, Lathan.
Yeah, so the parking area.
And how
So-
it kind of comes from the road. Brad will talk
Yeah.
a little bit about roadside, I think, but this is another example of one that you can see before he talks about it. Sometimes you'd end up with empty roads, and the roads shouldn't be empty anymore. So
All right, and if we are okay, we can quickly show a final one,
Yeah.
which is also a roadside. Because it's just funny POI. It's a funny POI to make with the new blocks. Go to roadside restaurant 01. I was there, on the bottom. There we go.
Ooh.
So this was a repurposed train, coach or wagon. I don't know how you call them.
diner
Yeah.
car, a diner
Yeah,
car. Yeah.
it's a diner. Which that's what we can do with new windows now, new blocks. It's like they got this thing and they make it into a restaurant, and they got another one back there that they didn't use, and they use like storage. If you fly up, you can see it's a little different from this one. We have those new trailer doors which work perfect for this type of building. So yeah, we can make a lot of stuff now, and I hope you can make you can go lose your creativity with the new blocks you have and enjoy building new things. Well, for this POI, it's just the restaurant is tier 2. If no, yes, it's a tier 2. There's a gift shop there using new props. Maybe you can get close to the entrance and show just to the gift shop if you want. There. That's little funny bear there. That's an example of the props we have now. And well, yeah, there's no need to go inside. Players will find it eventually. Well, that's pretty much what I have to show. There's many more POS from all of us, but
So much stuff.
it's
So much
yeah.
stuff.
I hope you like it, and I hope you enjoy Alpha 21. It's been funny to work with them, when working it, and well, there's a
A
bunch more
underscore OK.
in there than we can show.
Welcome to my
So
channel.
that's it for now.
That stuff looks awesome, Renan.
Thank
Keep in mind, guys, this is a fraction of the stuff we're bringing to you guys. I mean, we're actually trying to cram this all into the stream, and it almost doesn't fit. There's so much stuff. Lathan, before we jump on, we missed Nick's cabin 20, and I did wanted to correct that mistake real quick if we could.
Sure.
And then we'll move to Brad. Brad's next, I think.
Cabin 20.
Yeah. Nick couldn't be here with us tonight, but he has this cabin 20 to show off. That it's really cool.
It's me showing in the screen right now.
Oh yeah. I guess I could. I guess since Eric wants to talk about it, we should show Eric.
I'm just gonna there,
There.
Okay, they can see you.
Okay, cool. Nick said that he had a lot of fun designing this UI. Some of the features being the fireplace with the dual outside fire pit that was also on the inside dining room fireplace. It's like a dual fireplace, and it's got some cool concepts in here. There's this big cabin that Nick made. We missed this one, and we were supposed to mention this a little earlier. Sorry, guys. We've got so much stuff to show you guys. It's like easy to miss something in our list.
It is. It's very easy. But no, this looks really good. Trying to dodge the trees. So as I'm kind of going around, I'm trying not to pop the trees. Yeah, no, it looks really good. Okay. So, let's go back here. And then, so Hernan, go ahead and say goodbye. And,
Goodbye, everybody. Thank you for watching the stream, and well, enjoy Alpha 21.
okay. Put things in, and now we'll be... Now, gonna put in Brad. Excuse me. Yeah, that's the only thing with this guest art. It takes a few seconds for it to kind of connect the person in. It's a nice system. I mean, it makes it easy, but it's like, man, it takes still a little bit.
Yeah, we got so much great stuff. It's hard to even keep track of. Even internally in the company, we're like, wait, there was that POI. No, there's this other POI. Oh, yeah, we have that other POI. And it's just almost overwhelming how much stuff we have now. And continuing to make more.
There's Brad. How's it going, Brad?
Hey everyone.
Okay, so Brad, go ahead and tell a little bit about yourself and get started.
So I'm a senior level designer here on the 7 Days team. I built most of the tiles that make up the cities in Random Gen. I've built a bunch of POIs, and I do block out meshes for the artists, so to design the kit in a way that's going to be the easiest way for us to use it to make lots of different configurations. So like they were talking about the tents before, that type of thing. So first up, we're going to show Abandoned House 3.
Okay, so let me... Okay. And you see... Oh, God. The trees. Okay.
So I wanted to show this POI, even though it's just a small abandoned house. If you go forward a little bit, Lathan, it should, the name of the POI should pop
Oh,
up.
hold on. Sorry.
Oh, do you have that
I
turned
have
off?
I've been doing the HUDless.
Oh, okay.
So it's not gonna show it. It's Luke's vacation.
Okay.
Vacation rental.
Yes, it's a vacation rental. So I wanted to show this POI just to show, with all the new art props, we did a pass across the entire game, but we also try to use those props in ways that tell stories. And even in small little houses, like the abandoned houses, we come up with a lot of little environmental storytelling. So if you go over to the left, Lathan, you'll see an SUV over there. To the yes, you can see the people coming in here into their time at the rental house here. You can see there was some sort of gas leak or explosion in the kitchen that blew the stove right through the wall.
That's nice.
So little touches like that can go a long way in immersion in our game. So people really seem to like it. So we try to do that as much as possible. You can go inside if you want to show a little bit of the inside. This is a very small POIs.
Howdy.
You can see a lot of the new props in here. Couches and plants and pictures and just a massive amount.
So much stuff. So much stuff.
There's always Shamway on the road. You can try loot.
But yeah, this was a remake of an older POI, and you can see there's like a little hidden crate up there in the vent. Things like that were in the original, so we always try to keep the little secrets or little things that people might remember from the original POIs when we remake them. To give you an idea. And then we also like to add our own little new twists in the newer versions. I think that's probably good for this one.
Okay.
The other one is Remnant Mill 01. That you guys might be more familiar with. That one is being called Buddy's Grain. This was another one I remade.
Go around the other way.
Alan had told me before I remade this that this was one of the player favorites for to use as a base. So I went ahead and remade this with that in mind. So there's a lot of little subtle design choices in this that can help you for Horde Night or just defending against wandering hordes. You can go ahead and go inside if you want. I think someone was asking if those propane tanks explode. They do. So in here you can see all the different grains. We have a lot of different types of bags and pallets and things like that. So now they actually fit the theme of the POI. If you go up the stairs here, you can see different like explosive barrels and the propane tank at different entrances of where zombies would come into this POI. So you'll have to kind of choose if you want to shoot them and kill all the zombies, because it also can damage your base. So it kind of depends on the situation if that's a smart move or not. I have these little balconies and little spots that give you good visibility over the ground below that'll help you kill guys as they come in. And then we have a lot more cylindrical shapes now. So the silo itself, it used to be a large rectangular structure, and now it's cylindrical. I think that's probably good for this one. Could show. Is there time to do the third POI, or should we move on to the roadsides?
That's fine.
Okay. Okay. You want to do Downtown Strip 03? This was another remake that I had originally built. This was inspired by a real-life place in Salem, Oregon called the Reed Opera House. It's changed quite a bit for the gameplay needs, but this is one that was rebuilt to fit into the sizes, the common sizes for POIs that we have within the district. So for downtown, I believe, what is it? Is this a 60? I think there's a 42, I believe. Or no,
Yeah, the strips were 42. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you
Tensu
want to go ahead and just go
underscore
in
underscore
front of the
underscore
POI
underscore
here,
underscore 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 underscore. Welcome to my
you
channel.
can see a lot of the new art. So, so this was, when we remake things like this, we remake them from scratch, but we use the old version as reference. So we like to keep all the old ideas and things that people like, while telling more of the story or adding new gameplay ideas. You could show some of the new elevator stuff out in the hallway here, although I think that's locked. But you can see these security gates. Those, the see-through ones, yes. So those are props now, and they can be opened. In some cases, if you go to the front of the POI here, or not the front of the POI, but the green door right there, the green roll-up door.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
like
green
pointing,
roll
like
door?
you can
Yeah,
see.
yeah. That one, yes, I see it.
So if you look up right here,
Okay. Oh.
there's a little switch. Yeah. So that'll open this door. So there's little things like that that can kind of help, especially in co-op, if you want to just open up the door and let your friend not have to play through the whole POI and just come in at the door that you open. So,
Or if you want to take loot to your mini bike or vehicle, whatever.
or yeah, it kind of serves as a nice break point. Yeah, I think that's probably good. You could probably show the end room a little bit if you want. It's
Do you want me to show the... Oh, it's locked.
that one's locked. Yeah. Yeah, we have elevator doors and switches and all the things that go with elevators.
I can just go to the next one. Or wait, that's it, isn't it? This is your last one.
Yeah, we can go to the next one. Those are the remakes. I have new stuff to show.
Okay.
I want to be
Sure.
moving along here a little faster.
No, you're fine. So what's the next one?
The next one would be Roadside Checkpoint 01. This is a new type of POI.
Oh yeah.
I'm a little excited about this one.
So if you go to, where it says checkpoint there, this is where you can see a lot of the new tents that we're using. So the idea behind these was to show that they tried to contain the outbreak of the zombie virus and blocked people from leaving or coming into cities to try to quarantine them. Obviously that didn't work out too well, but
Oops.
yeah. We're probably not showing cop car stuff, right?
No, we probably should.
Okay. There's some cool stuff with that I'll tease for you.
That's the second time we teased that.
Oh, sorry.
No,
Sorry,
it's
guys.
fine. It's fine. They'll live.
So if you want to go in where the female zombie is walking out over there, where it says check-in.
Jesus, more. Okay, sure.
You can see a little bit what it looks like inside these tents. Um, our senior environment artist Hung did a really great job on these, making them feel weathered and old and disgusting. But yeah, you can go through all of these. You can kind of go your own path. In these roadside checkpoints, we have kind of like mini themes of areas. So back there, you see that's where they would have checked patients in to test them to see if they're infected. And then over here, this is where they would treat the patients and quarantine them from the rest of the people working in this checkpoint. And if you want to just go out, you can just ghost outside this door here, outside the front door there, or
Like over
yeah,
here?
to the blue tent there.
To the blue tent. Oh, okay, yeah, blue tent. Okay, gotcha.
I gotta wait to catch up. There you go. So you can see this is like the place where they would all come together and eat. The medical employees working here. If you want to keep going to the yellow tent on the other side of this blue tent.
Sure.
You can see this is like a headquarters tent where they might get instructions for how to proceed trying to deal with the outbreak. I think that's probably all I'll show for this. Just to leave some of that for players to discover on their own. If you want to go to RWG Tile Gateway Intersection, this is a new type of tile that we have in Random Gen now. These spawn out in the wilderness, so when you're driving from city to city on your vehicle, you might come upon one of these, and they have a lot of randomness to them. So in this version, you can see there's the bridge is broken, there's a big hole. Sometimes it will spawn with a connected bridge that's not broken. So all that kind of stuff is random. There's little things to find in these. This one doesn't have any POIs that spawn on it, but other ones do. So you could just kind of fly around this a little bit just to show people. There's little camps and billboards and things that randomly spawn on them. So you can see that little Army camp over there. That's kind of different every time this spawns out in the wilderness. If you want to do RWG Tile Gateway Intersection 2.
Exactly. So this will break up city to city traveling. Exactly.
Yeah. So speaking of that, this is a good example. This is a tile that spawns out in the wilderness that has POIs that spawn on it. So here you can see there's a rest stop. I believe Earl made this one. I don't remember it right. But, or it might have been him. But yeah, it kind of gives you a reason to get out of your car and to loot something and break up the driving a little bit and do some exploration. You can see another little POI out there, a little survivor camp, tents that some ill-fated survivors set up. And then I'm trying to remember about how many we have, how many roadside POIs we have. We have quite a few. I'd say around 20, Eric, is that right? Something around there?
I don't know if we tracked the count on that. There's quite a few of them. Yeah.
Yeah, there's quite a few. So you'll be able to see some new stuff there. There's some really cool ones
That's a
Level
good
Design
that's a
team came
good
up with.
note to jot down for the release notes. You gotta count those up.
Yes. Um, so that's that feature. You'll get to see a lot more cool stuff with these when you guys actually play. Do we want to move on to traders?
Sure.
So I'm not sure how much this has been talked about before, but we have remade all the trader locations.
Go to.
Let's see, Trader Bob has already been shown. Some. We could do Jen. Preferably one that, yeah, this works. You can just kind of walk in through the front gates and take a look around. So our trader POIs, we wanted to
Welcome to my
design them
channel.
around the theme of that trader, where Trader Jen is a medical type of person. So she has a lot of, not only can you buy more medical supplies from her, but you can see the evidence of her specialty all around her trader outpost. So you can see there was like the ambulance here, there's the tents, where she tried to help heal people. Those over there, those are the new player vending machines where you can sell your goods to other players. If you want to go ahead and go inside the church, you can. So in here you can see a lot more evidence of her specialty. She grows her own herbs. A lot of art with that stuff. We wanted to put Trader Jen in a church because she was a healer, and that just kind of is a classic game design trope. And also, like, the music that plays is very soothing to the traders, in Trader Jen at least. So it kind of matches the tone of it. We want to show Trader Joel. Oh, and I guess I could mention you walked in there for a little bit earlier. There's there's the new vending machine. I don't know if you guys have shown that yet.
I think I'm pretty sure they saw it.
Okay.
I mean, there it is.
There's the new vending machine. So the traders also have living quarters on their compounds so this is where she works in the church, and then there's a small little house outside here where she lives. You can kind of get a little bit of idea from her living space of what kind of a person she is. She obviously likes. Or you're not going to steal from Trader Jen.
Apparently I am.
Oh.
Oh. We're leaving now.
Okay, so that kind of gives you an idea of this POI. We can go to Joel.
She's kind of messy. She just leaves her.
A little bit messy.
Hey, she's busy healing people. She doesn't have time to pick her clothes up off the floor.
Okay, so you wanted to see Trader Joel now?
Yeah, we can do Trader Joel.
Even in the forest.
Oh, good. So traders now spawn in districts as well. They don't always spawn in the same entryway to towns. Sometimes they do. They can spawn in the rural district. They can spawn out in the wilderness. So you might find someone like Trader Joe out on a gateway tile, and then you can go quest a lot of the wilderness POIs that way. This POI, before you go up there, oh, that was another thing. Since you mentioned, or since you went in through the door there, all of our traders have doors on all sides to make it a lot easier to just sort of get into the trader from any direction, so you don't have to run around the base. It's much more convenient now. And then the traders also have multiple entrances into their store. So you can jump up that ladder behind you if you want. Oh, okay. Okay, cool.
See the door.
So you can see there's side entrances, front and back entrances, and then on the building itself, there's multiple entrances too. If you want to swing around and go through the front door to your left, that's the side door. But... yeah, there you go. You can come in here, and so this Trader Joel specializes in armor and clothing. So you can see that around with like the mannequins that are wearing armor. A lot of our new art props. There's a cool bear rug art prop there. And then underneath the building that we're in right now is Trader Joel's living quarters. That if you go outside and go down the steps, you can kind of peek in through the window and see in there. So the idea was Trader Joel just kind of built his house here and then built his store right on top of his house, raised up high. So these are locked, so you can't get in there. There might be a way to get in there. If you're clever enough, you might be able to figure it out. Yeah, that kind of... Did you want to show the workbench there? Destroyed workbench? Are we not showing that?
No, I mean, we can. I think they saw it in it. They might have seen it.
Oh, okay. I saw someone in chat asking about it, so...
yeah.
That's the destroyed version.
Here.
So yeah, that's a real brief overview of the new trader locations. Did we want to show Q?
Yeah, we can do it real quick. We don't have to spend a lot of time.
I can let Eric talk about that one.
That's
yeah, go ahead and load. Well, go ahead and load Q. Just give him a quick peek. You know, you guys are gonna spend. We know you guys spend thousands of hours running around in these things, and you know, that's partly the reason for the doors, obviously, on multiple sides. And we spent a lot of time thinking about and talking with QA, and you know, we don't want to run around to the front. It's like, yeah, we know.
Wait, so who wants to talk about this one? Should I have Eric?
I got no. I can talk a little bit, but then we can.
Okay, there you go. You're on the screen now. Give that a break.
Yeah, same kind of thing. You know, we've got all those gameplay considerations. You notice the player vending machines are over there, kind of in a central location, and trying to keep it close for y'all to, you know, easily be able to access everything, get to everything, and not have to always run the long way around to get to somewhere. You know, we spent a lot of time trying to tweak that stuff and put that into the modifications from the concepts we got from art. The concepts were fantastic. I think that should be mentioned, that a lot of these were built from concepts, and the concepts were so great that it took a lot of the sort of the hard composition work out, and we just kind of had to build it. And once we got the art, just put it in, and then we could spend more time thinking about things like, oh, well, it's kind of annoying you have to run around to the side or the front or whatever to get in there, and giving more doors and access points.
Yeah, the new traders were especially a lot of work from a lot of different people. Like Eric said, the concept artist to the art team to Justin giving art feedback and direction on these is a real team effort.
It really was. A lot of departments involved in this.
Yeah, I figure I should show some of the art on the walls that people saw on some of the other streams. Stuff they'd like to see them in game. Because I I think Brian showed all these pieces.
Yeah, this gives you an example of Brian's work, Justin's work, and Hunter's work, and Ricky's work, and the concept guys.
Cool. What else would you like me to show?
No, that's good. I think we're good. They're going to spend thousands of hours running around buying and selling and trading, and they're going to get to see them so much they'll be sick of them.
Yeah, that's actually part of the reason we wanted to make them a lot more detailed than our other POIs, just because they're not a POI that you would be questing in. You're not going to have combat in them or things like that unless it's zombie kits. You should always close the door behind.
Yes.
But yeah, I think that's it for me.
Okay. Well, here, let's,
Ricky and James. I want to make sure I mention James.
Okay. So we're back here. But yeah, thank you, Brad, for.
Hi, everyone.
Stuff off. Give me just a moment. People swap through.
So much stuff. Yeah. Even just looking back at it now, I'm like, oh my gosh, what a marathon this has been.
And there he is.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hey, I'm Alan Reeves. I've been with the company for several years now. Started in QA and got into the role of XML. Some people say block cowboy. Yeah. Pretty much doing prop asset management is kind of the simplest way to put it. But yeah, got my hat in a little bit of everything. So, Lathan, we're going to start off by going into the POI editor.
Okay. Let me switch that over. Was Alan the model for Hugh asking for a friend? No. No, I'm kidding.
All right, so we're going to go into AAA blocked shapes.
You guys ready to see some blocks?
Block shapes. Oh yeah, I remember this one. Oh god, it's a lot bigger. Okay.
Yeah, so just kind of position it somewhere where you can kind of see the.
Hold on.
Oh my
God!
Whoa! Wow! Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
Oh
keep going. Keep
Keep going. Back up more.
So, in Alpha 20, we had 1,360 shapes. We have now gotten up to 2,058. That's an additional 692 new shapes added to the game. So, yeah, a lot of stuff to play with. And yes, every single one of them are in the player shape menu. So I guess one thing that I would like to show the folks is if you could actually hit the creative menu.
Okay.
And then just hit the wood icon there on the left, upper left.
Okay.
On the left-hand side there, and then go ahead and grab the upper left block and put that in your bar.
And you want me to open up the shape menu?
Sure do.
That.
So one of the first things you guys might notice, there is now a favorites toggle on the shape menu. So if you're looking at shapes all over the place, you can hit S and hit favorite.
Then all you have to do is hit the little star up there at the top once you have some favorited shapes, and it will show you everything that's been favorited. Yep, I can see the chat going nuts over that one. So that's kind of like one of the big things there with the shape menu. We're also doing a for the players. You start off with the basics tab, so you can kind of get a feel for some of the shapes, and then once you get into building your base a little bit more, you can then go into the different categories and kind of get into more detail and maybe even more function of your base. And then that's pretty much it for shapes. I mean, 692 shapes. I can't show them all tonight, so we'll just kind of have to let you guys play with those. Lathan, if you could go into AAA all glass.
Okay.
Yeah, there were some questions about that earlier. So this is where you get the goodness.
Just type in glass.
Okay. Oh, all glass. Okay. Sorry, I thought you said block glass.
Somebody just says, no, show every block. We ain't got time for that. So one of the big points of Alpha 21 is new windows. All the windows have been gone from block entities to block shapes. This makes it more performant in that they are all combined into the big mesh that makes up parts of the world, and they're not just thousands of entities. It also saves a ton of verts, so more performant. Yeah, if you would just kind of want to start on the left hand side and just kind of pan down each one of those little block cells there. Maybe even go up to one and just kind of punch it. You can see that these are shapes. They downgrade. You could even upgrade. Well, of course that's bulletproof. Maybe go to the next one.
Yeah,
That's a
I was
little
going to say, I don't think that was a good test.
Yeah. And then you can repair them back to glass, and then you can even once they got the glass back in them, then they can be upgraded to all the different materials and painted and everything. And every single one of these is in the shape menu. So you can add these to your base. If a cop pukes on your glass and breaks it, you can repair it and make it new again.
Like
you want to go to that?
Now. I'm just going around punching windows.
Yeah, and then you can go to the one that's back there behind it there. You get into some of the fancier shape windows. And then this map is going to ship with the game, so if you guys want to come in here and play around or figure out how some of the shape sets are set up. And then if you go back towards the front, you'll see kind of like a little greenhouse thing set up.
Over here? Right, no. Over there, right?
Yeah, and then to the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you got all kinds of different like walls and corners, and you can frame it all the way around. Even have a skylight shape in there. So you'll see that on a lot of the new POIs. But I know it was kind of short for me today, but that's pretty much all I've got to show.
A lot of people seem really excited by this stuff.
No, they're all excited, so I don't...
They're like, Windows, yay!
Let's do one quick thing, Lathan, if you would. Go in the creative menu and type in Vault.
Oh boy. Here we go. Get your Kleenex ready.
Yeah.
Okay,
grab the double. Just place it down and open it a couple of times. Get a good close-up on that sucker. People have been screaming about it.
Oh my lord.
Yeah. Go ahead and show the other side. It's kind of got some animation on it as well. All right.
This is the rest
So
of
that's
the
it for
stream.
me,
We're just
guys.
gonna keep doing this over and over.
And then people are gonna clip this and play it on loop, and then just watch it all day.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had people mention like, oh, we really want to see it. We really want to see it. And it was like, okay, sure, we can show that. It's good stuff. A lot of great stuff.
Mhm.
Okay. Well, yeah, let's go back to there. Okay, well, cool. I think that is pretty much it. I mean, we're out of stuff to show.
Well, not really. We
Oh.
could tease one more thing if you want to, real quick. Can you load up Periston?
We're doing it.
Oh yeah.
Wait, do we need to bring Earl back in? Is Earl supposed to be a part of this one?
Yeah.
Good. You could.
Okay. Well then.
Bye guys. Have fun.
The Block Cowboy, everybody. Extreme Block Cowboy. Yeah, we were trying to monitor time. We know these run long, and so we had kind of skipped over Pearson. But you know, I think we could probably sneak it in at the end. I mean, I wasn't lying. I hope you don't think I was lying. There's a lot of stuff, and this isn't even this is like a fraction of what we're bringing to you in 21. So.
That fixes it. I think for some reason Earl, your camera is just showing pitch black.
Oh, he might have left. He thought he was done, maybe.
No, I think he has to approve being added. So.
Oh, okay.
How about now?
Oh, there you are. He turned on the lights, everybody.
There he is. Earl's back.
I just have to refresh my browser, I think. You guys hear me?
Yeah. No, we hear you.
Alright.
I am
Back in business.
loading up the game right now. So we can go back to Paris.
Yep, the restore power quest has been completed. I'm back online.
That's what he was doing.
We had to bring Earl back because I enlisted his help in the parish, and we have someone else. Will, a member of our team, has helped a lot with this too.
He's in chat too.
He's in chat, and you know, we're all busy, but we really wanted to squeeze in an update to parish on Navigating. We haven't forgotten about Navigating. We're working on it. We've got a lot to do. A lot of things we have left on our list.
Oh, wait a minute. What am I doing? Hold on. I went into the random gen. No, that doesn't. Hold on.
Yep, you want Navigating.
Yeah.
Navigating. And then we'll let y'all go game or go to bed or whatever y'all are gonna do. Or replay
Whatever
videos
you're
of
gonna
the
do.
replay videos of those vault doors over and over and over.
Well, while we're waiting for it to load, just to preface a little bit of the update to Periston, of course, with all the new tiles in random gen, we sat down and we had a lot of different brainstorming sessions on how can we bring some of that quality to Navisgan. What did we learn from that? What can we use, bring back to the handcrafted map? So that basically translated into a new design with custom tiles in Navisgan.
Yeah.
And also a few new ideas that will help champion for us. And, you know, he helped us with some ideas and blockouts to trial a few new ideas. And we got a few interesting things in there and more to come as well.
Okay, so I'm showing you, and I'm at the Periston sign. I didn't know where you wanted me to go, so I figured this was a
Okay.
good start.
It's a little bit of a work in progress, but we're playing around with the new shapes and to try to come up with better signage. I know some of you are probably accustomed to the old gigantic signs with pipes connecting to the side, so we're trying to figure out ways to do better than that. So feel free to back up. And one other thing we wanted to try to do to Periston is give it a similar type of infrastructure that you're used to now with random gen. So if you kind of go fly above, so they can kind of get a bird's eye view of the major streets. Yep, just keep going down straight, and you're gonna see a lot of similar road paint design that we inherited from the random gen tiles. Uh, Start sloping down into that intersection. A little bit of a different design choice here since we had wider roads with an island in the middle. I tried some type of left turn lane with a little bit more. You see these in some smaller towns in some different cities where there's a little bit more manicured or aesthetic crosswalk. Um, and so we went about each tile doing that. And then if you look to your left, go fly up again, Lathan.
Okay.
You see kind of like a central park theme. The old Parishton had kind of a park going on there. So we built that out of two POIs that are connected together. So create kind of like a central area for the town. And then just keep flying down. Look over to the right side of the block. You're looking at the left, so if you just scan over to the right, you'll see there's like some commercial buildings to the far right. If you look past the kind of the city house, town hall, city hall. There's a bank over there. There's a basketball court. So that we just came through kind of like the small downtown strip area, the commercial area, and now it's kind of like there's some housing, cemetery.
Some of this should look familiar. I mean, this part hasn't fundamentally changed a lot, other than putting the details in the
30
tiles and
Savant.
trying to really tie it
Welcome
all
to my
together.
channel.
Right. And then one experimentation here is we said let's try adding kind of like a western district or part. So you'll see that the bridge goes over to another tile-sized POI over there. So that is a custom tile that utilizes some of our standardized POI sizes. So there's kind of like a small park. We try to design this. It's kind of hard to explain, but if you were driving down that road and you were looking up, to kind of have a focal point towards that mountain. So it was intentional that the buildings kind of started like a lower profile, building up to a larger building in the center towards that corner back there. So still very much work in progress. This is also the video where the video for PlayStation 5 was clipped, so probably will look familiar to some of you. And if you pan over to your right, past the post office, and there's a building right there. Just go past the post office. Just go straight. Just keep going forward. Kind of like a pump station behind that tree. If you get a little bit closer. So this is oh, you know what? That's the older one. So let's just look past that. Yeah, that's kind of a placeholder. But the main thing I wanted to show was we have a pump station designed here. It's a smaller one with a storm drain that goes into the river. But if you look across the river, we have a new feature there. Keep going to that fire truck and then just look at it to the left.
Yeah, we don't need to go in, do we? Or do you want to?
We can go in a little bit. If you got a helmet, it'll be helpful. So we have a new tunnel. So we have a large tunnel infrastructure connecting the town to the northern part of the map. And it goes straight through all the way, and there's some exploration in here for you guys to find out what's inside. It's kind of like a collapsed inspiration. The tunnel collapsed in multiple places. You can peek your head at that hole and then just back out.
There it is. There's a hole, everybody.
You can look a little bit more.
Okay.
Just duck in
fine,
there, just
fine.
look at it. Okay, you're good.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. They saw a little bit.
Ooh,
All right.
what's that in there?
Yeah, I saw some fire in there. What was that? Yeah, so yeah, you know, it's a little bit different. It's not a cave POI per se, but hopefully we'll see a lot more of these in the future. We'll see.
Yeah, we're gonna try to work sometime in each alpha to try to give this kind of love to Navis game. It needs a little bit of love. We don't want it to be left out of all the updates, so hope you guys are gonna like this update.
Cool. All right.
Elysian. Welcome to my channel.
That is now it.
Yeah, that was a lot of stuff, and this it's just a portion.
Yeah, no, that was a lot. So yeah, everybody, thank you for coming out. That is the end of this stream. I think we're doing another one Wednesday, but yeah, just keep watching the Twitter, other social medias. I'm pretty sure we are. I think it's gonna be the programmers. I think we're gonna be doing it. So we will see you then. Thanks guys for showing off the stuff.
No problem.
And yeah, I mean at this point, we're gonna quickly find someone playing 7 days worth and go rate them.
Can't wait to see all the YouTube videos and streams. It's gonna be great.
Let's see if we know anybody. Please be patient with me real quick, everybody. I'm gonna try to find someone, probably a smaller streamer. Let's see if we can show some love to someone. Drop a big raid on them. There's a lot of people here, so maybe we can brighten up someone's day. You know, maybe not too small because I don't want to make someone like start crying or something. Let's find that happy medium. Because that has happened before, where we go in and then they can't breathe. And, oh my God. No, I don't want to do that to someone also. Actually, okay. I think actually I got some people. Yeah. No. I think we're good. Okay. I think we've rated them before. So yeah, we'll do this. Okay, well thank you everybody. I hope you all enjoyed it, and you all have a great night. Bye everybody.
Hi everybody. Hope you love A21.
Visuals is now closed.
Goodbye for now.
Autumn was hospitalized, which ultimately saved her life. But this was taken seriously by her mother. They placed her into a psych ward, which she revealed before entering. In spite of all the controversy, people were still quite favorable to her. It had been a mistake, and she was clearly not in the right state of mind whatsoever.
Yeah.
There was hope that the facility would be good for her, finally breaking the online addiction. A week later, she returned to Twitter after finishing her visits, and as you can guess, nothing changed. In January of 2021, her thread on Kiwi Farms was made public. It had been created almost a year prior, but only received attention after the ordeal. It was moved to the Art Cow section as discussion largely pertained to her degrading art. Her work had significantly decreased in quality in a way that was almost puzzling. The line art and coloring became sloppy. Her cohesive palettes were replaced with dry, desaturated hues, and it lacks the same attention to detail that once permeated through her work. Everything that made her art so appealing was gone. Take this character, a Cerberus girl she designed. The fur, shading, and especially clothes are very well thought out. This is what they became. Boring, flat outfits, and the same body type as her other characters. But the best examples are the redraws of her old panty and stocking fan art. The earlier version shows a grasp on volume and perspective. Look at how the smoke rises from her gun, or how Stocking's hair blows in the wind. The latter completely ignores the smoke. Her hair overlaps incorrectly, and there's artifacting around all the colors because she used the fill tool. She used to experiment and put more time into each piece, but as time went on, this decline only worsened as she ignored more and more fundamentals. I mean, why wouldn't she? The audience didn't care. They were just coomers. Not only that, but she continued to grow with each piece being shared by thousands, if not tens of thousands. Her art had never been particularly original. I mean, what got her success in the first place were anime girls as furries. But the thread noticed just how many of her so-called original characters were thinly veiled ripoffs. None of her followers noticed. When she started a webcomic, it was borderline unreadable, yet the comments insisted it was amazing. Even when being called out for tracing, which they'd usually consider a grave sin, she was defended. They no doubt had a hand in coddling Autumn, but it's truly hard to blame them. When any criticism becomes a risk to her well-being, it's only natural they'd be averse. Over the year, she amassed 80,000 followers, and as her audience grew, so did the descent. It's worth noting at this point that Kiwi Farms really was the premier place for documenting this stuff, and to this day, it's where a lot of the information about Autumn remains. On July 22nd, a call-out post was made for something Autumn said in 2020. She had proclaimed her love for transbian on cisbian or NBN porn. This was once again viewed as fetishization. In the replies, they also called her out for using a reaction image that reads, "Ah, sweet, a schizo meltdown." They argued that the term schizo was ableist. It would take time for Autumn to address this. That's because 3 hours later, she revealed someone had contacted her family. I can't believe I have to fucking say this, but don't ever fucking message my family on Facebook. You people have no boundaries. Like, tracking down my sister and telling her I posted something on my NSFW account is literally going too far, man. What is wrong with you people? You think sending my sister a link on Facebook and telling her I'm posting titty pics is okay? You people are going too fucking far. It was only after that she addressed the criticisms on her private accounts. First, she claimed to not fetishize trans girls. This, in spite of, the day before, writing, "Trans butch bull girl with a massive bulge, but she's also very submissive." Dude, we're in too far. Next, she apologized profusely for posting the Peter Griffin meme before claiming to also suffer from schizophrenia herself. I know I shouldn't make that joke, it was shitty, and now I realize it was hurtful. Like, I'm so fucking sorry. I suffer from these mental illnesses too, so does my family. She elaborates that she hallucinated demons and had even been possessed by one. She reveals a vision in which she was an angel and watched the world end. She continues, "This is destiny, I am a martyr. I believe angels and demons are very real. To tell you the truth, I'm scared of my future, but I realize I do not have one. This is perfect. The little innocent child who lost her innocence at age does not exist anymore. I miss Autumn. I miss her so much. I don't know this body anymore. The sweet child that was shy but very silly. Nobody talked to her. I don't belong in this body." It ends with her saying she was regressing mentally to a helpless toddler. "I want a blankie and my stuffies." Yes, her response to being called ableist was to start schizo posting in an attempt to convince people she had schizophrenia. She even went further the next day, alleging to have debilitating ailments. "I know this is small, but I'm proud of myself for eating today without getting sick. I don't know what's going on, but my body has been physically getting weaker and weaker to the point where I mostly stay in bed. I can move, but then I have to instantly lay or sit down. And I can't eat food anymore except liquids. The truth is, my health has been declining rapidly, but I didn't want to tell anyone because I don't want to worry or upset anyone. That's why I haven't really drawn anything except repost artwork. I am slowly dying." This was revealed to be diabetes. There was not a single month after this that Autumn didn't find herself in controversy. People continued trying to make the trans misogyny claim stick, but it just didn't. The more compelling argument was her use of the platform. In August, she claimed to have developed PTSD from being harassed online. "I've been dealing with harassment since I was 16. It was so bad it gave me post-traumatic stress disorder. I used to break down every day and apologize over the most minuscule shits. Now, I don't give a shit anymore." In spite of this, the breakdowns only became more frequent to increasing scrutiny. They came across as manipulative, especially given how she ignored anyone who advised her to take a break. The criticisms of her suggestive art didn't end either. People began comparing it to often derided Twitter body type, as many artists drew characters the same exact way. Autumn disputed this by calling critics entitled and comparing it to her own appearance. "I draw my characters with big chest and thighs because that's my body type, and I'm tired of other people on here thinking those body types are Twitter artist things. People like that exist. We're not fictional creatures, and acting like you're better than any other artist for not drawing like that is annoying." I'm just gonna go and say that, no, she does not have the same body type as her characters. It was a thinly veiled excuse to capitalize off of horny people, which frankly she admitted herself. "I like capitalizing off of horny people. My suggestive puppy art gets more likes and comments, and my NSFW stuff does super well. That account keeps growing. Sheesh. I had 8K 2 months ago, and now I have almost 23K. Not long after that, she posted an image asking people what her artist trademark was. Most of the replies were positive, though one user commented, "Blatantly fetishistic proportions." She quote tweeted this, locked her account, and yeah. Her response to even the slightest amount of backlash was getting worse. For how long she'd been on the site, Autumn was incompetent. It's bizarre just how she regressed as a whole. The once promising young artist now drew boring, derivative Coomer bait. Instead of welcoming criticism, she doubled down in a way that ensured people wouldn't call it out. But at the very least, she hadn't weaponized her audience, right? The influx of growth had gotten to Autumn's head. basking in her popularity. That included bragging about every single notable person who followed her. She even gloated about all of the creators who defended her during the Antunes drama. Her well-being began to depend not just on positive reinforcements, but attention. It was obsessive, with outbursts coming from her art not receiving enough likes. On November 15th, she designed a female e-girl version of Garfield. It was to widespread acclaim. Many artists began posting their own interpretations, with Gothfield becoming a meme. While initially flattered by Gothfield's popularity, she began to resent it as the character escaped her grasp. The fan art started to surpass her own interactions, and people stopped recognizing her as the creator. She would express this in an interview with We Got This Covered. I feel honored by this all, the artist said of the popularity of the meme. Puppy Chan went on to explain that they were excited at first, with so many people participating in the fun and friends messaging them to joke about it. I was just like, wow, I just created the worst thing ever, and people like it. However, the artist went on to say that they felt a little sad because a lot of bigger people were getting in on the meme without being aware I created it. It hurt a little, but that's okay. This led to a campaign in which she leveraged her audience to pressure others for recognition. In fact, the only reason she got interviewed was because the site had covered it before. They did not credit her, which she made very clear. The news article didn't even credit my art or said I created it. I'm worthless. I like how even when I start something, I'm overshadowed and ignored by big artists. I see why others hate y'all. Y'all and your fix. But a more blatant example was her feud with Cannabis Junkie. On October 12th, a call-out post was made accusing the user of calling Autumn a racial slur. In response, she called for them to be suspended. Her followers rushed to not only mass report them, but attack the alleged racist. The only problem is that the screenshot wasn't real. Cannabis clarified the caps were fake, and the accuser immediately deactivated. This led Autumn to delete her quote tweets. But rather than apologize, she doubled down. Yeah, I'm just going to ignore that. Calling me racial slurs and misgendering me makes you a massive fucking loser. You probably smell like cheese. It would take over 3 weeks for her to admit fault, only doing so after the target made a video about the ordeal. They revealed her audience with docs and even attempted to hack them. Finally, she acknowledged the tweets were fake and disavowed the actions of fans, but she unintentionally admitted to knowing the truth within hours. Okay, so apparently someone sent me a fake tweet of someone saying something about me. I failed to check to see if the tweet was fake or not. When someone pointed it out to me that it was fake, I deleted the tweet. Cannabis rejected this apology, viewing it as inadequate and insincere.
Violets_TV.
All an attempt to have the video taken
Welcome to
down.
my channel.
You found out about the video.
Rogue
you know what you
One
did?
RL.
You threatened to kill yourself
Welcome
and
to
went
my
on to
channel.
guilt trip others again. Proving my point in the video was true.
No.
And then you proceeded to delete the account and responded with, I'm fine, when someone asked if you were okay an hour later. You are not sorry. You tried to make me look like the bad guy with these tweets. This was proven on her private account just 2 days after. Me talks about getting harassed. These people, suck it up. Someone, my stupid followers did something to them. These people, poor baby, don't let the evil Puppy Chan get to you. Autumn eventually made a second longer apology, which still left much to be desired. Half of it is spent explaining things that happened to them for sympathy. It was, again, not accepted. The conflict only fizzled out because Cannabis themselves began to self-implode. They started to make bizarre claims, such as claiming her fanbase had stolen their grandma's credit card. Yes, really. But regardless, how Autumn handled this was completely irresponsible. The feud had been completely fabricated, yet it took a PR risk for her to actually take responsibility. It was a symptom of her platform's increased weaponization. Autumn now interacted with every single person who disliked her as a method of silencing critics. It was usually implied, though sometimes explicit, and everything was off limits. Even the legendary Pups Gotta Eat meal was spun to have an empathetic deflection. I had a really bad eating disorder because I was in an extremely depressive state to the point where I would eat a lot. It's not healthy. I still struggle with eating issues, and turning it into one big haha meme is just insulting. Now I don't even eat as much anymore, and I even forget to eat sometimes. You can hate on me and on me all you want, but turning my ED into a meme is quite f***ed up, my good bitch. I'm just gonna say that she definitely ordered those 3 large fries on purpose. When she first posted this, it was an accident. No, you wanted those fries. You definitely wanted those fries. In the midst of this, Autumn's mental state was worsening. The sewer-baiting and manic posts ramped up tremendously, becoming every other day. This was likely in part due to her inability to retain professional help. She claims to have been abandoned by 5 different therapists. No matter the validity, the void was now fully replaced with Twitter. That fall, she began ideating over the date of November 22nd. It was her late father's birthday, who passed away when she was young. Autumn began talking about how she missed him and planned on joining him. Not only that, but she alleged to have been assaulted during her visit to the psych ward. I'm shaking. This is heavy, I know, but after After one of my hospital visits, the staff did something to me. I don't remember because I was asleep. After that, my breasts started growing. I started to produce milk and would miss my periods, but I would still get cramps. I think I was pregnant at one point, but it's gone, and I don't know. This is why I'm even scared of men and lied about being a virgin. I've been assaulted a lot, and I wanted to tell people that I was a virgin so they could be interested in me. Under the belief of a miscarriage, she began mourning her lost child and asked fans to call her Mama Pup. This info was then made public as a defense against her love for diapers. When I was 17, I started to age regress due to my traumatic past. I did it against my will because that's how I was coping with my trauma. Call me whatever you want, but don't spread lies if y'all want to know so badly. I was assaulted in a psych ward while drugged up. Age regression is not sexual, it's a trauma response. This is despite her visit occurring in December of 2020, an entire year after. It was now November 21st, 2021. At 4:15 in the afternoon, she began tweeting, "Tomorrow is the 22nd. Everything is getting worse now. I'm trying to mind my own business. I live till my birthday. That's enough. I'm done with life and everything, and going to a psych ward won't help because I was raped there. Therapy doesn't help because my own therapists leave me. I'm done. I lost my child, my dad, my grandparents, my favorite people, my girlfriends. I lost hope for everything. I'm not going to say goodbye and then come back. Nobody's going to leave me alone until I actually do it. I can't even go on break without people contacting my family. I'm done. Nobody understands the pain and suffering I went through." Then she started making threats. First, it was to boil water on her hands and mutilate her genitals. The latter was a vow to chastity in order to become closer to God. I want this to show people who say or think I'm all talk, but not actions, or that I make empty threats. I will do this because I am God, his disciple. If you want proof, you can ask me. Anyway, I gotta go. The next day, she returned alive and well. This continued throughout the week with ramblings about being the Antichrist and Judas reborn. On November 27th, she made another threat, this time to eat fruit. "I'm going to ingest blueberries. I want to test endurance with my body. I'm severely allergic. I just want to feel pain. Cutting is too obvious." Then she posted a photo of herself holding a single blueberry as proof. People think I'm just baiting or faking, but this will show how I am. This and all my other punishments will free everyone. Soon my body will give out and I will be with Christ. The first step is done, I have consumed it. To be clear, blueberry allergies are extremely rare. In fact, this source claims there's only been one documented case in all of history. I'm not saying Autumn is lying, but, well, she survived. It later escalated to very graphic descriptions and a photo of a kitchen knife. This all went under the radar, being contained largely to her trusted followers. But that changed on December 22nd. "I took 80 milligrams of Prozac and 15 milligrams of Zyprexa. It's just going to put me to sleep. I'm going to drink alcohol to boost the effects." Within 24 hours, she was back to posting furry art on Maine. The posts were subsequently leaked, spreading across Twitter. To many, this behavior was undeniably manipulative, and the sheer absurdity of making threats with a blueberry was unreal. Not to mention that Autumn was once again pretending like nothing happened. The most she'd do to acknowledge it was to blame it on her other personalities. No, I'm not joking. Her reputation from this point forward was soured, even more so than it already was. It got to the point that Puppy Chan minors was suggested autofill. People were tired of the cycle, her inability to handle criticism, and refusal to take responsibility. Puppy Chan is an amazing example of why some artists on here should not have massive platforms. They need actual intervention from trained professionals, not Coomer furries and children constantly coddling them. This constant public cycling of breakdowns and weird behavior is incredibly concerning, and the fact they surround themselves with yes men do nothing to help. Yet, 2022 was on track to be one of her most successful years yet. By January, she'd broken 100K, and she gained another 20,000 between February and March. The Puppy Chan brand, amidst all of this, was still growing. Perhaps to address the growing criticism, Autumn added an 18+ signifier to her account's bio. This ironically made things worse. She began operating the account as if it were always an adult space, making no effort to push minors away. That meant they were now all being exposed to worse, as she felt justified in being openly sexual. These NSFW retweets were interacted with by teens as young as 13, which was the entire point. To make things more confusing, she also removed the 18+ at several points. People started to scrutinize her associations as well. They found her to be mutuals with Forlung, a controversial furry musician. They've been accused of a lot, including a dubious story about kidnapping a minor. I have no comment on its validity, but her proximity to other hated figures also damaged her reputation. Not to mention just odd things, like making a borderline NSFW account with her niece. The callouts were more frequent as she became socially acceptable to hate. Several parody accounts even appeared, such as the short-lived Sluggy Chan. They replicated her art style and mocked mocked the cycle in memes. Those who stuck by her attempted to give heartfelt advice in private, only to be ignored. And so, even they grew disillusioned as Autumn gradually lost goodwill, to the point that she began attempting to escape from the name Puppy Chan.
Oh my lord, where did this wolf came from?
Cousin, whose art was near identical. It was immediately sniffed out, causing her to delete it. She later claimed it was a social experiment. In March, she called out a much smaller artist for tracing. Her thread claimed it was line for line, even though the original had worse anatomy. The replies surmised it was not traced, but inspired, something Autumn should have been sympathetic to. Because of this, she quickly deleted the thread. With the public increasingly against her, things were reaching a boiling point. It seems like her next misstep would be the last, as there would be no more chances. But no one knew how imminent this was going to be. On March 23rd, Autumn began venting on her private account. I followed this one artist who was a kid. They like to call me mom and talk about boobs around me, and even found my S.W. account and started showing and saving my suggestive pics from there. They make me so uncomfortable, but they're like a mentally unstable kid, bro. Even when we met, they tried to be-see me, and that's all they want to do, man. I don't know. I want to block and move on, but I don't want them stalking my accounts. Thing is, this kid was held accountable for drawing suggestions, and still does. It begs me to retweet their art. This whole situation is a fucking disaster waiting to happen. You know, I'm gonna grow some balls and tell them straight, tell them to fucking stop. And like, they PM me saying they wish they could draw stuff like I did when I was canceled. Told them, you're a kid. They said, it's not fair. Bro, I can't do this. It was about a 15-year-old boy named Call Me Green, who had indeed gotten in trouble for this in the past. He had a history of drawing in spite of being a minor, even abandoning his old account after getting called out. He'd go so far as to brag about people whacking off to his work without knowing he was underage. Immediately, people began telling her to unfollow him and to block all communication, but she continued interaction with him and even shared his art publicly. The next day, her tweets were leaked by an anonymous account. Sorry, but Puppy Chan still interacts with minors and lets minors interact with them. Just because they're comfortable doesn't make them a victim of anything. They literally let this happen after being warned countless times by adults and minors. The tweet began picking up traction as people began referring to her as a groomer. In response, she blocked him and saying the situation had gone crazy. This upset Green, who then started threatening to leak DMs. He began hyping up a call-out and trying to take advantage of him. In response, Autumn posted a thread with excerpts from her messages. While they didn't tell the whole story, it does give insight as to why she didn't block him. He was spamming her with threats to his own life and trauma dumping. She explains, he constantly talks about wanting to draw suggestive shit. I got so tired that I snapped and told him, because I'm an adult. What I should have done is explain to him that he is extremely mentally draining. In my DMs, you could see that I'm extremely distant and give a reply with 1 or 2 words while he spams me. They both went on to delete their tweets and apparently made up, but a separate third party then leaked 2 additional screenshots from her private. The first showed Autumn advising him to post an art on a locked account to avoid creepy adults. The second shows her confirming he'd identified her SW. They argued that, regardless of context, these were inappropriate. If this were an isolated incident, people may have been more forgiving, but it was a pattern of behavior that made it so concerning. Puppy Chan's been told time and time again to stop interacting with minors, yet here they are. This is wildly irresponsible from a creator that has a storied history of interacting with minors as an 18+ account. I've caught them sharing suggestive artwork to their fanbase strong, from teens to ages 15 to 17. It's 2 clicks to vet your fan art and follows. The post, among others, received thousands and thousands of likes. Everyone who'd come to resent her over anything began expressing their disdain. There was an influx of trolls, both past and present, who returned for a victory lap. This only incensed after her thread was featured on Kiwi Farms. To many on Twitter, Puppy Chan had been outed as a groomer, and everything was fair game. It's revealing how many people have been secretly mocking her the whole time. It turns out no one actually believes making fun of this McDonald's order is wrong, or that it's cruel to mock her art. In the end, she loses over 15,000 followers. Her final response came on March 31st, reiterating that she had not taken advantage of him. It includes a message from her niece who pointed out Autumn never left the house. Then it ends with a threat of legal action. As you can imagine, this did little to shift the public's opinion, quickly being ratioed. 2 days later, she deactivated all of her accounts. In the aftermath, people began debating over whether or not it was okay to steal her original characters. This screenshot also went viral of Autumn attempting to show her improvement in art. One user wrote a long reply comparing the two and praising all the choices on the left. To which she replied, "That's the old drawing." On April 24th, an account was created called Kung Fu Review. It was her attempt at a disguise. Autumn was identified immediately, though people fixated on her newfound broken English. This was, presumably, to sound Asian. She vented about getting exposed and called racist before deleting the profile. Her last appearance would be months later in June to accuse Green of blackmail. He simply leveraged the situation to get her to refollow him back. Yeah, everyone in this situation is a loser. It's worth emphasizing that there's no actual evidence Autumn is a groomer. Green has, to this day, refused to release the DMs. What he deemed predatory was her putting a heart on his message saying, "Mommy." He'd admit when confronted by a friend that there was no intimacy being suggested in their chats. To put it bluntly, from the evidence available, it doesn't seem like Autumn is a groomer. Just really dumb. But even with that said, the way she used her platform was wildly irresponsible, be it the constant emotional manipulation of fans or the inability to reflect upon her mistakes. From the moment she joined the site, her worst tendencies were enabled over and over again by her audience until it destroyed her. I don't think Autumn should come back to Twitter, but I'd be hard-pressed to say she should have her life ruined. When Autumn left, she was only 19 years old. Unlike many other losers out of our trifecta, she started far younger and used the site as a temporary bandage to growing pains. But her story is a stark reminder of why that's such a massive mistake. Because after all these years, what is her legacy at the end of it all? An emotional wreck with wasted potential. I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time, leave me alone.
Dark Souls remade in Skyrim.
Believe it or not, both Skyrim and Dark Souls 1 both released less than a month apart from one another back in 2000.
Skyrim and Dark Souls 1 released less than a month apart from each other. I thought Skyrim came out like 6 months ago. Because isn't that whenever they brought out the new Skyrim game? And didn't it come out 6 months before that too? Yeah, I mean, I feel like Skyrim comes out all the time.
2011, and there has been no shortage of Dark Souls inspired mods for Skyrim since that time. But today, I discovered something that I don't think a whole bunch of people knew existed.
Okay.
And that's an entire port of Dark Souls 1's world into the Skyrim engine.
No
And I mean,
way.
entire world. Rudolph's Dark Souls Alpha is so far...
Can you go from like Blighttown up to Firelink though?
3-month-old project made by just one modder that brings the land of Lordran to Skyrim, from the homely abode of Firelink Shrine all the way up to the epic heights of Anor Londo.
Oh my god. One man. And look at the scope of it too, is it's even got like the city of Anor Londo around it too. And you can see up at the top there's Seath's laboratory. This is incredible. Holy fuck.
And, well, everywhere in between.
Oh my,
the mod
dude, I
also
have
adds
to try
the Painted
this.
World, the Undead Asylum, and even the
Wow.
DLC world space. It's pretty nuts just how much has been created in such a small time frame, and after speaking to the author myself, they claim that it's only part 1 of 3. Part 1 focused on bringing the world into the game, part 2 adding enemies and bosses, and part 3 followers and companions. And if you're wondering why you haven't heard of this seemingly momentous project, that's because it isn't even one of these huge projects such as Skyblivion or Skyros. It's just one dude that thought it would be cool and like modding enough to give it a shot. But enough of describing the big picture, I wanted to actually give you guys an insight into each of these areas because they are just so cool to see in the Skyrim engine. You start in the Undead Asylum, the tutorial area for the game. Here you'll instantly be familiar with the layout and location, because it's near identical to Dark Souls. Areas like the Bonfire Courtyard, the Broken Cell that you pick up your first Estus from, the Asylum Demon Boss Room, and of course the Clifftop Walkway up to the Giant Crow that takes you to Firelink Shrine. Now when you arrive at Firelink Shrine, you'll start to notice the small things that make a project like this feel so cool to have in the Skyrim engine. I mean, the simple things like being able to have a full day and night cycle around these locations is really cool, considering you're only used to seeing each area of Lordran.
I'm really glad they did this because I don't think people appreciate enough the interconnectedness of Dark Souls 1. It was effectively an open world game that nobody even knew existed. It's so incredible. Absolutely fucking, like, I remember playing through it and seeing all the connections, and And especially I played through the Daughters of Ash, the mod, and like that one forces you to see all the connections. And it was just unbelievable, man.
In specific environmental times dependent on what the developers thought it best suited. And of course, with EMB and other general Skyrim mods, they really shine in a different light than we're used to seeing them, quite literally. From Firelink Shrine you have two options, either progress upwards to Undeadburg, or descend down past the graveyard to the Catacomb, which is home to tight dark passageways and skeleton-infested caverns, even giving a sneak peek into the flaming city of Lost Izalith, before descending deeper into the Dark Abyss. The Catacombs is a dark and treacherous area of Dark Souls 1, located beneath the graveyard of Firelink Shrine.
Yeah.
It's a labyrinth network of narrow passageways, hidden traps and deadly enemies, filled with the bones of long-dead warriors and necromancers who continue to animate the dead. As players progress through the catacombs, they'll eventually come face to face with the boss of the area, Gravelord Nito, who, like all the other bosses in this port, currently are just static meshes. But in part 2, the mod author plans to implement them into the game so you can enjoy fighting them in Skyrim.
I wouldn't really give a fuck about actually playing the game. I would just want to explore the world. I think this is really cool, man.
Despite its many dangers, the catacomb holds many secrets and treasures for those who are brave enough to explore it. Hidden areas, secret passages, and powerful weapons themselves can be found all within its dark, foreboding depths. However, returning back to the surface is Undeadburg. Undeadburg is the first areas that players encounter in Dark Souls 1, and it serves as sort of a tutorial for the game's mechanics. It is a walled city filled with undead. The area is characterized by its narrow streets and alleys, which are often blocked by debris and barricades. As you progress through Undeadburg, you will encounter various obstacles and enemies, including the Hellkite Dragon, which guards the bridge into the Undead Parish, and remains one of the game's most memorable areas. And I know you want to see it, so below this area lies Blighttown, which is one of the most infamous and challenging areas in Dark Souls 1. Located deep beneath the city of Undeadburg, it is a festering pit of disease, decay, and poison, filled with rickety wooden walkways, toxic sludge, and swarms of deadly creatures.
I wonder if they have free look in this game where you can like fly around and look through everything, or do you have to do everything with the character?
The area is known for its difficult platforming segments, which require precise jumps and careful navigation to avoid falling to one's death. At the bottom of Blighttown lies Quaelag's Domain, the lair of Quaelag, the boss of the area. With its harrowing atmosphere, Blighttown and Quaelag's Domain remain some of the most memorable areas in Dark Souls 1, and furthermore, lead us deep into the ruins of Lost Izalith, an underground lava.
It's crazy, what the fuck? One guy did this? Holy fucking shit, this is insane. The scope of this project is insane. I know, what the fuck?
Infested city, which is a little work in progress in this port, but still really gets me excited to see future updates to this mod, especially knowing that all of this only took 3 months so far. And something I'm even more excited to see finished is at the base of the very world itself, past the winding rooted path leading deep under the earth, lies Ash Lake, a hidden area with a vast, open space with towering arch trees and deep water. Obviously the assets aren't fully complete here, but you can see where this place is heading and really captures the feeling that you get when you come here in Dark Souls. Finally, in the lower area of Lordran, we have Sen's Fortress, which is
currently... like, can you fly from, like, Sen's Fortress to Anor Londo, though, or is it separate? I don't know. That's what I'm really curious about. Like, how much of this world is, like, one piece and how much isn't?
It's also a work in progress, which leads up past the Great Wall, revealing the most impressive area in this mod.
It does? Wow.
Anor Londo is one of the most iconic locations in Dark Souls 1, a city that rests high above the rest of the world. It is a place of grandeur and majesty, where the sun never sets.
I've said before, I'll say it again. Dark Souls 1, from the beginning of the game to completing Anor Londo and becoming, you know, getting the Lord Vessel, there are experiences in video games that are as good as that, but there is nothing that is better. It is the best.
And the stars are always bright. Upon arrival, the player finds themselves standing on a wide bridge leading into the city, flanked by towering statues and lit by a brilliant sunset. Anor Londo is a city of contrast, with grandiose architecture and sweeping vistas juxtaposed with treacherous traps and deadly
I guess
enemies.
he did that with like
The city is made up of towering spires and glittering towers, with massive, intricately carved doors leading to hidden chambers and secret passageways.
Yeah.
And just like in Dark Souls, your main area of interest within this great city is the throne room at the heart of the palace. The throne room is a marvel of architecture with towering columns and sweeping arches, framing a massive, ornate throne with everyone's favourite chest ahead.
I remember whenever I played this the first time. Oh my god.
Atop the cliffside overlooking Anor Londo,
That was
lies
such a
the
big
Duke's
day.
Archive and Crystal Cave. In areas located in the game's later stages, the Duke's Archive is a towering glide.
I want to also draw attention to the fact that Guinevere is fully animated, while see when all of the other bosses are not.
Inhabited by the sorcerer Skell, while Crystal Caves are a network of crystal caverns located beneath the archive. The Duke's Archive is an imposing structure that is home to the ancient knowledge of the Latin wardrobe. The archives are filled with countless shelves of books, scrolls, and other artifacts, and at the top of the Duke's Archives lies the chamber of Cephas Skelmus. Below the Duke Archives lies the Crystal Cave, a labyrinth network of glittering caverns filled with crystal formations and treacherous pitfalls that lead down to the boss room in which Ceph lies. Personally, the Duke's Archive is actually probably my favourite location ported in
Wrong fucking opinion. Oh, ported in. Okay, I was about to say.
this mod, just because of the atmosphere it gives, and we've really not ever got anything like this in an Elder Scrolls game. So it's really cool to see it in the engine. And I mean, there's a million different areas in this mod. If you've played Dark Souls 1, you can go through and see them yourself.
Wow.
But the final area I'm going to shine a spotlight on in this video is the Kiln of the First Flame. Located beyond the Lord Vessel, it is a desolate, ashen wasteland where the fading embers of the First Flame burn low, and where the player would ultimately face Gwyn, the final boss of the game. With this area, along with everything else I've shown you in this video, I think it's safe to say that the scope of this mod is immense, and just a month's work.
It's like this is probably more work went into this than most actual games. This is incredible, the level of detail. It's like, for example, like that's where the giant would throw the stuff. You go over this way, you talk to the guy in the full steel armor set. He sells you like large titanite shards. Down below there is where the two Lordran knights are. Like, holy fuck, man.
Especially insane. I will leave a link to the author's Twitter page in the description if you want to check out his work, along with keeping up to date with the updates to come. Be sure to drop them a follow, and in speaking to him while making this video, in his words, don't forget the classic, learn new things, develop, make mods, enjoy the little things, and let there be peace. With that being said, that's all for this video. If you enjoyed this, I might make follow-up videos.
Holy shit. So it does go all the way down to what? Oh my god. Holy shit.
Covering part 2 and 3 as they're released, but other than that, be sure to like this video and subscribe for more. If you're in the market for a new PC, then check out my page over at Apex Gaming PCs, where you can choose from 3 different tiers designed after the specs my PC has to run modded Skyrim. Use code BURNS at checkout for 5% off your purchase, which when making an expensive buy like a PC can save a decent chunk of change. Other than that, thanks again for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
This was incredible.
Take care.
Oh my god. Holy fucking shit, man. Look at this. Like, especially, dude, this was what I was hoping for. Because again, like, I would like to go through this mod and play it just so people that don't really, maybe they played through Dark Souls 1 once, or maybe they've heard of the game, they can really appreciate how interconnected the world is. It's something that, like, I don't know how many games have ever done that before. Like, very, very few. Like, the last time that I felt that feeling of, like, an interconnectedness of worlds was whenever you played Legend of Zelda, Link to the Past, and you would go from, like, the, you know, like, the dark world to the light world, and you'd go back and forth through it. I thought that was really fucking cool too. And this was the next time that I kind of felt that way. Like Bloodborne, yeah, a lot of these games are like that. Skyrim, see, I never played Skyrim. Holy shit, this is incredible, man. Wow. I am astonished. I think this is just so cool, man. I'm so glad that I got a chance to watch this. Wow. Yes, I never played Skyrim. I'm not kidding. So, I downloaded Skyrim, and I was playing it. I turned on the game, I got it running, and I was in this wagon ride, and halfway through the wagon ride, I got bored and I quit the game. I'm not kidding. Yes. I was just like, I'm gonna play WoW. Like, it's just like, oh, bro, like, yeah, right. And that was it. Quit 20 minutes after the wagons. I don't know. I'll have to play it one day. It's absolutely insane. Yeah, it's possible it's just one person with a passion. Yeah, exactly, man. A proper Dark Souls 1 remaster. This is unbelievable, dude. This is so fucking amazing. You gonna give it another try or not? I mean, I got a lot of other games I gotta play too. I don't know if I'm gonna have time for that or not. Show how many hours played on Steam. I didn't download it on Steam. Yeah, I downloaded it on another website besides Steam. But yeah, this is fucking amazing. Holy shit.
You ever watch a movie and think, I'm missing something? Right? I have to be missing something. 2015's Knock Knock featuring Keanu Reeves made me feel like I was doing something wrong while watching it. Have you seen it? Here's a clip. It was free pizza! Now that you understand the plot, what went wrong here? Was it Keanu's acting? Was it the atrocious writing? Was it the fact that they named the family pet Monkey?
Monkey, good boy.
That's a dog. Keanu plays Evan, a happily married man with happy kids, and a confused dog. His wife goes on vacation with the kids, and that's when Genesis and Belle show up out of the blue. Evan, being the really nice guy that he is, decides to lend them a helping hand, and then the two of them try to seduce him into adultery.
I guess he's seduced?
Glad you could join us, Keanu. Yes, they try to seduce you. It's kind of like the whole thing. So they try to seduce him, and then Evan gives into caveman brain and discovers fire, kunai. But the women flip the script on him, start terrorizing him in so many ways afterwards, holding up the mirror to him that he is a cheater who was willing to destroy his family for Lorenza Izzo and Ana de Armas. What a psycho. So I talked about missing something, right? Now I know the movie was purposely absurd at times, but that only covers so much. I was very confused. I went to go listen to the actors' interviews. And get this, they were like any other interview with an actor. They were serious about this. I was watching, waiting for Keanu to just say, oh, and by the way, I was acting bad on purpose. So I could be like, oh, okay, all right. No, I get, no, good. This is a great movie. I like Keanu. He's in that Brendan Fraser tier of lovable actors. But man, is this a stinky one. The actors talk about how the movie presents you with this dilemma of who to side with. Who to blame? Do you blame Evan for cheating on his wife? Do you blame the wife for not giving him enough nookie? Do you blame the girls who are murderous vigilantes who spy on families to later infiltrate their homes? Yes, that one. We blame the women. Quote, every man ever. Now, can we divvy up the pie a bit? Of course. The wife gets crust. Evan gets seconds. And the women who broke 14 laws in the process take the rest. I never once had that dilemma while watching the film, yet all of you harp on that. It was more so, why is Keanu a fucking idiot in this movie? Because he's a man. I hear you, ladies. Like, the women are meant to be unlikable, but I can't help but bully Evan for his dumbass decisions. Like naming the dog Monkey. I think you guys get where I'm at. Please enjoy my descent into the convoluted world of Knock Knock. And the PSA here is, don't let people in your home that you don't know, and don't click on links from emails that you don't recognize.
Hey guys, this video is sponsored by VPN specifically. Envision me clicking through my emails and my bank just keeps on hitting me. It says you're in the red. We need more bread. Are you finished, G? Click the link. Contact us. We can solve this typically. I panic. Deposits automatic. And unlike on my checks, I'll tell you something just don't add up. It's a phishing scheme. I knew it was fishy. They were fibbing. If I click it, fiends take my information and hold on, wait. I got VPN specifically. Their protection feature never failed me, just victories protected. Watch region block content, Netflix UK, Japan, yeah you know I got them. That's my IP, no hands up to 6 devices. 30-day money back guarantee with some discount prices. Risk free, quick speeds with no sacrifices. We just killing them with kindness cause we the nice. Special offer in April. Every purchase of a 2-year plan will receive a huge discount plus 4 bonus months for free. That's NordVPN.com/MrGG. My link below will give you the best deal available online for NordVPN. And thank you, Nord, for sponsoring this video. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, today we are watching Knock Knock 2015, I think I said. It is starring Keanu Reeves. I don't know much about this movie. I just know Keanu is buried at one point with a bandana in his mouth. Is this a COD map? It has a fair amount of negative reviews from what I saw, but I mean, Lionsgate, Keanu, Eli Roth, he's made these movies. You like these movies, so I see no issue here. Eerie piano music. A peaceful suburb. What will happen next? What do you guys think the over-under is that there's one knock-knock joke in this movie? I'm gonna say over half, probably like at a plus 130. I'm taking that. Put me in at 5,000. Just in case you guys didn't believe this is a peaceful white suburban family. Here's more vacation pictures, baby. Oh, just in case you still didn't believe it. The 4-piece collage? You can't get more suburban than that, baby. Yep, that's some suburban lovemaking if I've ever seen it.
Long hair.
Continue.
I just fucking love the way it's blonde.
Oh, look at that beautiful looking kid.
Did that kid just fucking like football tag? Just hit him with the Brian Dawkins to the face? Yeah, listen, I'm not saying I'm a perfect parent. I think the dog shit out a little man as soon as he did that to me. As I think we went a little overboard with the photos everywhere. It's a bit much.
Monster made kids disappear. Monster's been waiting 3 weeks.
Was he talking about sex? He wants to fuck still?
I promise we'll finish this as soon as I get back.
She made it sound like a drug deal. I promise we'll finish this when we get back. Monster dick super hard. And Monster needs something. Oh, hi guys.
Everybody pack.
Oh, you know guys, you know gang, you know what I was thinking? We should hang one more collage photo here. We already took care of it last week. Monster stupid.
Hey guys, hot off the presses. Buenos dias. ¿Cómo está?
Who's that, their lawyer?
I'd offer you a hand, but all I can lift is this coffee.
Is the name of your dog Monkey?
Monkey.
Okay, gracias. I'll have it all fucked up for you. It's almost right.
I rescind that white family comment I made earlier. Sorry, didn't know.
Okay, I'll do it bigger next time.
Did they all meet each other 20 minutes before shooting?
Say goodbye to Monkey.
I will make no further comments on the dog and his name. We just saw this always. Not the clock. Not the clock, dude. Time to do my daily dose of crack. Hear something, Monkey? What is it, boy? I wish they just like finagled in the name of the movie there for no reason. Keanu's just like, who would knock at this hour? So close the door. So close the door. I must be getting sick. Do you want to see a picture of my kids? Is this Keanu being horny right now? This is fully driven by horniness, right? Is that why he's like, oh, Monster hasn't fucked in 3 weeks? So now he's just like foaming at the mouth for these two? I got those towels you...
Girl?
I'm Bill.
Boo or Bo? Both are equally bad.
Not everyone would just let two total strangers into their house these days.
She always had an accent?
Well, worst case scenario, I know I can take the both of them.
Hey.
It's the only reliable way.
Is this movie absurdly low? I just hear rain sounds, 24 hours sleeping, black screen right now.
So you're dry just for like 10 minutes? We really don't want to go to a party soaking wet. No.
You're gonna go back out into the rain. That's actually the stupidest thing you could have fucking said.
Genesis.
Genesis.
Yeah, like the beginning of time.
In the beginning. Sorry. Yeah. That was...
It just took Keanu like, hey, act like everyone thinks you act like. I probably missed like the most pivotal line right there too.
I'll go get you some.
I missed something. They got ominous music. It was worth it. That was incredibly awkward to watch. Yeah, that's how you do it. Just fucking bash the bottom of the screen in the rice. Works like a charm.
Go home, monkey.
You say go home? Do your dogs have a different bedtime than you?
I take somebody that's older and more experienced over an Abercrombie model any day.
Yeah.
You guys should probably leave. Say, Keanu.
Well,
take it.
Hopefully one day you'll find both.
Underwear models are the kind of guys you fuck when you're 14.
That's a statement.
Red flag, red flag, red flag, red flag, red flag. Keanu.
She was born in Barcelona.
Like me? Como yo?
En verdad. ¿En qué parte de Barcelona? Allí conocí a mi esposa.
Yo tenía 5 años cuando nos fuimos a Madrid.
English, you guys sound too sexy. You guys are like the perfect couple.
You must have sex like all day.
Actually, Monster been kind of dry. Okay, how much?
Congrats. If you're feeling under the weather, I've got just what the doctor ordered.
Wow.
Sex with boundaries isn't really sex.
If you do this for me.
Our bodies are
this is a dangerous one. Try not to,
We get it, you guys like to fuck. And Keanu doesn't know what to do, apparently.
Guys, I have your clothes. They're pretty much dry. Guys, I'm not looking, so excuse me.
Surprise!
You lied about not looking.
I'm flattered, but really, I can't. Please get dressed.
I thought you said you could take them both, Keanu. They seem to be overwhelming you here a bit.
Have you ever had two girls do this to you before?
Oh, is he getting head right now? Oh, he's actually getting head right now. Yo, let's go, Keanu!
Happy Father's Day.
They said Happy Father's Day? Oh, no. No, of course you have a fucking photo in the bathroom, my guy. Let's go, Keanu! Oh, man. That's looking like some spooky sex if I've ever seen it. Ooh. Awesome. I get the symbolism, dude. I get it. He's breaking up his family. You don't have to keep showing him just pile driving these women into the fucking photos. And they lived happily ever after. Symbolism. Also big nipples.
Where?
Wyatt.
So I can drive you there.
I haven't been home in like 4 years.
Did she put a lollipop in peanut butter? Come on, dog. Monkey is sick of your guys' shit. Could you technically call the cops in this scenario and be like, they don't live here? I saved them yesterday and they won't leave now? Even in the closet. Even in the closet! How stupid is Keanu in this movie? Why did they write him in to be like such a fucking buffoon? They'll definitely listen to me at this point.
I'm calling the fucking police.
Go ahead.
What the fuck is so funny?
I just have a funny story for them. It's called To Catch a Predator.
Never in my life would I think there would be a To Catch a Predator reference in this movie.
I have evidence.
I think he understood the reference before you did that.
So how could you be a flight attendant if you're only 15?
Fucking got him, baby! I was so convinced when you offered me chicken or beef.
Sorry, I'm late, but that storm blew branches out all over town. It even knocked 2 traffic lights out.
You couldn't have called me about this?
Don't let me get cold.
It's really upsetting. Okay?
Oh my God.
I'm here to heal.
Is this
really,
a parody?
Upsetting. Okay? It's upsetting!
It's not what you think.
This is a parody. Is this meant to be satirical? Am I missing something here? Does he have an old, like, rotary phones? Is it because they're artsy? And close the door. Evan, and close the door. Evan, and close the door. And just proceed to call the cops. You gotta weigh out your options here, bucko. Sticking with them is clearly worst option. Like, they know where you lived, weeb. Keanu cleaning montage, baby. It's what the world needed. So he's just gonna end up seeing them again inside the house, and then the score is gonna change? Is that why I'm watching this cleaning montage right now? Monkey, is that you? This movie is a silly billy. This multi-million-dollar mansion doesn't have a security system.
Forget this ever happened.
What?
Please! Please!
What is that negotiation, Keanu? Come on, I fucked you on accident. I'm sorry. But like, how is that supposed to mean anything to them? You don't even know what they want. Are they just chaos? Do they know you? Do they know your family? Were they purposely trying to break up your family? Oh, I thought he was just throwing ass for no reason just now.
You like how it fits me, Daddy?
Take those off, you fucking crazy bitch!
Ooh, poor choice of words, Keanu. You think this movie was written for Keanu, or they just happened to get a big name and just ran with it? Symbolism strikes again. Is this just like incest fanfic? Is that all that's happening now? Love that cliche. Lipstick on the mirror. I'm evil.
Are you hiding here, huh? Come on, where?
What, did you not think he had a cell phone?
Doggy style, Valley.
I thought that was Monkey. Ken, listen. I know there's morals involved. Yam on her, Keanu! Dropping knee from the top ropes. Keanu! That's my cake!
My scar, my scar, my scar, my surgery!
My scar. Oh my god. Ooh, that's the only sensitive spot on my body. Oh, had you stabbed me at this part with the fork, I wouldn't have hurt as much. Oh my god, please, stop. Listen, I was expecting kind of just like not the best stalker thriller movie, maybe.
Welcome to America's favorite game
I spoke too
show.
soon. I'll let it.
Who wants to be a pet?
I'll...
Oh, where we give you.
Let's go. Was that a product placement? Oh my god, they have a Pioneer product placement for this movie.
You look 21, you lied to me.
I'm just realizing this.
God! Oh, my ears! I'm going deaf!
I don't want to be that guy. No, I can totally be that guy. Real world experiment right here. I guess I'm free.
Hey, have you been watching the second channel? Pussy.
What's the point? Have we discussed the point?
We'll be back after a message from our sponsors.
Wait, he can also spit that out too. The only reason that works in other movies is because like they like tie it up and like duct tape it and shit.
Where'd you come in from?
Dallas.
Oh, I used to live in Austin.
Oh, cool. It's not the same thing at all. I hate when people do that. Somebody drew dicks all over this. They just put fake boobs on it? Oh no, there's more dicks on it. There's a big dick on there with eyes.
We didn't want to tell you. Someone broke in, and that's why Evan's out.
Shut the fuck up, both of you, right
Yeah.
now. Nobody fucking.
See, there you go. I'd buy this guy.
I'm calling the cops right now.
Yeah, maybe you should not be close to the people that you don't trust.
This should be our little secret.
Let's go.
bitch, you barking up the wrong fucking tree.
Okay, let's fucking go, baby! I hate that he's gonna die in the next 8 seconds. I would love to have more of him in this movie. What's going on? You guys are fucking useless.
Fuck these crazy ass bitches. Forget it.
Oh my god. They're going against the 2 stupidest men on the planet. No!
Be careful. I'm crazy.
Hey! Monkey's in the laundry room!
Let's get on that. Lewis!
There's no shot in hell. He slipped and... I hate that he's gonna die in the next 8 seconds.
This is what happens when you break the rules of the game, Evan.
What did he do? What did he do? What did he break? Also, he was in a rolly chair? You're telling me you couldn't flip over a rolly chair? So they're making paper mache out of the dead body now? Because they're evil and ooh, this relates to the art.
This is just like our class.
She even said this is just like art. He was in a rolly chair that entire time. Maybe I can use these Pioneer headphones to help me out. So they're trying to frame Evan, so they paper mached him and bubble wrapped him and... I wasn't doing anything.
I'm a good father.
Until yesterday.
It doesn't change how much I love
What
her.
are they, Jigsaw? Oh, look, it's that thing that we've been reusing over and over again in this movie.
Do you really love them, Evan?
Just say no. Just say no at this point. I don't know.
You pervert.
That was a big lug. Are they like supposed to be this sting operation for married fathers willing to cheat on their wives?
You're gonna fucking kill me.
They just murdered a guy 48 seconds ago.
Fuck you. You fucked me. You fucked me. You came to my house.
I came inside of you.
You wanted it. You came out to me. What was I supposed to do? You sucked my cock, you both fucking sucked
Oh my
my
god,
cock.
this is the best monologue in cinematic history.
Fucking pizza. And your shoes up at my fucking door. What am I supposed to do? We're flight attendants. Come on.
This is the best part of the movie ends up.
It doesn't matter. You don't give a fuck. You'll just fuck anything. You just fuck anything. What? Now you're gonna kill me? What the fuck? Fuck. This is fucking insane.
Okay, you know what? I'm coming around to this movie now. I'm here for it. Oh my god, if they fucking zoom in on the clock. Oh my god, if they zoom in on the clock. Oh my god, if they zoom in on the clock. I don't mind watching, man. Holy balls. And ass. You're not even like trying to get out. They're far away, digging. They're not even look like they're trying to be vigilant, keep an eye on you. Do some wiggles. You're in a rolly chair. You can deadass roll to the front door. Legitimately roll to the front door. Fucking try and open the front door. Put your mouth on the knob. Turn that shit. Use those grippers you got. Open it and just roll down the drive. Like, there's options, Keanu. But you're trying to grab your fucking iPad to do what? FaceTime your wife, who's God knows where?
FaceTime.
Not the cops! You telling me your rich ass can't call the cops on that iPad right now? You stop it. You can use Wi-Fi. An iPad wouldn't break with that throw. I don't know what that fake glass sound they put in there.
Monster!
How do you know about that? Hey. Hey, only I'm allowed to make fun of it for that. Cut it out.
You spied on me? On my kids?
You really are sick. So I still don't get their motivation, even with that revelation. Even through my anticipation. Bars. I don't get what's happening. Like, there's a point where this is meaningless to him. You're telling him you're gonna kill him. You've already destroyed a very important sculpture. You fucking kill the man. This is meaningless at this point. Oh, that's why he was trying to knock it over.
What a clever way to hide this from the kids.
No,
Evan.
it's not a clever way to hide that from the kids. Imagine thinking that fucking slamming a vase with a gun inside is the best way to safely get it out so you can protect yourself. I don't know why he was trying to get it anyways. He wouldn't have been able to grab the gun regardless. He's made it clear that he can't do anything with his hands.
Bullshit.
30 seconds. Go.
Just leave the house. Leave the house. Leave the house. Leave the house. You're genuinely trying to find a fucking hiding spot?
You know how much work it took to fucking lasso the dolls and hang them from the ceiling? Everybody in this movie is stupid as shit. Look at how much work they did across the house. They hung up condoms and shit.
Evan. Oh, Evan.
He's got one gun. You wouldn't think he had another gun? Hey, I respect him for saving Monkey. He gets points for that. Oh, you left Monkey to die.
Help me!
Scream on you fucking what? No one's fucking home! We tried every house!
Yeah, last night, you had 30 seconds to leave the house, Keanu. 30 seconds. And they actually stood in place and closed their eyes. This guy sucks. Oh, they tied him with a hose now? Tying up someone with a hose seems awfully difficult. Did they both do it, or did one of them do it? I would assume one of them did it while the other one held a gun on him, but if they both tried doing it without a gun, it seems hard to do on a person who's still perfectly physically able. Keanu would have... Okay, so this is the buried alive thing. This is the only thing I've ever seen in this movie. What an extremely contrived way to make this man suffer. And the fact that they're going off of, no one's gonna hear you, we checked every house. Oh, she's wearing a shirt that says, it was all a dream, but she wrote on the thing, it was not a dream. Symbolism. Listen, guys, at this point, I'm down to just keep fucking you if you get me out of here. Like, I'm game.
I'll do whatever you want.
Yeah, that's worked so far.
Not FaceTime. Your wife's not gonna see any of this.
You guys are talking like you've done this before. Have you done this before? Is there going to be any discussion about that? I don't know why. I was expecting it to just like, bah! Just out of the dirt.
You fucking whore! I'm gonna kill you, you fucking
No, you won't. You wouldn't. You've had many opportunities to do so. Is he growling like a dog? Yeah, I'll sick monkey on you right now, I swear. Monkey! Monkey!
Knock, knock.
Oh, they said it. There's gonna be a knock-knock joke. I called it. Bang! F plus 130, baby. Cash me out. Cash me out, baby. Let's go. I didn't hear the knock-knock joke, though. I'm sure it was terrible.
You didn't really think we were gonna kill you, did you?
Oh.
It was just a game. And now we have to play again with someone else.
Oh, that's literally what they do. That's supposed to be their motivation. No fucking shot in hell. This is what their motivation is, and this is what they do. You guys broke many laws.
Post something really personal for all friends.
Did they upload him having sex? I have to watch you fuck me for all 30 seconds you did it, and then it's not gonna loop because Facebook doesn't loop videos. Did they play this song as their outro? Oh no! Everyone's commenting on me getting fucked by this girl. Unfriended. My kids can see this. His name's DJ Evan Webmaster. Yeah, it's deserved. It's just his cock just bows out. Damn it, this is too good. Oh my god. He liked it. That was funny. The monologue by Keanu was funny. Everything else was not so funny. Oh, also the little part of Lewis popping off. That was funny. Bear approves. Nice. Relevant. You remember this hallway we showed you earlier with all these cute pictures? Well, we did all this really fucked up stuff to it. I'm the monster? That's funny. It's hilarious. This is the outro because you know they put so much work into doing all this dumb shit. So they're like, we gotta show it somehow. Come on, guys. This took a long time. It was also like half of the budget. She must not check Facebook often.
Daddy had a party.
They're gonna end the movie on that. 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 No! It wasn't until the end of the movie that clearly there had been software in this, but nah, I can't give that one to you, man. I just can't because I didn't have fun the other way. Even if I was like, oh, hoo, hoo, ha, ha, it's so silly. I was not having fun over here. I was not. There was tiny moments. Tiny moments. That's it. That's all I can give you. Can I hear that knock-knock joke?
Knock, knock. Who's there? Cheating Evan. Cheating Evan who? Cheating eventually gets you.
Okay, a little creativity. I'll take it. That
that was Knock Knock 2015.
That movie sucks. I would never watch that, even just for entertainment's sake. Like, the monologue was hilarious, but it's a butt movie. Don't like it. Bye.
If you guys enjoyed this video, please leave a like. It helps me out a ton. Please subscribe. Try to hit 1 million in 2023. Have you checked out the second channel? It's there, invis.tv/MrGG, barware and merch. And as always, thank you to my patrons for supporting the boy. Exclusive videos there monthly. And as always, the actual one, I am Mr. Gigi, and I am out.
This is the story of the Lone Ranger played by Pedro Pascal, unexpectedly taking charge of a weird, alien-looking creature with magical blood and tasked with transporting it safely across a hostile world. Why is there The Last of Us footage playing as I speak? Oh, damn it, this is the wrong script. Hold on. Let me just pull up the Mandalorian one. Yep, okay, here we go. This is the story of the Lone Ranger played by Pedro Pascal, unexpectedly taking charge of a weird alien-looking creature with magical blood and tasked with transporting it safely across a hostile galaxy. I always wanted to like The Mandalorian.
Oh no, my friend. This is a mistake, a terrible mistake. They've gone too far. This is madness.
From its inception, it's been occasionally optimistic, fundamentally unserious, almost always a bit careless, and usually quite good fun. Coming off the back of the profound disaster of the sequel trilogy, here was a show that had few pretensions, no delusions of grandeur, no desire to stamp its mark and the mark of its creators on the galaxy it was set in. We live in an age where not being an evil shit counts as a pleasant relief, and so it's impossible to separate The Mandalorian's early success from the epic disaster of what came so soon before it. That early success disproves the lie that Star Wars fans are impossible to please. Mando is full of glaring flaws, including in its lore and its world building, which are superficially at least supposed to be its strengths. It's a show designed for people who aren't paying it complete attention, something to have on while you're doing something else. The show's initial success in depicting the Star Wars galaxy in something like a recognizable form, with all its charming variety, is itself a kind of distraction. A fan base desperate to inhabit that galaxy again has been invited back into it, and our minds have been left to wander off as Mando's, I suppose we have to call it Mando's plot, holds at most half of our attention. The more attention you do pay to Season 1, and especially to Season 2, the less enjoyable the show becomes. Why, after seeing a flashback to Mando's childhood during the Clone Wars, do we then cut to a scene of the Armorer telling him with mystical vagueness about this mythical set of people known as Jedi, as though they weren't intimately involved in the war we just saw? Why does Mando always make the worst possible decisions, using the best weapons in the worst moments and the worst weapons in the best moments? Why does he always forget that he has a spaceship in those situations where it would be incredibly useful for him to have remembered that he has a spaceship? Why go through the trouble of explaining the history of a town like Mos Pelago, only then for the expositor to tell us that they knew about the crate dragon that's currently destroying said town before they built the town on top of it? How and why the tracking fobs work unfailingly throughout Season 1, only then to disappear and never be mentioned again, despite how fantastically useful and easily distributed they used to be, and so on, and so on. There are several examples from every single episode of this show, and the number of these errors tends to increase with the later episodes. But many liked the show despite these flaws, and many more were and are determined to like it whatever its flaws, because it represents a superficial turn toward the halcyon days of Star Wars. A stumbling turn, to be sure, looking over your shoulder through clouded eyes, probably a bit drunk, memory most definitely hazy, but yeah, it's nostalgic enough. An innocent show for a more civilized age. Its flaws are irksome though, because so many of them, in season 1 at least, were fundamentally sloppy, careless, and needless. True narrative flaws occur where writers write themselves into positions where they cannot but utilize a ridiculous contrivance to solve it. There are true narrative flaws in Mando, but I don't think they constitute the majority of its errors. The majority could be solved by characters simply not uttering stupid lines, or by a slight tweak to the setup to better marry cause with consequence, or by having Mando take different and more sensible actions to achieve the same result. That being the case, the flaws are both more frustrating and, to a sympathetic audience, more forgettable. They're frustrating because they are so easy to fix, and they're forgettable because, fuck it, we're not really paying attention to this show, are we? At least it looks a little bit like Star Wars. Each episode of the show has tended to have a clear enough idea of where it's wanted to go, but they've seldom been especially fussed about how they've got there. Hence nonsensical contrivances to manufacture fight scenes and set pieces. IG-11, appearing from nowhere to pick up the baby he's supposed to nurse and protect, and then driving them both straight into the midst of a few hundred stormtroopers. That's a pretty good example. Hence also filler dialogue that, through mere carelessness, just happens to contradict itself and everything around it, and so on, and so on. The writing process for each episode of this show seems to be, this is where we are, this is where we want to end, how do we make this happen? I don't know, how about we have Mando try and use a face scanner while wearing his fucking helmet? Yeah, that's cool, that'll do. The show as a whole, however, has never been quite so clear on its premise or on its destination. Hence many of its constituent inspirations, buddy cop, lone ranger, family adventure, competing with each other. Some of season 1's strongest moments were Mando's self-sacrificial attempts to save Grogu, since this affords him the semblance of much-needed character and motive. Some of season 1's strongest moments were also his solo missions, with the prison ship adventure coming most readily to mind. But the show struggled to marry these two approaches. The prison ship was only possible because they literally locked Baby Yoda in a cupboard for the duration. Mando's self-sacrificial moments only came about because he inexplicably brought Baby Yoda along for whatever that particular ride might have been, making the need for his self-sacrifice seem all too often very convenient. The show couldn't be both a series of standalone adventures following a simple guy trying to make his way in the universe and a continuous story made of interconnecting arcs and journeys, but it tried to be both, and this created problems. You get the sense it was sold on the basis of its premise, but its unexpected success shackled it to a purpose it was never meant to fulfill, which is why its narrative issues stack up the longer the show goes on. It was simply never meant to tell this kind of story in this kind of way. These all being criticisms, it's worth highlighting a couple of things deserving of qualified praise, because, hey, I just hate everything, you see? I never praise anything by comparison, or praise the specific bits of otherwise bad shows that actually work. Mando has always had a pretty strong cast of recurring characters. Colourful, mostly well performed, oftentimes quite charming, with personalities and backstories that either distracted from, or highlighted, the lack of the same in its protagonist, depending on your tastes and viewing habits. Grief Karga, Cara Dune, and Season 1's Ugnaught Quill stand out, while Botox Karen has the advantage of carrying in a lot of character work done in other shows. Not a point of praise for The Mandalorian, admittedly, but contributing to the vague sense that the character does actually belong in this universe and has something like a history here. Its recurring ancillary characters, though not especially deep, they seldom need to be, also add colour and personality and selectively charm to the universe. They often seem like people you would expect to see in a Star Wars production. If that sounds like the faintest of all possible praise, oh my, this character kind of has a personality, well, consider everything else Star Wars has done in the Disney era. Hell, we got through 3 feature films without ever establishing a personality for most of the protagonists. Other characters had significant potential, though that was wasted to varying degrees. Werner Herzog's villainous turn as the Client, in particular, who gave us something almost interesting in his ideological defense of the Empire.
The Empire improves every system it touches, judged by any metric. Safety, prosperity, trade, opportunity, peace.
Only for the much more boilerplate, sinister disappointment of Moff Gideon to cut him down for no very good reason in the preamble to Season 1's most nonsensical battle sequence. But in both cases, you get the sense that the vague idea of a character is there. There was the sketch or the outline of an intriguing villain. The flaw then is not in the intent, but in the delivery. This can't really be said of the main cast, however, where several fragments of competing ideas struggle for dominance and none really establishes itself. Stronger side characters and weaker protagonists is a weird and not uncommon trait in modern media. Mando works up to a point because he is a blank protagonist. It more or less demands that the audience read motive and purpose onto him because, for all his blathering about the code, his relationships really have very little grounding. You and I can sit here and say, well, he immediately falls for Baby Yoda because of his foundling backstory, I guess, because he sees the resemblance to his own past. This is what turns a ruthless, cold-hearted mercenary into a loving surrogate father. But we'd be doing quite a lot of work on the writer's part here. It would require a conscious deployment of good faith in interpretation, because if you look at it as a critic, at what the show actually establishes, you have to acknowledge that Mando's pre-show character is at best loosely implied, and his character switch in Season 1, Episode 1 is from something ill-defined to something conveniently plastered on. From what, why, and to what end? Throughout Season 1, the show didn't so much struggle to answer these questions as it blithely skirted them entirely. We don't really know who Mando is. We can't really trace the origin of his attachments. He doesn't really have a personality. While Grogu's character is cute, his personality is cute, the origin of all of these things is cute, and everything he does is done to be cute. Otherwise, we're told he's about 50 years old, but that species grow at different rates, meaning that he's still a baby. Except where the show requires him to be more intelligent than a baby, in which case he can understand complex instructions and handle complex tasks. Until the show requires that he's a baby again, in which case he reverts. Species grow at different rates indeed. Some of them grow and regress several times within a half-an-hour episode, apparently. Continuing on the theme of qualified praise, there is, of course, lots of fan service across Seasons 1 and 2. Obvious nostalgia bait, but it was usually unobtrusive and, by and large, it fit the present-day world it was depicting. Early on. Pit droids on Tatooine are there because that's their job. The Jawas act as Jawas act where Jawas are supposed to act. An AT-ST falling into the hands of a militia is the believable consequence of a collapsing and retreating empire, even if the way they went about taking that down was, typically, the longest and least sensible of all the strategies they had at their disposal. But in the show's earlier stages, this all contributed to the distraction watching I mentioned at the top. It did feel, for the most part, like a faithful enough depiction of the galaxy we've all wanted to go back to, contributing to our immersion and helping us avoid paying attention to the writing. This gradually declined into obtrusive nostalgia bait, however. Replacing the Razor Crest, the ideal bounty hunting ship, with an N1 starfighter is like force-feeding fans member berries with a blunderbuss. It was lovely to see it, sure, but it's so spectacularly unsuited to his life and his job. Of course, seeing Grogu stick his head out of the top is cute, great for merchandising, but it actively subordinates the fictional world to real-world sales pitches, and thus harms the immersion that was once the show's strength. This kind of thing gets worse the longer the show goes on, and as we'll shortly see, becomes completely ridiculous as we enter Season 3. And yet, all that being said, the show has consistently brilliant visuals, superb production value, an innovative score, some brilliant and even iconic design work. Ultimately, it doesn't lack the ingredients for success. If anything, it has, or it's had, too many, and the chef has been too incompetent to make a proper meal of all of that. Mando began with an intriguing premise, it had money, it had heart, it had, presumably, the best intentions, but eventually a premise has to be turned into a story, and that is where everything goes wrong with this show. In part, this is because The Mandalorian spends so long on its side quests and filler episodes that its main arc, such as it is, doesn't have the time or occur with the frequency required to establish itself. The vast majority of any given season is little more than filler. Again, its premises and its inspirations compete with each other, they do not align. Mando the Bounty Hunter is supposed to conflict with Mando the Surrogate Father in-universe, but in fact, he conflicts with him out-universe. The attempt to balance these two concepts and approaches is responsible for a huge amount of the narrative and writing flaws displayed across the first two seasons. The close of Season 2 presented a chance to finally rectify this. Luke's implausible appearance and his decision to take and train Grogu ought to have been the point of departure. Grogu's arc is done, at least for now. At last, we can focus on whatever Mando's purpose is. But then, the Book of Boba Fett happened. A lot of the criticism of Grogu's return to Mando in the Book of Boba Fett is simply that this event, which is pivotal to the events of one show, in fact took place in another. That's certainly unconventional, but I don't consider it bad in its own right, not necessarily. If the ambition is to create or to recreate a shared, expanded universe, having the stories set within it overlap can be a good thing, Since both Boba and Mando are Disney Plus shows, you don't have the access problems presented by, for example, Marvel's attempts to overlap its cinematic and its streaming productions. If you can watch The Mandalorian, you can watch The Book of Boba Fett, and vice versa, for no extra cash. The problem, though, is that these two things must then be written as one production, not as two separate ones, with a bonus arc to tie them together. And The Mandalorian has trouble presenting itself as one production. The worst of all worlds sees, in fact saw, a long, tedious, comically inept and largely irrelevant Boba Fett show that alienated its audience long before it presented us with the information vital to understanding the next season of The Mandalorian. Asking people to sit through hours of dances with Tuskens, to suffer the pointless plot of Boba, just for the brief payoff of Mando and Grogu's reuniting is, put politely as possible, not a good plan. The rest of the season being equal parts irritating and unintentionally comical and bafflingly redundant, more or less invited the fan base to skip The Book of Boba Fett, only to return to the much more popular Mandalorian, or so we thought then, having missed a vital piece of what passes for its story. For anyone who justifiably passed over Boba, Mando's second chapter ends with his ship destroyed and Grogu gone, and his third chapter begins with a new ship and Grogu back, with the most consequential actions happening during the intermission. If you were then to go back and watch The Book of Boba Fett with a mind to catching up on what you missed, you would likely bail anyway after the first couple of episodes because an intermission is preferable. At least you get to take a shit rather than watching shit on the screen. Like The Mandalorian's episodes of The Book of Boba Fett both look and feel so very different from the rest of the production, and taken in isolation form a much more natural beginning to Mando's Season 3 than the one we actually get, only lends more weight to the suggestion that that was the original intent, and that those episodes were lifted from their planned running order and pasted in to bolster a flagging Boba Fett show. One of the problems dogging The Mandalorian since its inception has been that its consequential episodes are few and far between, the bulk of any given season being filler, and so the trade-off for boosting an irredeemable Boba Fett show is that Mando's third season was stripped of its consequential beginning. Instead, it debuts with more filler, something that's become less forgivable and more irksome the longer the show has limped on. What made Season 1 a curiosity and Season 2 a bit of a slog has, by Season 3, come to seem at best careless, and at worst as though the writers have taken the show's popularity for granted. And that's just one small part of the wealth of evidence the prosecution can muster, as we will shortly see. Because it's not just that Favreau and co. are taking liberties with our time, it's that their scripts have become so staggeringly careless, even by the standards of a very careless show, that you'd be forgiven for feeling a bit insulted. Who do these hacks think they are? What do they take me for? It's not to credit the writers that they've tried to smooth the gap between Mando and the Book of Boba Fett by reducing the former to the latter's low level. None of which is to say that the show is hateable. It isn't, far from it. It's still kind of enjoyable, just not for the right reasons. In Season 1, you could occasionally laugh with as well as at the show. You can still laugh at the show, and in the modern media landscape, that probably does count for something. One of the biggest reasons for Mando's relative popularity at the start is that even at its worst, it's always been a bit fun. It's never been too serious. It's never felt evil or consciously destructive. It doesn't give the impression that it hates its fans or the universe it's set in or the franchise it's a part of, any more than a sincere but catastrophically written bit of fan fiction gives the sense that its author actually hates the thing that they're unintentionally parodying. Mando remains kind of fun, still makes you suspect that its heart is in the right place. It's just that its brain has been distracted to the point of dementia. As and when the series shuffles off this mortal coil, I don't think we'll look back on it as we did The Last Jedi and conclude that it hated its own existence and that of its fans. But the longer it goes on, the more these fans will get the sense that they've been taken for granted, and that their goodwill was squandered by lazy writers who were capable of much better, but couldn't be asked to show it. And Star Wars fans are so impossibly hard to please that so many for so long were satisfied with the simple combination of superficiality and vague good intentions. Now then, since this little overview of the show's recent past has inevitably brought us up to the present, I suppose it is probably about time we review what Season 3 has given us so far. So, strap yourselves in. It's quite a ride. The Disney Plus subheading for Season 3 Episode 1 is The Mandalorian Begins an Important Journey, prompting anyone still watching to exclaim, "What, another one?" You might think, given what we've already said about the natural beginning of this season occurring halfway through the Book of Boba Fett, and given that this episode absolutely requires the viewer to be familiar with those events in order to understand the premise, that the obligatory flashbacks in the introduction would cover, well, those events. But that would make an awful lot of sense, and this is an episode of The Mandalorian, so naturally it's not quite what we get. Instead, we get flashbacks to IG-11's death at the close of Season 1, to Grief Karga's rebuilt city on Navarro, to Mando's first meeting with Botox Karen, and then, finally, to the other bit of very important information from Boba Fett. Mention of Mando's excommunication and the task he has to undertake, bathing in the living waters beneath the ruins of Mandalore to earn his repentance. So already we're left with a slightly confusing mess. Various snippets of information. We can assume that the flashback to the blacksmith sending him off on his quest is the important journey this episode is supposedly beginning. Though of course this episode isn't beginning that at all, because that began in the flashback to the Book of Boba Fett. Of the rest, we've been reminded that Botox Karen exists and that Navarro is a place, and that IG-11 blew himself up way back in Season 1. Some of these clips seem more obviously relevant than others. Yes, it's good to be reminded of the other characters.
Welcome to my channel.
Will go on to play some kind of role in Season 3, but what of the droid? What possible relevance could that have, you might wonder? The answer is absolutely none, so naturally we will spend most of this episode pursuing that. These flashbacks not having established all that much, the writers evidently felt the need to manufacture some pretext for filling in the Book of Boba Fett-sized hole in its own narrative. So we open with the armorer in a cave on a new sandy planet, smelting some of that incredibly rare Beskar that she's always smelting in every scene in which she features, leaving us to wonder just how the hell she keeps getting a hold of it. She's making a helmet for a young Mandalorian recruit played by Jimmy Kimmel's nephew, nepotism being the only force more powerful than the Force in this galaxy far, far away. I praised the production values in the introduction, and I'm sure I will praise them again throughout this video, but it's worth pointing out here that the Mandalorian helmets look pretty naff in this scene and in their subsequent scenes. The old beaten up and battered ones work pretty well, and Mando's shiny chrome dome looks cool enough and imposing and all the rest, but a good proportion of those we see in our reintroduction to the covert here look far too new, their matte-coloured paintwork befitting something from Power Rangers, not this show. There are plenty of ways to go about fixing this. The new helmets could have a rougher hue, more flaws and imperfections from substandard ore, for example. Their paint jobs could be, less shit. As it is, they look like something you'd pick up off the shelf at a toy store. And given this is Star Wars, you probably can. What we're seeing here is an initiation ceremony. Jimmy Kimmel's nephew is old enough to join their ranks, so he's been given his helmet. This makes the Mandalorians basically the opposite of the Jews, I guess. And made to recite the creed, swearing on the ancestors and all that. And then, suddenly, a crocodile, which is not the last time this show will do suddenly monster to move itself along. There are a few things to note about this. In the first place, it begs the question, just how long have they been here? It's implied here and later that they've been ensconced in this little cave for quite some time, in which case, did they not know that their ceremonial lake was inhabited by giant prehistoric munching monsters? The blacksmith detecting its approach would imply they did know this, though you'd think they might then have chosen to relocate somewhere away from Lake Placid for the sake of the children. Oh, and this is only the second most ridiculous monster-related plot point across these first 4 episodes. It gets considerably worse later. In the second place, you'll note that Jimmy Kimmel's nephew, who I guess we'll call the Nepolorian, is a child and not an especially tall one, and he's been standing in water that comes up to his knees. You will also note that Crocodilosaurus here is, what, 20 feet tall? So how then could it remain fully submerged until mere inches away from where the small child is standing? Is there some sort of underwater cliff just behind the boy? I mean, that would make some superficial sense, though Croc Boy here would then have crashed into that cliff, so no, that still wouldn't have worked. Then, in the third place, and as is a consistent theme for this show, why the hell do these trained soldiers and mercenaries, many of whom have jetpacks and all of whom have used ranged weapons, decide the best way to tackle this amphibious toothy twat is to run toward it and fire at it from feet away from its huge death mouth? Why? Why, for fuck's sake, does one of them try to use a flamethrower at this watery wanker? Why do they decide to fly up and place bombs on its clearly armored back rather than its clearly less armored sides and belly? Why the fuck did they fire rope darts at a 50-ton giant monster? What exactly did they think they would achieve by doing this? The thing must weigh like 60 times more than all of them put together. They're not going to pull it. Ugh, it's probably the worst tactic you could possibly have deployed. So obviously it's the one they go for. And it's not as though the writers here have the excuse that they're new to all of this. The exact same trick was tried in the battle against the Great Dragon in Season 2, though there with the added nonsense of the Tuscans not letting go of the ropes when it started yanking them around.
No, you're still holding on! Let go!
It was incredibly dumb then, it is incredibly dumb now. What you want to do when attacked by a giant, slow, ground-bound dinosaur is get away from it and shoot it from a distance. Something that's very easy to accomplish if you're wearing a jetpack. But no, they persist in standing right next to it and shooting at it ineffectually as it waddles around until, finally, Mando shows up in his N1 and torpedoes it, killing it instantly and sending guts flying everywhere. Toys need to be sold, so then Baby Yoda sticks his head up from the dome. By the way, you might be wondering, I wonder what they will do with this huge carcass that's lying in front of their cave that's far too big for them to move. Well, the answer is nothing. It's just going to disappear later and nothing more needs to be said about that. This predictably insane action sequence dispensed with, the show now has a chance to redo the scene setting that the Book of Boba Fett stole from it. The blacksmith tells Mando that he removed his helmet, so he is no longer a Mandalorian. Mando says the Creed teaches about redemption. She replies that it's no longer possible because Mandalore has been destroyed. He puts a trinket on the table, with a Mandalorian inscription on it, explaining that he was given it by some Jawas who got it from a traveler who said he had visited Mandalore, which suggests that the planet might not be all glass and poison gas after all. So if he goes there and bathes in the waters, he can be redeemed after all. The armorer says, yep, and so off he goes. Now the problem with this scene is that it's necessary out-universe, because no sane person stuck with the Book of Boba Fett all the way through. It's not necessary in-universe, because they've already had this conversation. Mando learns nothing new here. He isn't given new information or a new task or new tools or new context. He's not gained anything by returning to the covert to replay the conversation he had had in the other show. The armorer gains new information, Mando showing her the trinket that, fittingly for this show, seems to have just been spawned in his backpack off screen because fuck the setup, I guess. But she doesn't need this new information either. Condensed, the conversation has Mando show up and say, that thing you told me before, that's the thing I need to do, isn't it? She says, yes. He says, and I can do it, can't I? She says, I guess you can. And then he leaves. We are now more than a quarter of the way through the opening episode of this season, and absolutely nothing has been achieved. We could have sat watching Mando have a fag for 10 minutes, then get to his feet and say, I guess I'd better be off then. That is the same depth of content. At a push, the mention of Mandalore's poisoned atmosphere might count as new information, but, well, no, it doesn't actually justify the rest of the episode, but it is what the show considers to be set up for the rest of the episode. The problem is, Mando already knows the rumors about the poison in the atmosphere. He didn't need to return to the blacksmith to have this confirmed to him, or to receive it as new information. So no, actually, there is no way in universe that this isn't just a pointless rehash of a conversation he has already had. Off to a great start, I'm sure you'll agree. Now, I mentioned that the show thinks the little snippet of info about the poisoned atmosphere excuses the rest of this episode. Why does the show think that? Well, because Mando concludes that to test whether the atmosphere is indeed poisoned, he will need a droid. We'll learn in a later episode that he doesn't need a droid after all, but the writers haven't written that bit yet, so for now, this is what they're going to go with. If unwisely you paid attention during previous seasons, you would know that Mando began with a severe dislike for droids, thanks to his childhood experiences in the Clone Wars. It's a premise the show could have done rather a lot with, but unfortunately that became inconvenient to the plot, so the writers decided to do away with it and have Mando be fine with droids after all.
Sorry, gang! Come on! You know he doesn't like droids!
May as well let them have at it. The crest needs a good once-over.
Oh, so he likes droids now.
This is called a character arc. However, discarding this part of his backstory because it had become inconvenient has itself now become inconvenient. So Mando can't just use any droid for the job we'll later discover he doesn't need a droid for in the first place. Oh no, he needs a droid that he can trust. And this is why the recap at the beginning showed us IG-11. Because, though that droid absolutely obliterated itself to buy time for their escape, and hasn't been seen since for the understandable reason that it no longer exists, it's also the only droid in the entire galaxy that Mando trusts. So we're off to Navarro to retrieve it. even though it doesn't exist anymore. Some significant time has passed since we were last with all of these characters. I believe Favreau suggested Baby Yoda has spent years training with Luke in the Book of Boba Fett, which, I mean, I guess okay then? Anyway, in that time, Navarro has turned into a lovely, thriving little spaceport. Its main export would appear to be Easter eggs, since the walk through the streets is absolutely full of them. Cook droids, those salacious crumb things, quirky alien musicians, TV droids from the Coruscant Senate chamber, etc. We come upon a statue dedicated to IG-11, which is already suspiciously convenient. No one else on this planet witnessed his sacrifice. It can't have any reputation at all. And even if the statue was erected on the sole orders of Greef Karga, who never evinced much care for the droid in the 5 minutes of screen time they shared, the rest of the population must be a little bit nonplussed to see a statue to this unknown droid given pride of place in their high street. Hell, it would be even more suspiciously convenient if it turned out the statue was actually made of the top half of IG-11, not least because the entire thing was so clearly destroyed in Season 1, and the whole point of the self-destruct function, as it repeatedly told us, was to prevent precisely this thing from happening.
Manufacturer's protocol dictates I cannot be captured. I must self-destruct.
Do not self-destruct.
But that would all be completely absurd, wouldn't it? So no, I'm sure it won't happen. It's the Mandalorian, it definitely will happen. We're reintroduced to Greef, which now I say that, yeah, that's a meta comment, isn't it? We're reintroduced to Greef Karga. He's a magistrate now, a high magistrate on Navarro, and he's invited Mando in to catch up on old times. There's a construction boom, he tells us, there's money to be made. Mando helped the town once, so in return, Greef offers him land and a big house, that sort of thing. Mando says, nah, because, you know, here's another recap for the Book of Boba Fett, for your benefit, audience.
It's complicated. I completed my quest. He returned to me. I removed my helmet, and now I'm an apostate.
And then they're interrupted by a protocol droid who informs them that suddenly, pirates. The pirates spend some minutes attempting to gain access to a school because they think it's a pub, which might have elicited a brief smirk, except that they then continue to demand that they be allowed to drink in the school, and they continue, and they continue, and it goes from being a joke into becoming an extended standoff scene, even though they know it's a school, and even though Greef's invited them to drink back in his office, but no, we needed the standoff, so here's the manufactured pretext. On we go, and on we go. The pirates are upset that Greef won't do business with them anymore. He tells them to go back and tell their captain that Navarro, which notably lacks any security guards whatever, is no longer friendly to the pirates, thereby, you might think, putting a big fat crosshairs on his entire community. A shootout ensues, and Mando kills most of the pirates. They now have an additional grudge against this magistrate and his entirely defenseless town. Not only has he slagged them off and rejected them, he's also seen a bunch of them killed. All save one of them, in fact. Now, I spotted this problem on my first watch, as I was watching, and I have no notable history as a criminal navigating the intergalactic black market. You've just told these heavily armed and angry pirates that your defenseless town hates them and won't do business with them. So, you'd surely have spotted the danger you've just put yourself in. Obviously, you're a sitting duck, a fat sitting duck. The one thing you wouldn't want is for word to get back to the pirate captain, because if it did, he would come back and rape, kill, and eat that duck, and not necessarily in that order. So what does hardened, world-wide, formerly ruthless criminal and bounty guild head Greef Karga say to the one surviving pirate? He kills him, right? To stop word of his vulnerability reaching the captain? No, he doesn't, because that would make sense. Instead, he explicitly instructs the surviving pirate to go back and tell his captain what's just happened, and that the town is respectable now, so fuck you up the barnacles. Yes, he lets him go, with all of that information, basically inviting the pirates back to raid the town. Mando, to his slight credit, does think this is an odd decision as well. He asks, "Are you sure you want to go?" And Greef replies,
"You'll let it be known that Navarro is respectable now, and not to be trifled with."
You fucking moron, that's insane! He knows the town's undefended, because only after he's let the pirate go does he turn to Mando and say he needs a marshal. This is the show's opportunity, by the way, to gently move beyond the unpleasant Gina Carano stuff. Marshal Cara Dune has been vicariously Rose
Welcome to my channel.
She can't come because she's off doing super secret things with the special forces. I make no comment on that old controversy because, frankly, I lack the time or the will, and there's too much to criticize in the show itself. Like, for example, Greef letting the pirate go while knowing his town is undefended. Like, for example, the fact he only offers Mando the job of protecting the town after he lets the pirate go. Like, for example, that in the previous scene, he offers...
Oh, fuck. Mladi ima najbolji posao na svetu. Verovatno. Boca vode? Ne.
Offered Mando a plot of land with the express promise that he would be able to, and I quote,
"You can settle down, you can hang up your blaster, live off the fat of the land."
It's a peculiar show that wastes an entire episode nominally trying to revive an ancillary character from 2 seasons ago, while being unable to remember what its own characters were saying 2 seconds ago. But I guess that's why Jon Favreau gets paid the big bucks. Mando says nah again because he's too busy, effectively repeating the conversation the show forgot took place 2 seconds ago. Only for Greef to say, apologies, I didn't know you were here on business, even though that was pretty clearly the conclusion of that conversation the show forgot took place 2 seconds ago.
I appreciate the offer, but I have some matters to look after.
Lest we forget why we're here, we are very conveniently standing beneath the IG-11 statue, again. And Mando explains that he needs him back. Greef correctly points out that IG-11 was destroyed, but Mando points to the statue and says, these are his parts, are they not? So, just for your benefit, guys, and, if I could for his as well, let me just play IG-11's death scene again. The one we saw a flashback to in the introductory recap.
Manufacturer's protocol dictates I cannot be captured. I must be destroyed.
There were, quite clearly, no parts left to salvage. That was the point of the self-destruct mechanism to begin with. But even accepting that the show has retroactively dialed down the force of the explosion, how did Mando know this? When he last saw IG-11, it was walking through molten lava and then it exploded. How the fuck could he have known in advance that bits of IG-11 survived and were kept and were made into a statue? Usable bits, the most important bits. That's 3 massively implausible assumptions to make. What if none of that had been true? What if only half of it had been true? What if the only surviving part had been one of his fingers? Well, he'd have had to use another droid, wouldn't he? Which he'd have been fine with, because the show dispensed with those trust issues ages ago. It's just that it forgot about that. But Greef says, fine. So they dismantle the statue and start trying to fix it. Which Mando can kind of do, actually. It turns out it's as simple as hot wiring a car. So you're telling me that they cared enough about the droid to turn it into a statue, but not to even try and turn it back on? Okay then. It doesn't quite go to plan, alas. IG-11 reverts to its pre-nursing days and tries to execute the bounty on Baby Yoda again, giving us a brief Terminator reference. Mando, who offed the droid pretty easily in Season 1, Episode 1 with a single blaster bolt to the head, is conveniently incapable of shooting it in the head this time, because otherwise, we couldn't have got the Terminator reference in. But then a protocol droid knocks the statue over and crushes its head, giving Mando the chance to deploy a James Bond tier quip.
Now that's using your head.
So it's busted again. However, and to use Greef's words, fortunately, the planet has attracted a bunch of Babu fricks.
Taking one last look, sir, at my...
who are famously the finest droidsmiths in the galaxy. So they take IG-11 to them. The fricks say they can't fix it because the memory circuit's broken, so Mando tells them to put in a new one. Which forces us to ask, as if we hadn't several times already, why? You wanted this droid specifically because you trusted it, even you got over the trust issues ages ago. You revived it once, and it defaulted to murderbot settings. You've just been told its memory circuit is completely broken. Now, I'm no Babu Frick, but if you have to replace most of its body and all of its mind, it's not really the same droid, is it, Mando? This isn't some droid of Theseus paradox. The whole reason you're insisting on getting the old IG-11 back is that you want the old IG-11 back. You've already pranged it once because it had the wrong memories and so wasn't the same droid, and you're now proposing to replace its entire memory core, which might turn it into some anodyne factory settings assassin droid. But then, if you wanted an anodyne factory settings assassin droid, you could have just bought one, you metallic moose. Do you get the sense that maybe, just perhaps, the episode is, I don't know, filler? The Babu fucks reach the same conclusion, and so Mando offers to find a new memory circuit. They say that, yep, they could fix it with a new memory circuit, though they're very hard to find because they don't make them anymore. Just buy a new droid, for God's sake. But no, we are off now on a side quest so we can get the part we need to complete the side quest we started at the beginning of the episode, which was necessary to complete the side quest that we need to complete to get back to the main quest that we learned about in the Book of Boba Fett. Great writing. Flying away from the planet, Mando and Grogu get ambushed by the pirates. In case we missed that they were pirates all those many times they were specifically referred to as pirates, one of them goes all piratey, briefly, and announces himself by saying,
"Avast, Mandalorian."
Avast. Which is a peculiar decision, as they don't otherwise speak like pirates at all, and you kind of think the writers just should have decided on one or the other. Either you pirate these guys up to 11, or you don't. You don't just throw in the odd, very piratey word, and otherwise present them as generic goons. A space battle follows that looks very pretty as you would expect, though it's also something of a conundrum. There's a whole, rich, undefended town down on the surface. The pirates have detected that its only defender, who only showed up by chance anyway, is now leaving that planet. If you're the pirates, do you A, swoop down on this now defenseless town and loot and plunder and pillage to your heart's content, or do you B, wait to ambush the sole defender as he's leaving the planet? If you picked A, congratulations. Not only would you make a better pirate than these chucklefucks, you're also smarter than these disgustingly well-paid writers. If you picked B, you are a moron, and these disgustingly well-paid writers might even hire you. Mando takes out most of the pirate fighters in a generally impressive visual display, albeit one that was crying out for a soundtrack redolent of the asteroid chase in Empire, but that never even threatened to emerge. But the last remaining fighter baits Mando into the path of the Flying Dutchman, where the Mandalorian's own player on Davy Jones is waiting on a ship that looks suspiciously like a reskinned version of the Super Star Destroyer Eclipse from the old expanded universe. Mando has previously informed us that Davy Jones specializes in hijacking and such, so you'd think that perhaps his capital ship might have come equipped with tractor beams and other snaring and snagging devices that would make hijacking possible to begin with. But because the plot needs the ship to have no tractor beam, it has no tractor beam, and Mando activates his big engine and zooms away before the Flying Dutchman can fire on him. It's not clear as yet whether Davy Jones will recur as a villain in this season, though he doesn't reappear in any of the 4 episodes we'll be reviewing today. We await with breath that is whatever the opposite of bated is. Now, we were off on a side quest to a side quest to a side quest to find the new memory circuit for IG-11. But rather than go straight there, wherever there is, the show seems to think that we now need to be reminded that Botox Karen exists, because we saw her in the recap at the beginning, but she's not had a scene yet. So instead of going off to the side quest, to the side quest, to the side quest, we make a brief detour to another side quest as Mando flies off to Botox Karen's castle on a planet in the Mandalorian system to have a brief chat. She's sitting all alone in the big old castle because, as she huffily informs us, all her followers abandoned her after Mando took the Darksaber. You know, all the followers that she had before she had the Darksaber. Yeah, they abandoned her because she continued to not have the Darksaber. Reasons. Why do we find all this out? Well, because Mando has come here to join her. To join her faction. Why? Fuck knows, but he has. This is her opportunity then to bitch about her followers leaving her and such. They stole the stolen fleet and went off to be mercenaries all across the galaxy, meaning, you'd think, we'll get a long reuniting the clans subplot at some point in this season, though again, we don't get much more than a hint of that across the first 4 episodes. The scene is an excuse for some Mando lore exposition, albeit quite clunkily deployed. Mando himself has come here to join her in her quest to retake Mandalore, even though his side quest was to find a droid to test the atmosphere of Mandalore, where he was going anyway, to make sure it's not poisonous, even though he doesn't need to. It's unclear why it should have suddenly occurred to him in this moment to try and join her before doing all of that, knowing that he has the Darksaber anyway, that she's previously explained was her only hope of completing the mission he's come here to join her on. And given he seemingly had no plans to do this until, well, right now actually. It's become so important to him that he ditched the side quest to come here. But then, would it not have occurred to her to check if the planet she wants to retake has been poisoned? Except that now she's decided it's all pointless anyway because the planet's been completely poisoned and destroyed.
Evo, čekaj, samo da javim na posad, ne ide.
Retake it, and why she's so pissed off that she can't. She dismisses Mando's care for the planet as mere superstition in the very scene where she's lamenting she can't uphold the superstition of uniting the Mandalorian clans by wielding the Darksaber. The show seems to recognize this slight contradiction. It actually has Mando tell her to make up her mind.
There's nothing magic about the mines of Mandalore. They supplied Beskar ore to our ancestors, and the rest is superstition. That planet has been ravaged, plundered, and poisoned.
You said that the curse was a lie. Make up your mind.
But she huffs and tells him where the mines are, so he leaves, promising to find out if the planet is really poisoned. In case what, we'd forgotten the premise for the episode? Yeah, the more you think about it, the more the word clunky just doesn't quite suffice. The whole scene is just very, very jarring. Internally, its characters flatly contradict their own past statements and beliefs. But even the scene's placement is weird. Wouldn't this have been a better first scene? Begin with him reaching out to Botox Karen, to be rebuffed, so then to resolve to carry on the mission alone, which sets him off on the stupid droid quest. Everything here seems distinctly disordered. Anyway, that's the end of episode 1, and believe it or not, it only gets significantly worse from here, so without any ado whatsoever, on we go to episode 2. This one is quite special in that it has the dubious distinction of having made me shout at the TV several times, and it takes quite a lot to make me do that, so let's begin. We're back on Tatooine. Yay! It's been so long! Our old friend Peli Motto, yes she has a name, is scamming a Rodian. It's Boonta Eve, which you'll remember from episode 1, possibly. Mando turns up with Baby Yoda in the cockpit, posing the question, how does he get from his little bubble dome into the cockpit? But then if we start asking basic mechanical questions like that, we'll never get through the video, so let's park that for now. There's much more serious nonsense to discuss. Mando's here to pick up that memory circuit for IG-69. Pol Potto tells him that neither she nor the Jawas she fucks, I'm not joking but I wish I was,
They get me what I asked for in exchange. I let them pick through my dumpster.
can possibly find one, so why doesn't he buy this clunky old R5 droid instead? He says he can't take R5 because he needs one that can handle spelunking down in the mines while testing the air to see if it's poisonous. He also says he doesn't have room for it, even though he absolutely does, because that's what Grogu's merch dome is for, you moron. She says he can have it for half price, which doesn't get any of the serious issues preventing him from purchasing it. It can't spelunk, it's not good on adventures, he doesn't know it, so he doesn't trust it. Remember, we just had that whole episode that clearly established, pointlessly but clearly, that he could only possibly countenance taking one very specific droid, and that's why he's here to begin with? There's absolutely no way he can give up on IG-11 and take R5, so of course that's exactly what he does. Fucking... oh. Okay. This is the first time I shouted at the TV. This scene makes the entirety of the preceding episode absolutely fucking redundant. Why? Why even bother? Why go through the whole rigmarole of trying to fix IG-11, taking up an eighth of the entire season's fucks? I'm not joking, but... This one is quite special in that it has the dubious distinction of having made me shout at the TV several times, and it takes quite a lot to make me do that, so let's begin. We're back on Tatooine. Yay! It's been so long! Our old friend Peli Motto, yes she has a name, is scamming a Rodian. It's Boonta Eve, which you'll remember from episode 1, possibly. Mando turns up with Baby Yoda in the cockpit, posing the question, how does he get from his little bubble dome into the cockpit? But then if we start asking basic mechanical questions like that, we'll never get through the video, so let's park that for now. There's much more serious nonsense to discuss. Mando's here to pick up that memory circuit for IG-69. Pol Potto tells him that neither she nor the Jawas she fucks, I'm not joking but I wish I was,
They get me what I asked for in exchange. I let them pick through my dumpster.
can possibly find one, so why doesn't he buy this clunky old R5 droid instead? He says he can't take R5 because he needs one that can handle spelunking down in the mines while testing the air to see if it's poisonous. He also says he doesn't have room for it, even though he absolutely does because that's what Grogu's merch dome is for, you moron. She says he can have it for half price, which doesn't fix any of the serious issues preventing him from purchasing it. It can't spelunk, it's not good on adventures, he doesn't know it, so he doesn't trust it. Remember we just had that whole episode that clearly established, pointlessly but clearly, that he could only possibly countenance taking one very specific droid, and that's why he's here to begin with? There's absolutely no way he can give up on IG-11 and take R5, so of course that's exactly what he does. Fucking... oh... Okay. This is the first time I shouted at the TV. This scene makes the entirety of the preceding episode absolutely fucking redundant. Why? Why even bother? Why go through the whole rigmarole of trying to fix IG-11, taking up an eighth of the entire season's runtime, only to have him now turn up on Tatooine and say, yeah, fuck it, I'll just take a different droid instead? Why would you do that? What were you thinking, Favreau? Did you even read your own script? So you revive Mando's distrust of droids in order to excuse him going to one specific planet to recover a droid that obliterated itself way back in season 1. You spend that entire episode piddling about with him trying to fix it. You clearly establish in Mando's mind that he can't take any other droid. You have him repeatedly told that the droid is broken. You have him go on not 1, not 2, but 3 side quests, each nominally geared toward him fixing this one specific droid. You then send him to Tatooine on one of those side quests where he's offered another droid, and he very clearly explains why the other droid isn't suitable, on top of all the reasons given in episode 1 for him not taking any other droid. You do all of that, and then you have him say, yeah, I guess I can take R5 after all. This is the narrative equivalent of attempted suicide. The script is literally attempting self-deletion before our very eyes. It's quite astonishing. This is why I'll insist that you don't even have to like The Mandalorian to acknowledge that season 3 is worse than 1 and 2. I don't recall any instance of the scripts for those 2 seasons actively trying to fuck each other in the way season 3 episode 2 fucks season 3 episode 1. It's like some weird nihilistic piece of performance art. How utterly pointless can this episode make the previous one? How much time can we persuade the fans to waste before they get sick of it? Are you okay, Jon Favreau? Is this some desperate attempt to get yourself fired? I would believe it, but then you're working under Kathleen Kennedy, so you must know that the only way to get yourself fired from a Star Wars project is to have a good idea. Bad ideas are fine. She'll give you a whole feature film for those. Holy Allah's invisible testes, Batman, this show. Whew. Okay, anyway, so with R5 installed in Grogu's old space pod, Mando is now off to the Mandalorian system again, meaning that he's gone from Navarro to the Mandalorian system to Tatooine and back to the Mandalorian system across 2 episodes. You could have inserted his visit to Botox Karen here. It would have made more sense, been much more efficient, could have panned out in the same futile way. You'd have just saved us time and Mando some fuel. Have him go to Navarro, then go to Tatooine, then go to visit her, and then go to Mandalore. It's just efficiency. But no. Off he goes, down into the atmosphere of Mandalore, bringing to mind Luke's descent to Dagobah through the clouds and the rain and such. The show must want us to believe that he's the first Mandalorian ever to try this since The Purge, which doesn't make a great deal of sense since his whole reason for being here to begin with is Mandalore's religious significance, and Botox Karen's followers all left her because she failed to uphold their religious prophecy. So do you mean to tell me that the planet is so significant that no one until Mando bothered even to drop a droid off to the surface to see if the planet is really as fucked as they think it is? I wouldn't buy it, except that I have to buy it if I'm going to stick with the show, so I guess, yeah, begrudgingly I'm gonna have to buy it. Mando takes the time to explain to us that the clouds in the atmosphere make off-world communications impossible.
Report. And make it quick, as I am short on time.
Captain, there's a fortune to be had, plundering the hyperspace slave.
From the surface, we won't be able to communicate with anyone out of atmosphere, so we have to be careful.
Liar!
We reach the surface, and he sends R5 to, and I quote,
We need you to scout ahead and analyze the atmosphere.
Mando, do you know, I mean, you do know, right? You know what an atmosphere is. The droid doesn't actually have to scout ahead for this bit. He can just do it from the ship because the atmosphere is kind of, you know, everywhere. You, semi-sentient creature viewing this video, might point out, well, the atmosphere in the mines might be different than the one on the surface, and you would be right to point this out, but the show hasn't bothered differentiating these things. And in any case, we're about to discover that it's not necessary to differentiate them because this entire subplot is it's pointless. R5 goes off to the mine entrance to take a sample, but disappears behind a rock and goes off scope. So, and yeah, this is the second time I yelled at the TV, so Mando decides to go out and have a look for him. He tells Grogu that he'll pressurize his helmet, so the whole atmosphere thing was fucking redundant to begin with. He'll pressure his helmet and go outside. He further tells Grogu to seal himself in his pod, which doesn't exist anymore because they took it out to install R5. He then goes for a wander, and the camera goes back to Grogu, who has not sealed himself in his non-existent pod, and is just looking out from the recently opened cockpit, meaning of course that if the air was toxic, he would now be dead. Meaning too, that if Mando, his surrogate father, had looked back even once to make sure he hadn't accidentally gassed his child, he'd not have needed to pressurize his helmet anyway. And by the way, if his helmet can filter out atmospheric toxins and such, can't it tell him if the atmosphere is toxic? And then he does look back, and he sees that Grogu hasn't sealed himself in the non-existent pod, and he sees moreover that he's very much not dead, and his response isn't, "Oh my god, I'm so happy you're alive." It's not even, "I thought I told you to seal yourself in your pod," or, I guess the atmosphere must be fine after all. No, it's,
"Don't worry, kid. I'll be right back."
It is this kind of shit that is going to guarantee writers are made unemployed by chatbot AIs. How do you cram so much self-defeating, contradictory nonsense into such a small space of time? By this point in my first viewing of this episode, I was firmly of the opinion that this entire season would actually be improved if you stripped all the dialogue out of it, because the dialogue can't even be relied upon to reference the things happening on the screen anymore. And you do have to wonder whether this isn't in part a consequence of Pedro Pascal being a lazy arsehat and dubbing in all his lines from the comfort of his living room, or wherever he does his recording these days, because surely, if you had actors speaking lines from the script while on the set, surely someone would have noticed that the lines don't match the actions and events? Surely on set, someone might have said, "Wait, but he just said seal yourself in your pod and he hasn't done that." Surely somebody would have fucking noticed that the episode appears to be working from two different drafts of the damned script. But no. Instead, we get this. Down in the mines, Mando gets accosted by some hairy creatures who might have clued him into the atmosphere not being toxic, but whatever, and he decides to give the Darksaber a run out, which is of course slow and difficult and altogether less efficient than almost any other weapon he has, but this is Mando, and he does nothing better than using the wrong weapon for the job. He beats them and rescues R5, and they go back to the ship. At this point, Mando actually stops Grogu from opening the cockpit until R5 confirms the air isn't toxic, even though he himself opened the cockpit just a couple of minutes ago without that data, and heedless of the fact that it might gas the little frog kid to death. Happily, R5 confirms that yes, the atmosphere is breathable, and this leads Mando to observe that Botox Karen was right. Mandalore isn't cursed, which means I now have to play you the clip from the first episode where she says exactly the fucking opposite. Oh my god.
There's nothing left. That planet has been ravaged, plundered, and poisoned.
Bo-Katan was right. Mandalore is not cursed.
Go away!
And so, For no discernible reason, this means that rather than leaving him in the safety of the ship, Mando can take Grogu down with him into the mines he knows to be inhabited by evil hairy monster things because this is the Mandalorian and this is just the kind of crazy shit that Mando does. I wonder if it'll somehow become relevant again later. They go further down and further down and further down. Mando is of course aware of the evil monsters and alert in case they stage another ambush. And so you might think that he'd turn on his heat-seeking predator vision thing that his helmet has that lets him detect heat sources and pretty much everything else because, you know, that would be the right decision. But because it would be the right decision, he of course does not, and instead turns on his helmet torch. Okay then, the mines are old and leaky. He tells us that the water leaking from the pipes will flow down to the mines and the living waters within, which is what you might call a soft problem, because it at least raises the possibility either that these waters are themselves living water, or else that the living waters have been so diluted by the spillage that they'll no longer be magical. But that does constitute a bit of a nitpick compared to the glaring holes in the rest of the plot, so we'll not linger on that. Finally, near the bottom of Moria, just before the bridge of Khazad-dûm, Mando gets ambushed by a curious machine creature that one presumes has just been lying in wait down here for, what, decades? Hoping that one day someone might come by that it can grab for its nefarious purposes. The subsequent segment is rather strange and horrific, because from inside the machine comes another machine creature, and for a minute I had the terrible suspicion that they had found some way to bring back General Grievous. It bears a superficial resemblance, it makes some of the similar noises, it even uses a similar weapon to the glow sticks we remember from Revenge of the Sith, but happily, I believe that to be mere resemblance and not a revival. Quite what it does down here and why is unclear, however. One can tentatively suppose it mostly feasts on the monsters, mostly, and yet it seems very well prepared for more heavily armed and armoured prey, and well equipped to deal with them. By deal with them I mean it injects Mando with some sort of sleepy serum, then trusses him up in a cage, and connects various tubes to him, and begins siphoning out his blood, but not before Grogu attempts to use the Force to free him and gets detected, meaning little Grogu scurries back to his egg, and then has to escape the mines. As with everything about Grogu, certainly everything about him when he has to move, it must surely be a conscious attempt at it's so bad it's good. And to be honest, I'm not wholly against it. People kicked up such a fuss about the overuse of CGI in the prequel trilogy, and CG Yoda's comparative lack of charm next to the puppet, the complaints about puppeteered Grogu must leave the creators wondering just how the hell they're supposed to win. For myself, I quite like the janky marionetting. I think they do add some distinctive old-timey charm and cutesiness to it, and to the extent it's supposed to look a bit funny, the fact it does in fact elicit the occasional laugh constitutes the rarest of things in this show, a job well done. Albeit, it does...
Nema. Sad ću sve da otvorim da pustim mačke.
Otvori. Zabušljivo ovdje. Mora da prdiš stav. A? Otvori čovječe, nemaš vazduha. A? A vi za pirka? Pirka.
Ti znaš da fabrika gdje radim je, znači, usred polja uljene repice. Svaki put se bena gušim kad idem i dolazim na posao. Znaš, šta bi ga masku donosi? Pa šta te boli briga? Nijednom ti to nisam rekao. Šta te boli briga? Bitno si došao gdje kažeš da se ja gušim ovdje.
A vidim da ti je nezagušljivo. Za mene je zagušljivo.
Onda otvori sve naše gore i
Ne promaje! Ne smiješ otvorat sva vrata.
Pitaj si došao gdje da soliš pamet.
A što je ovo? Ovo je kvarno. Kad si ovo?
Šta sam ovo? I pitaj Majku šta sam ovo.
Ne da ovo nazi iđo.
Pitaj šta sam ovo.
Ovo nazi, šta je ovo neko, sad bi radio neko pojačanje.
Pojačanje? Ne, nego to ne može da visi tako, znaš. Jedna sam ga zakačio sa 2 eksera, da ne padne dolje.
A dobro si to radi.
Pa ne znam šta da radim. Kabel je kratak. Ne postoji način da se to produži.
Imaš jogurta tamo ovo.
Dobro, možda će nešto da su jedan.
Pa je, znači u jednu je, kako se zove, ona suruska.
A to sam vidio da je plavo u suruska.
A i ovo je plava, a ono dolje puna je jogurt.
A šta ima nalepnicu na sebi?
A ima i ona, no. Ovo ti ono šodotku mora se pošeti.
Nisam ja vidio ti su. Ti mene dosta je
Tu si sivač onaj. Onaj, jesi ko sam ga napravio?
Ovaj jesam.
Kako slišao? I ga govata. Da ti otvoriš?
Ajde, napolje.
tone about something terrible when it's used in the wrong place, and this scene arguably constitutes the wrong place. We've gone from horror to comedy in the time it took Grogu to hop into his egg, and we'll very shortly be back at blood-stealing horror again, so it's not all that clear what tone the writers were striving for here. Grogu blasts his way past a couple of monsters with the Force and makes it back to the ship, where, and brace yourselves for this, there is actually a payoff to an earlier piece of information. Shocking, I know, but when Mando purchased R5, Pol Potto did mention, in a throwaway line, that it was capable of piloting the ship, and the payoff for that is here, as Grogu points at the map showing Botox Karen's castle and R5 pilots the ship away. It doesn't change the fact that R5's presence completely broke the previous episode, but you know, it is evidence that occasionally the writers do pay attention to what they're writing. Botox Karen is displeased to see Mando's ship return and suggests to her droid and only friend that they might get rid of him once and for all. Which plan might, in her mind, have involved, I don't know, challenging him in combat to win back the Darksaber, because I'm pretty sure that's a thing she could and should do, but which plan in the event translates as telling him to fuck off again. This damp squib is dampened to death when she realizes that Mando isn't aboard and Grogu has come alone. So from being prepared to tell Mando to bugger off, she instead becomes suddenly very concerned for his safety. R5's data tells her where to go, so she hops in an admittedly lovely looking spaceship and goes down to rescue him. Speaking of occasions where it would be better if the characters didn't speak at all, during their descent, looking out over the bombed out ruins of the city, she turns to Grogu and says,
"It didn't always look like this."
It didn't always look like this, which surely even little baby Grogu would consider astoundingly fucking obvious. Yes. And therefore astoundingly fucking supererogatory. Grogu agrees to guide her down further into the mines, and it's worth noting the size of the doorway through which they have exited the ship here, and how it's not quite wide enough for two people to stand abreast. Just an observation, no relevance really. It's not as though the show will later decide that 3 giant baby pterodactyls can fit through it or anything absurd like that. Off they go down the mines, and Botox Karen randomly and pointlessly takes off her helmet to deliver a very quick line about how her family used to rule this civilization, before putting the helmet back on again as the quest proceeds. Every time her helmet comes off, the acting gets worse, so it is probably for the best that she will shortly confine herself to it. She girl bosses her way past some hairy monsters with considerably more ease than Mando demonstrated. Meanwhile, not General Grievous is busy siphoning Mando's blood. All those many thousands of blaster bolts he's tanked all over, and this is the first villain who's thought to bypass his armor. Progress has been made. Botox Karen grabs the discarded Darksaber and a fight ensues, in which she beats first the normal not General Grievous, and then the armored up not General Grievous, again with far greater ease and dexterity with the Darksaber than Mando showed. Though it wants saying that this is probably one of those occasions where girl bossness is justified, given Botox Karen's long and storied history in the animated shows, where if you care to find it, you can see her learning these skills and gaining these powers and abilities. As for Mando's general incompetence, that's not especially justified, but it has been his default through the 3 seasons he's had so far, with rare and notable exceptions, and so we cannot here accuse the show of reducing him to elevate her. He was already pretty much on the ground. She rescues him, and they have a chat about how miserable Mandalore now looks, but he refuses to rest because he needs to go take a bath in the living waters, for reasons the show really ought to have addressed or at least considered, and so naturally did not. He picks up the Darksaber again, and that is all absolutely fine. The rule as I recall it is that it must be won from the owner in combat, and so technically it couldn't pass to Botox Karen, even though she rails against precisely that kind of superstition in this very scene. But it's also the thing she's been hankering after for as long as we've known her, the thing on which all her dreams and aspirations are hinged, the thing she lost, and with it seemingly those dreams and aspirations as well, the thing she finally got her hands on in the last scene and wielded in battle. You would think she would have some reaction, any reaction at all would do, to seeing it taken by Mando again. Something small would have sufficed, a lingering look, a frown, a sigh, just something to remind us how important this thing is to her. But either it's the Botox preventing that kind of facial dexterity, or it just didn't occur to the writers. In any event, Mando picks up the Darksaber, and we proceed as though it's of no significance at all. It's just another tool on his belt. We get more ruminations on the downfall of Mandalore and the Mandalorians as we descend. More of her cynicism about superstitions and such, then the loss of her father, and almost something good here, since the show seems oh so vaguely aware that all this stuff should move Mando quite profoundly. The show is faintly aware of the irony of their respective positions. She who lived here saw its splendor, she whose father died for the planet and the faith and the people that Mando never knew but somehow values more. You've got the potential for a complex interplay of character, motive and ideal here. Survivor's guilt coupled with religion, mystified by distance, stories so fantastic to him but mundane to her, she so flippant about the thing that animates his entire reason for being. Her father dying in fulfilling the code he lives by but she does not. There's a huge amount you can do with all of this stuff, an amount so vast even the writers of this show can't ignore it completely. But if there is to be a payoff for any of it, it's not coming yet. It's not coming through any of the 4 episodes we've seen so far. Instead, and in this scene, Mando simply pauses and looks at her a while and says, "This is the way." And you find yourself hoping that that line is as significant as it should be. Then again, Mando's always been a blank protagonist. It's that makes him popular, because you can read into him all manner of thoughts, beliefs, values and opinions. You can even apply all your knowledge of the lore to him, and he becomes much more fleshed out in your mind than he's ever been or likely ever will be on the screen. I don't say that just to be cynical. There is a real value to that kind of characterization or lack thereof, but its ultimate worth must rest with the intent behind it. Do the writers know this is what they're creating, or have they accidentally hit upon it because they're too lazy or incompetent to apply ideas of their own? Sadly, the plot then moves forward again. They find the living waters. Botox Karen narrates a bit more of the lore, most notably the blandly named Mythosaur, which we'll probably come to learn a lot more about as she gradually morphs into Daenerys Targaryen. Mythosaurs are giant creatures believed to be extinct, which the Mandalorians of old were said to have ridden, of which there is a legend saying Mandalore will rise again when the Mythosaur return, presumably ridden by Botox Karen. So it goes. Mando goes into the living waters and promptly sinks like a stone. And on first watch, I honestly thought he'd been grabbed by some monster. But on second watch, I'll say it's just not especially clear. What is clear though, is that although he's been underwater for about 2 seconds, by the time Botox Karen leaps in, he's contrived to sink tens, if not dozens, if not hundreds of feet, and has conveniently and instantly lost consciousness. She even has to use her jetpack under the water to get down to the bottom to retrieve him. I'm not sure what the show wanted us to believe happened here, but there's absolutely no way he could sink faster than her jetpack propelled her, or as far as he did, or as quickly as he did. And there's no way he could have been dragged down there by a creature, leaving it enough time to disappear entirely by the time she entered the water. It really just plays out like a convenient way to get both characters into the murky depths where Botox can indeed get a glimpse of a probable Mythosaurus lurking down there, which of course Mando didn't see because going underwater causes him immediately to pass out. She rescues him, they jetpack all the long way back up to the surface, and that's the end of the episode. Important to note for the next one, they've both now bathed in the waters, and as yet, neither has removed their helmets, meaning by the questionable logic of the code they are both redeemed. This will become relevant presently. Before we move on to the next episode, I do want to stress, and I hope I've made this at least slightly apparent, that there are bits about all of this I do still like. The aesthetics, some of the world building and the backstory, and above all the fact that everything we see on the screen is meant for the world it's depicting, and not as some coded or oblique commentary on our world. It's one of the things that makes The Mandalorian watchable and even enjoyable, despite the catastrophes frequently inflicted upon it by its writers. As I said at the top, it's a show that benefits from only having half your attention, and which does its damnedest to make sure the other half is off somewhere in the galaxy it's set in, telling or remembering or imagining other stories that could and should be told. A sentence that unfortunately has to end with the word instead. It really is a crying shame that its competence in this area is at least matched and is increasingly being overmatched by the staggering incompetence of everything else. The best of the Star Wars shows, with the exception of Andor, is actually the worst show you could possibly make with all these ingredients. And just when you think it might be staging some sort of narrative recovery, it jilts you at the altar. So with that out of the way, we progress illogically but at least chronologically to episode 3, the one that wishes it were Andor. Episode 3 begins where you'd expect it to, and then goes somewhere very different for questionable reasons. We kick off in the mines of Moria, where Botox Karen has hauled Mando up from the depths, but apparently not bothered checking whether he's alive, or even trying to resuscitate him. She's left him lying there, potentially full of water, so she can have a stare. But although this show may eventually have her replace him, that moment is not now, so he belatedly starts coughing and comes back to life. He takes a vial of the water for safekeeping, then all but confirms that he wasn't in fact dragged all the way to the bottom of the well, he merely fell, which is physically impossible for the reasons previously stated, but oh well. He also confirms that he didn't see the Mythosaurus down there, and Botox Karen doesn't think it worth pressing the point, so they hop back aboard her very pretty spaceship and head back to her castle. You'll note that despite having previously taken her helmet off at random moments to deliver inconsequential lines, she has so far not removed it to deliver any of her lines since rescuing Mando from the water, and this will become relevant presently. For now, the show decides to take inspiration from the old arcade-style Star Wars games, Rogue Squadron, X-Wing and such, and a host of TIE interceptors suddenly appears to attack them. This all looks lovely, but once again, it would have been better had all the dialogue been stripped from it. In the first place, we're not alone in wondering where the TIEs came from. Mando asks this question as well, and Botox Karen mentions something about pissing off Imperial warlords, which not only doesn't answer the question, but actually poses more that the show doesn't bother to account for. TIE fighters, TIE interceptors, as we know, are short-range fighters. They have no hyperdrives.
Fighter that size couldn't get this deep into space on its own.
Meaning they must have come from a nearby planet or from a capital ship. Not that the show even attempts to reach this conclusion. We, having reached that conclusion, must then ask, if they came from a nearby planet, then there's been an Imperial warlord in the same star system as Botox Karen's palace for what? Her own admission she's royally pissed them off. That's some minor world-building stuff. The stakes in the chase come from her informing us that her ship's shields will not hold for long, so Mando has to man a turret to fend them off, even though it's not at all apparent that this alters their condition at all. There are still the same number of TIEs shooting the same number of times from roughly the same distance away, Mando being a pretty naff shot himself. That's not especially concerning, providing that we don't get a piece of dialogue later in the sequence that downplays what we were just told were the stakes.
Our shields aren't gonna hold.
You take any damage?
Just shields.
Good job. Oh, and we also get a completely needless throwaway line from Mando to inform us that interceptors are a lot tougher than TIE fighters, which is one of those things that really could and should have been shown rather than told. It all looks great, of course. The chase culminates in Mando dropping from the ship on the move to land, appropriately on the landing pad, getting to his N1 just in time to escape a conveniently summoned straggling interceptor that, for reasons having to do with "but it would be cool," wasn't with the main group and was just casually hanging back, waiting for his cue to enter the scene. I've praised the soundtrack already in this review, though I think it wants saying that Season 3 hasn't been quite so innovative or even so appropriate as the previous two seasons. This doubtless has something to do with the original composer, Ludwig Göransson, having been replaced for this season by Joseph Don't Call Me Shirley. He's still using some of Göransson's themes and signatures, and in this scene definitely overuses them, since Mando's telltale discordant whistly flute thing plays whenever he does anything, and he does quite a lot, like so. I will praise the visuals a little more though before we move on. To my eye, the ship battle looks better than much of what we got even in the sequel trilogy, and especially in The Force Awakens. If you recall Finn's X-Wing squadron rescuing our pathetic excuses for heroes from Masconata's castle, you might, like me, have been a bit disappointed with the way the ship's movement strayed into the uncanny valley, maneuvering too tightly and cleanly for objects of their weight going at their speed. It's a gripe more than a major criticism, but I think it does want saying that special attention has to be paid to movements like this when you're creating your ships entirely via CGI, because you don't have that innate sense of physics that comes from maneuvering physical objects around to create your scenes. Models have weight, and when the models are static, your moving camera likewise has weight, and seeing these objects arranged in front of you gives you a more intuitive sense of what they're capable of than when they're arranged digitally. That's not to say you can't recreate it digitally, and you can recreate it quite easily, but it is to say that you have to make more of an effort to account for the physics of the thing that you're making. This scene in Mando manages that in a way that The Force Awakens quite often did not. That being said, Mando continues his habit of using the least likely weapons for the moment, at one stage hitting an oncoming interceptor at point-blank range with a torpedo, despite having perfectly good laser cannons on the front of his ship that, presumably, cost much less to replenish. Botox Karen manages to hold the interceptors off long enough through a combination of her skill and their incompetence, because they're Imperials and that's just how they work, for Mando to come up behind and take out a few more of them. And finally, through an insane but cool looking maneuver, Botox Karen takes out the final one. R5 falls over. This is funny. Mando asks her if she took any damage, and she says, just shields. Which, yeah, does kind of detract from the peril invoked by the last mention of shields, but oh well. We're still doing a flight simulator though, and anyone who's ever played the old Rogue Squadron or X-Wing games will be familiar with the way new missions and objectives are introduced through a combination of dialogue and flashing icons on the scope, which is exactly what happens here.
Hang on. I'm seeing something on the scope.
It turns out, the interceptors weren't the only Imperial ships to have spawned seemingly from nowhere. A squadron of TIE bombers was also deployed from the ether, and they're now bombing the shit out of Botox Karen's castle, again prompting us to ask just why the hell it took them this long to get around to doing that. Like any good Rogue Squadron game, the mission then becomes chase the TIE bombers and shoot them from behind. But then a dozen or so more interceptors show up, and so they have to break off the pursuit. So they do indeed break off the pursuit and run away. R5 falls over. Again. This is funny. And also completely out of place, since the scene is supposed to convey that these bastard Imperials have bombed Botox Karen's home again, which you'd think would be immediately sad, and also sad on a meta level, bringing back nasty memories of the Purge. Though the show doesn't ever really make that connection in the minds of its characters, so we just kind of move on. Botox Karen observes that this is quite a lot of ships for an Imperial warlord, and we'll just have to take her at her word on that, because really, who's to say what the normal amount of ships for an Imperial warlord is? If the warlord is rucked up on a Star Destroyer, it's actually not very many at all. If he's from a planet with an old airbase on it, it's likewise not very many ships, but never mind. My theory at this stage, by the way, is that the warlord will turn out to be Moff Gideon, because the show has been, and will continue to be, deliberately and almost hilariously cagey about where he is and what happened to him. The only alternative I can think of is Grand Admiral Thrawn, and I can't believe there was once a time when I'd have been excited to see him in live action, before the dark times, before Disney. They jump away back to the Mandalorian covert, and we jump away then to a sumptuous-looking Coruscant, which is where we're going to spend practically all of the remaining episode. The opening recap to this episode reintroduced us to Dr. Pershing, who you might remember from early in Season 1 and late-ish in Season 2. He's the scientist who, under orders from first the client and then Moff Gideon, was trying to inject Grogu's magic blood into test subjects for nefarious and nebulous cloning-related reasons. He was captured in Season 2, and now we're being reacquainted with him on Coruscant. He's part of some rehabilitation program for ex-Imperials, and, well, there is quite a lot to be said about all of this, and I think the best approach is to take it as it comes. For now, I'll say that this extended 40-minute side story copped an awful lot of flack that more properly belongs to everything else in The Mandalorian. It's actually less stupid than the rest of the season so far, but it's also much longer and much more ponderous and less flashy and action-packed. It feels distinctly like a pastiche of Andor in the tone it attempts to strike, and because it actually tries occasionally to tell a character-led story, and because among its typical Mando-style nonsense it actually does try to convey some interesting ideas. I'm sure there is quite a large overlap between people who hate Andor and people who unironically adore The Mandalorian. Please ignore the footage on the screen, I don't know how it got there. Unfortunately for the writers of this show, it doesn't do Andor well enough to satisfy the 5 or 6 people who actually liked Andor, while it does too much of Andor for people who'd otherwise quite like The Mandalorian, meaning it effectively pleases nobody, but we're going to come to that in a moment. For now, Mr. Pershing's speech. There's rather a lot to say about his speech. I will summarize it first without comment. Dr. Pershing gives the speech about his scientific work and research to a large auditorium full of Coruscant's well-to-do high society types. He talks about the work he did for the Imperial Remnant, and how his intentions were pure, but twisted by evil people who wished to use cloning for their own evil ends. He thanks the Amnesty Program for saving his life, and pledges himself to use his research to aid the New Republic. He gives us, and his audience, his backstory. He lost his mother when he was young to a rare heart condition that couldn't be cured because, and I quote, simple organ cloning was not available on his home world. This is what inspired his research, perfecting cloning technology, building on the work done by the Kaminoans. His goal was to effectuate a cloning technology that could combine the best attributes of multiple clone donors, rather than simply recreating a single person from a single donor. And that's pretty much it. Where the fuck do we begin with this? The problem. Let's start with the problem. which is the problem we'll encounter throughout the episode anyway. The problem is that there is some good in all of this, but, like Pershing's research, it has been corrupted by shitty people to produce something faintly horrific. From the top then, the stuff about the amnesty program, the New Republic attempting to reintegrate former Imperials, and using their works and designs and researches for good instead of evil, is a good premise. You can do a lot with that. It has a solid grounding in the real world. Dr. Pershing is essentially the idealistic, von Braun type Nazi scientist who is useful enough that the Allies employ him rather than sending him to prison. There are implied depths to the New Republic and the wider functioning of this world we glean through this little passage, a wealth of stories of history, politics, and whatever else. We have to glean this because the show, alas, doesn't really do much with any of the ideas it's introducing here. In fact, it's shortly going to destroy much of the good work by revealing that this genius scientist, who's been invited to give the Coruscant equivalent of TED Talks on his cloning research, has actually been stuffed in some random warehouse the rest of the time, and his day job is simply filing paperwork. But we will come to that in a moment. Sticking with the speech, his stated motive and his stated aim don't really align. The former invites as many historical problems as the previous sentence invited historical possibilities. He bemoans the lack of simple organ cloning, before going on to invoke the work of the Kaminoans, two things that don't easily marry. It reminds us that cloning was very well established in the Star Wars galaxy before all of this, while telling a story that relies on the absence of cloning as a well-established technology. Now, I believe there are reasons given in the old expanded universe that attempted to explain why cloning, which was quite recently used to create a whole massive army and the original backbone of Imperial forces, had all but disappeared by the time of the original trilogy. I am not aware that anything within Disney's version of the EU has attempted an equivalent explanation. The episode actually tries to dismiss the question entirely with a throwaway line about the New Republic having made cloning illegal, which doesn't explain A, why, B, what happened before the New Republic, C, why there should have been a blanket ban including, say, cloning organs for medical purposes, or D, how any such ban could possibly have been enforced with 100% efficiency. George Lucas created the difficulty by making cloning such a pivotal part of the prequels, but it was never an insoluble problem. The problem stems from poor attempts to solve the problem. Disney's canon has it that cloning was a thing, then it seemingly disappeared, except that then the Imperials were still doing it until they weren't, and despite Dr. Pershing here giving a TED Talk about it, within a relatively short time that elapses between this TED Talk and the rise of Skywalker, cloning has faded in the minds of the New Republic who commissioned the TED Talk to secrets only the Sith knew. Pershing begins by explaining that his motive was the death of his mother from a heart condition, because simple organ cloning wasn't well established. But again, the existence of the clone army shows that it was and must have been, given, you know, clones have organs. Hell, we in the 21st century can manipulate stem cells to create specific organs. It's very hard to see how and why the medical implications of the Kaminoans' work haven't been widely and cheaply adopted as standard across the galaxy. Pershing then elides a gap where reasoning is supposed to be, to explain that his ultimate goal was to create a cloning technology that allows for the combination of traits from separate donors, which wouldn't have saved his mother, which was the reason he embarked upon this quest to begin with, but which is also implausible, given the Kaminoans were able to meddle with the genes of the clones they were making. Accelerated aging and enhanced obedience were part of the sales pitch for their clone army after all. And hell, the writers should be well aware of all this, since they quite recently produced the Book of Boba Fett. And do you remember Boba's origin?
That demanded only one thing, an unaltered clone for himself. Pure genetic replication, no tampering with the structure to make it more docile, and no growth acceleration.
It's unclear exactly what combining the genetic traits of two donors could achieve that meddling with genes generally could not, with the apparent exception of recreating Force abilities, though even that is a pretty dicey proposition. One of the problems George Lucas created that might in fact be insoluble is the reduction of the Force to a biological mechanism in midichlorians. Could the Kaminoans not simply have identified the genes required to create or attract midichlorians? Yet that is the only exception that springs to mind. The purpose of cloning for a general population for medical purposes is not to make them Force sensitive, it's to cure heart and other organ problems. The purpose of genetic engineering, a distinction this speech pretty much elides, is to preclude those problems in the first place. Pershing's groundbreaking research was in a field already established, and its purpose was to solve problems that should logically already have been solved via means that wouldn't actually have solved the problem. Credit is due, I guess, for the show even broaching something like character motive and world building, but much more credit is lost for the incompetent way they've gone about it. And that is not the last time in this episode that we'll have the cause to say that, believe me. Pershing's speech has been watched by another even less memorable character from earlier seasons, who is conveniently also part of the rehab program. She was so irrelevant that for the scene in the opening recap, she was only credited as comms officer. It's this woman. Comms officer woman, you remember her, right? More recently spotted being a generic girl boss in Ant-Man 3, Quantum of Solace, or whatever that film was called. She's going to become relevant again in a minute. After a terrifying encounter with some rich people, Pershing takes a car back to the rehab accommodation, which is one of the rare occasions in which default the visuals in this show. They're in an open-topped car, flying at speed high up in Coruscant, and yet wind just doesn't exist on this planet apparently, creating quite an uncanny effect. We see the backdrop flying past, but that's quite clearly what it is, a backdrop. Absence of little details like wind ruffling clothes and hair is the difference between a believable and unbelievable scene. It is such a simple problem to fix. Either stick a big old fan in front of him on the soundstage, or even more simply, put a roof on the car. A little glass bubble is all it would have taken, and you'd have had a far less jarring contrast between foreground and background. Dr. Pershing is invited for a drink with a bunch of other Amnesty Program enrollees who, for reasons unfathomable, have been given number designations rather than names. I say for reasons unfathomable, that's not quite fair. The whole shtick of this elongated portion of the episode is dehumanization. None of these people are individuals. Their individuality is quite deliberately stripped from them. Numbers instead of names, dead-end menial labor, routine clinical examinations from faceless robots. It's all very, well, it's very Andor. And it's actually done reasonably well. The episode shows the tensions between conformity and self-fulfillment, and deploys a few accurate and effective means by which the latter can be crushed to produce the former. The question, though, which doesn't occur in Andor because of the difference in setting, is why? Why should the New Republic be deploying what in Andor was shown to be experimental and punitive measures enacted by a dictatorial empire? This is not necessarily a flaw, but everything depends on the depiction of the New Republic going forward. The point of all this is to suggest and later to show that the New Republic is replicating the worst features of the Ancien regime. And if that is the point, then it's a big thing, with significant moral implications. There's nothing wrong with asking what was it all for of the rebels' victory over the Empire and all the rest. You can do fascinating things with that question. You should do fascinating things with it. And the old expanded universe did some very interesting things with the evolving character of the New Republic. But it has to be a question that's consciously asked, with a mind to its consequences. And the problem here is twofold. In the first place, the only Star Wars writing team that's demonstrated itself capable of handling this type of question is not working on this show. And this show has demonstrated the opposite of the skills required to interrogate what it's setting up here. In the second place, this isn't really an open-ended question. We all know what this is building toward, and the depiction of the New Republic in the sequel trilogy does not support the idea that it lapsed into the character of the Empire it replaced.
I need you to go see the Senate right away. Tell them I insist the Republic take action against the First Order.
Full respect. Will the Republic listen?
Not all the senators think I'm insane.
On the contrary, it's portrayed, to the extent it's portrayed at all in the very few mentions it gets before it's blown up by Starkiller Base, as complacent, not tyrannical or cruel. Leia still serves it at the time of The Force Awakens. Her frustration is with the ignorance and carelessness of its leaders, not with its fundamental moral nature. All this leaves you with the sense that this isn't really being done with a key eye to world building, but rather that the writers for this show observed what was happening with Andor and simply tried to transplant the effect without understanding what made it work. And by work, I mean logically and philosophically. Arguments about pacing and characterization and the other common gripes with that show are handled in a video on my second channel. It's a shame, because in isolation, what The Mandalorian is doing here is, or could be, quite interesting. But it doesn't have the luxury of isolation. It has to build off and towards something, and alas, that isn't what it's doing. But anyway, treating it with as much isolation as we can possibly afford it. What makes these scenes interesting is their ideas, while their deployment and pacing kind of lets those ideas down. Having kicked off with a high-octane starfighter battle, we're then slammed into ultra-slow motion, which does afford time for some genuine character work, but which doesn't even try to smooth the gaps between these two very different approaches. There's some quaint and not terrible banter between the rehab enrollees, reminiscing about their time with the Imperial remnant on the Outer Rim, and an anecdote about biscuits that will, somehow become relevant later. Then, illustrating one of the subtler differences in quality between actual Andor and Andor Light, we see Pershing in his bedroom reading up on Coruscant. That's Coruscant, the center of Imperial rule, center of the whole galaxy, seat of the Emperor, center of galactic politics for hundreds if not thousands of years, so yeah, totally irrelevant little planet that an until recently Imperial scientist couldn't possibly have ever heard of or been familiar with until this point. Yes, he absolutely needed to read up on this. Honestly, the way these Star Wars shows forget their own timeline is just staggering. Like the references to cloning as secrets only the Sith knew in The Rise of Skywalker, or indeed references to the Jedi as some ancient religion earlier in this very show, it's like the writers have collectively thought it would be very convenient if years were decades and decades were centuries, and because that's convenient, they've made it so. Via a biscuit transition that lets us know Comms Officer Watsit A. likes Pershing and B. has access to mysterious stashes of Imperial gear. We find ourselves in the morning after, with Pershing, fresh out of his high society TED Talk, working his dehumanizing record filing job in a basement. And once again, it's worth highlighting the difference between what Andor does and the way this show tries to ape it without understanding it. Take the prison sequence in Andor, a genuinely brilliant application of Jeremy Bentham's concept of the panopticon. It's an example of architecture married to social and penal philosophy. Everything about it is consistent. Every use within it contributes to the use of the whole. The design of the panopticon sees a central tower, with prison cells arranged around it in a circle, such that every cell is visible to the tower, but the tower's occupants are not visible to the cells. The idea, which Orwell goes on to borrow from in 1984, is that the threat of surveillance, allied to collective punishment, makes actual surveillance not unnecessary, but far less necessary. You know you might be being watched, everyone else knows you might be being watched, and that they'll be punished for any transgression that you make. Resultingly, it's in their interest to ensure that you never transgress, and vice versa, in case you or they are being watched. You've internalized authority, which produces mutually reinforcing social control, which paradoxically reduces the need for punishment. And Andor depicts all of this, in most of its subtleties, in the architecture of its prison and the roles of the inmates. It is an incredibly astute show. By contrast, The Mandalorian grasps the basic feel of the thing, but not that philosophical and mechanical totality. The thrust of this episode is, as mentioned, dehumanizing the subject in the name of rehabilitation, and almost all of it is geared toward proving this effect. Pershing's dalliances with the comms officer are, perhaps even consciously, designed to evoke Winston Smith's dalliances with Julia in 1984, the brief snatched glimpse of humanity, love and hope, giving the contrast that only emphasizes the triumph of the regime and exposing him to a vulnerability the regime will later exploit. And yet, because The Mandalorian decided it had to try and cram in some retroactive world building, it breaks its mechanical and mental continuity by beginning with a TED Talk designed to play up the individuality of its victim. These two devices are simply not part of the same system. The first detracts from the system the rest of the episode is supposed to be imposing. All that being said, it actually does the Winston-Julia relationship reasonably well, notwithstanding the thousands of problems already identified. I'm not describing every particular here, as, reminiscent of the show's pacing issues, it would take far too long, but Pershing and Comms Officer Watsit go to a fairground type thing, and they are shown becoming friends. The idea that she is a ray of humanity in his sea of drudgery, the one bright star he can see in a black sky, guaranteeing that she gains his trust. She's the only human he interacts with, so the only human he can trust. It's also the only example I can think of where foreshadowing is accomplished by ice lollies. She tries to convince him that he should continue with his research, despite the New Republic's ban on it, because following orders is what got us in trouble in the first place. And again, in terms of character work, this isn't shit. It's reasonably competent at playing off established characterization, and it does pay forward to a later revelation. None of this is exceptional stuff, except by the standards set by the rest of this show, but it is unusually competent. Likewise, the contrast in the next scene with Pershing's routine psychological checkup. I'm morally certain the episode has taken its heavy inspiration from Blade Runner 2049. Pershing's routine interrogation by this bland, empty droid representative is redolent of K in 2049, who is asked rapid-fire, disconnected questions in order to gauge his emotional state through response times, expressions, tics, intonation, all manner of microscopic indicators. This episode competently repurposes the basic mechanic and uses it to further the dehumanizing premise. Repeated meetings, the same bland, asinine, corporatized questions, with Pershing's character progression given to us by his shifting emotions in response to those questions. Once again, pretty good stuff. In isolation, though it lacks the subtlety of either its principal inspirations. Comms Officer Watsit finally goads Pershing into continuing his research, but he struggles. He lacks the supplies and the knowledge required to obtain them. Knowledge that she possesses, as hinted at by the biscuits. Yes, from earlier. And having done foreshadowing by Ice Lollies, we also get some fairly neat foreshadowing in soundtrack. You can make out the weird quasi-throat singing score from Anakin and Creamy Sheev's operatic liaison in Revenge of the Sith as Pershing approaches Comms Officer Watsit to take her up on her offer. This episode gets a lot of the little details right, which is why it is so astonishing that it and Mando as a whole get so many of the bigger details wrong. If you discount the problems with motive and world building and pacing, this is where the episode begins to fuck up even in isolation. Because Mando's writers hawk their wares on the strength of their action sequences, and their action sequences are somehow still quite shit, if you pay any kind of attention to them. Pershing and Comms Officer Watsit have to take a SkyTrain over to a salvage yard, where they'll find the mobile lab station that he needs. We'll get to the problems with Coruscant's decommissioning and salvage yard in a moment, but on the train, there are ticket inspector robots. There are only 2 of them. Both ticket inspector robots begin inspecting tickets from the same direction, the same side of the train, meaning of course that anyone who wants to avoid them can just, walk the other way. Now I've done my fair share of ticket dodging, and I'm pretty good at it, but Pershing and Comms Officer Watsit don't even have to use the simplest devices. They don't hide in a toilet or anything like that. Instead, they just walk away from the ticket inspectors. This involves hopping between carriages, which is believable on an Earth-based train with a corridor linking them, but here we're talking jumping across open space thousands of feet in the air, which seems like a bit of a health and safety hazard to me. Nevertheless, it's what they do, all the way to the other end of the train. Know how we know we've reached the end of the train? Well, the fact that there are no other carriages might be a clue. The fact that all they can see is open space in front of them, yeah, that might also be a clue. But because this is The Mandalorian, and the people who love this show aren't big on detail, the writers decide they won't leave any room for doubt that this is, in fact, the end of the train. So Pershing turns to Comms Officer Watsit and says,
"It's the end of the train!"
Yeah, thanks, I guess. What do you imagine they'll do? Traveling at tens, if not hundreds of miles an hour? Well, naturally, they decide they'll jump. They'll jump off the fast-moving train to land, improbably but very conveniently, on some well-placed crash mats. How very lucky that the basic rules of momentum just forgot to apply themselves in this precise moment. Do not try this at home, kids. Even C-3PO would be too tactful to tell you the odds of your survival. Anyway, they've reached the decommissioning and salvage yards, and so here we have some chunky world-building fuck-ups to contend with again. Yay! Probably the most minor of them is, why are there salvage and decommissioning yards on Coruscant? It's a hyper-densely populated capital city where space is at such a premium that their skyscrapers are built thousands of feet in the air. There are whole planets dedicated to salvage. We know this from Fallen Order. It's where we begin the game after all. We know this from Andor. It's where we begin the show after all. We know this from the old expanded universe where, if my memory serves, we have planets like Ord Mantell, notable for their extensive junkyards. We know there are planets and systems like Corellia and Fondor with huge shipyards that could make use of the materials gained from salvage, which could handle decommissioning, which could even repurpose outdated designs. There are plenty of places better suited to do this than Coruscant. It's like sticking several square kilometers of toxic waste disposal in the middle of San Francisco and, well, actually. But the bit that pissed me off rather more than that was, wait, why are they decommissioning top-of-the-range Star Destroyers? That's fucking ridiculous. The OT went out of its way to reinforce that the Empire was technological leagues ahead of the Rebels. We frequently get lines like,
"What good are snub fighters going to be against that?"
And from Akbar's capital ship,
"At that close range, we won't last long against those Star Destroyers."
The OT made sure we knew that the Rebels were punching well above their weight, that they were plucky, that their chances of success were slight, that the weakness of the Empire was its arrogance, not its military inferiority. The galaxy has undergone a revolution, resulting in a changing government. It has not been defeated and subjugated by a militarily and technologically inferior force. The New Republic needs Star Destroyers. It would use Star Destroyers. because they'd be a huge upgrade on the ships available to the Rebel Alliance. Hell, the Imperials themselves kept older models in service, as all real militaries do, as long as they possibly could. It's why there are several classes and subclasses of Star Destroyer. Moreover, this show has told us several times that the Imperial Remnant are still out there and are still a great threat. Any Imperial commander or admiral with access to a Star Destroyer or an AT-AT or other ships of the line or heavy ordnance would have used those things to gain their power, to establish themselves as warlords, precisely because they are so spectacularly advanced compared to any local or regional competitor. To secure its position, the New Republic would have needed to use as much Imperial tech and resource as possible, until it was sufficiently advanced that it could recommence the normal business of technological progress. Decommissioning Star Destroyers is a self-destructive move. These people deserve to die. They're demonstrably not up to the job of ruling the galaxy. I mean, fuck it, can we just have Palpatine back?
The dark side of the Force is a pathway to many abilities some consider to be...
Oh no, actually no, fuck that, go away now, Chief, please. Into the inexplicably decommissioned Star Destroyer they go, which is the show's occasion to make Star Destroyers the anti-TARDIS. Star Destroyers are about a mile long, to say nothing of their width and height in internal space and dimensions, yet it takes Pershing and Comms Officer Watsit a mere few seconds to find the science lab, meaning the only explanation is that the labs are conveniently placed right next to the front doors. Pershing starts gathering the random bits and bobs he needs to restart his advanced cloning lab, and naturally they all fit into a suitcase. In possession of this, they make the leave. But shock horror, the authorities arrive. They run away but they get captured, which occasions the shocking revelation. As befitting her evil red ice lolly, Comms Officer Watsit is a baddie. She set him up. And I have a few questions about this, because, well, I mean, isn't this the literal and legal definition of entrapment? Here, acting on behalf of the state, Comms Officer Watsit has induced criminal behavior in a subject whom all the previous tests showed was conforming to the terms and purpose of the rehabilitation program. He was, by all accounts, a normal, functioning proto-member of society. He was a proto-success. He was misled by an agent acting in concert with the authorities, without whose influence he would never have committed his
Limed
crimes.
and Pop.
I mean, what the
Welcome to my
is the
channel.
point of the rehab program if the people in charge of it randomly and capriciously decide to sabotage individual subjects of that program? Why has any of this happened? The answer, naturally, is that the plot needed it to. But, and I'm not at all sorry to keep making the Andor comparisons, it's another example of The Mandalorian doing a pastiche of Andor without much more than a basic superficial understanding of the way that show was written. This is pointless cruelty inflicted for the convenience of the writers, not pointless cruelty that the writers have made fit into the context of the world they're making. The only way out of this is if you continue to depict the New Republic as, essentially, the Empire with a human face. But I'm pretty sure that's not going to be its characterization going forward, because all this is only happening for convenience's sake. So Pershing is arrested and taken into a mind-fucking lab, where he's subjected to something called a mind flayer, repurposed Empire tech that was once used to destroy the minds of its victims, but which the New Republic scientists have ostensibly repurposed in a milder form to, and I quote, soothe select traumatic memories. And again, the show is seemingly aware of the Empire parallels, is seemingly aware that it's making a broader point about the essential sameness of the old and the new regimes. But, again, this is The Mandalorian, and the odds of it sticking with the depiction are so small.
Never tell me the odds.
Likewise, again, in isolation, the scene is quite effective. Bland, offensively inoffensive music, bland, offensively inoffensive scientist who claims he's been through the process himself and demonstrates the appropriate lack of personality. It does the horror aspect pretty well. But, and again, this is The Mandalorian, it's not Andor, meaning it can't sustain internal consistency. Never mind meta-consistency. Comms Officer Watsit is present to observe the procedure. She asks to be left alone to watch, because he's her friend. The scientists say, okay, fine, I guess, and she turns the dial up to 11, meaning this mild readjustment has turned into a grade A mind scrambler. Suitably horrific, I suppose, but horrifically problematic as well. The minor problem is, why the hell have they built this machine with the ability to reach the maximum level in the first place? The much bigger problem is, when the scientists return to discover that his mind has been fucked to such a degree that he's been reduced to the intellectual level of Hassan Piker, there is literally just one suspect in the sabotage. And that one suspect has ensured that she is the only suspect by asking to be left alone in the room. Oh well, it's the Mandalorian. I'm sure we'll all have forgotten about it by the next episode. Comms Officer Watson is praised for her compliance with the program. One of the scientists says it's nice to know that for every failure, there's a success like her, even though the failure was a success and was only made a failure by her, in full cooperation with the authorities, so...
This is fundamentally flawed.
The scientists leave, Pershing gets turned into Hassan Piker, Comms Officer Watson sinisterly eats a fucking biscuit, and that is not the end of episode 3, because we're finally back with Mando and Botox Karen, who've arrived at the Mandalorian covert. There, Mando proves that he's bathed in the living waters by handing over the vial. He is thereby redeemed, even though he could have taken his helmet off at any point in the interim, and nobody would be any the wiser. Botox Karen is likewise redeemed by default, because she bathed in the waters by rescuing him, and hasn't taken off her helmet in the interim either, even though she's been shown to take it off frequently and with little cause, and she had no preconceived reason to change this long-established pattern of behavior. Incidentally, this covert of religious fanatics who see Mandalore as their unreachable mecca have in this moment learned that the planet is not cursed or poisoned or anything of the kind. So naturally, you'd expect them to fly off there as soon as possible to reclaim it, right? This being the Mandalorian though, naturally, that is not what they do. And that is the end of the episode. It genuinely feels a bit wrong to praise it because the kind of praise I'm handing out, you had some good ideas here, it's a good try, is what you'd give to a teenager, attempting their first script. Not seasoned and established writers paid oodles of cash to helm major shows in what was once the biggest cinematic franchise in the history of mankind. The fact it's one of the better episodes across the entire run of The Mandalorian on a writing level is an even bigger indictment, but, well, we've got a long way to go, so on we go to episode 4. This is where things really nosedive, and by nosedive, I mean your nose dives into a mound of gelatinous feces. Episode 4 begins with a training montage showing various Mandalorians training to be stormtroopers, by which I mean that the first shot shows them firing randomly into a lake. Target practice without targets. Promising stuff. Others very slowly practice melee combat with varying levels of unsuccess. A couple of them shoot flamethrowers at each other, literally fighting fire with fire, and it's not at all clear what they're hoping to accomplish with any of this. Inexplicably, a couple of them are practicing jetpack maneuvers over the same lake the rest of them are randomly firing into, which is surely just asking for trouble. If you want to show these people honing their skills as the expert fighters you keep telling us they are, show, would it have been too much to ask that you CG in some moving targets over the lake? Show us how accurate they are? Or that you get the extras in for your fistfights who'd not lose to a white belt? This is supposed to be an establishing shot, yet what in the name of Ganesh's furry penis is it actually establishing? It's not even establishing location. We know Mando and Botox Karen are here. It's where we ended the preceding episode. Ideally, you'd establish a great many things in this single shot. Location, skill of the Mandalorians, the weather, whatever the fuck else, but no, this is an establishing shot that establishes less than nothing. Because it actually deprecates what is supposed to be amongst the most ruthless warriors in the galaxy. Well done. Mandalorian strikes again. I know too that they still haven't left for Mandalore, even though they now know it's habitable, but oh well. Mando decides that it's time for Grogu to learn combat for some fucking reason, which sounds absurd as a premise and is only more absurd in practice. Once again, the show cannot decide how mature Grogu actually is. Incompetent baby, surprisingly intelligent midget, incompetent baby, surprisingly intelligent midget, surprisingly intelligent baby, incompetent midget. It just shifts as the scene demands, and this particular scene demands that he be surprisingly intelligent midget. The Mandalorians themselves spot the nonsense of this idea. Mando plonks the little frog guy down and says, next challenger. And he's challenging Jimmy Kimmel's nephew, the Nepolorian, who we've just seen win a competitive yet inept wrestling match, intended, I guess, to demonstrate his competitive edge. I say inept wrestling match because they had to cut the scene to secure his victory. I guess finding a kid capable of the astonishing martial prowess required to trip over another kid was just too much for the casting team to handle. Having incompetently characterized the Nepolorian as a proper hyper-competitive Mandalorian proto-warrior, which does count as characterization of a kind, the show proceeds to act against its own word. The Nepolorian gets to choose the weapons for this sparring match, and if you were a very competitive kid who just bested your nearest rival in physical combat, and you wanted to score a win to prove yourself, and you were placed against a 2-foot-high midget child, what weapon would you use? Wrestling again, maybe? Some sort of melee weapon, a gun perhaps, since the little alien creature only has 3 fingers and couldn't actually shoot one. Anything really involving physical strength or dexterity and coordination. Yes, you would choose anything except what he goes for. But because that would have been very inconvenient for the writers, hyper-competitive, physically superior, stronger, taller, generally more ruthless opponent child chooses darts. And by darts I mean wrist-mounted paintball guns. Okay then. The Nepalorian rightly asks why Grogu doesn't wear a helmet and is told that Grogu is too young to speak the Creed, so is too young to wear a helmet. The Nepalorian rightly points out that this makes Grogu too young to fight. The correct answer is, yep, actually, you're correct. But the show believes it's afforded itself an opportunity for a moral lesson. So Mando says the Creed says that one does not speak the Creed unless one knows. The Nepalorian says, well, I know. Mando says, perhaps this lesson is for you then. Now I think I know what the writers think they're doing here, but no, actually, I mean, sense this make not. And it continues to sense this make not by flagrantly violating the rules of engagement to let Grogu win, even though the Nepalorian would have won had the same rules been applied to him. Follow along if you can. They're each given a set of wrist-mounted training darts, and they're told they may fire them in any order, even though the order makes precisely no scintilla of a fuck of a difference. The Nepalorian shoots one and hits, and the fight stops so Mando can give Grogu a pep talk. The fight recommences. The Nepalorian shoots another dart and hits, and the fight stops so Mando can give Grogu another pep talk. From which we might deduce that this is a 3-step turn-based duel, no? Well, no indeed. Because when the fight recommences, Grogu does some deliberately bad-looking but kind of cute flips back and forward, and then hits the Nepalorian with all 3 darts at once, and apparently this counts as a win, and not a huge fucking cheat. The Nepalorian's dad, who is the large one, played by, it turns out, Favreau himself, whom we shall henceforth be calling the Chunky Lorian, because he's relevant in this episode for the first time ever, repeats, one does not speak unless one knows. And by knows, I assume he means knows that the rules will be bent out of shape when the plot requires a main character to win. Because frankly, that's the only rule in this show. The nominal rules of engagement have been dispensed with entirely. The Nepalorian walks to the edge of the lake where, in episode 1, we had suddenly Crocodilosaurus. And this is the moment where I entertain myself by asking you, imaginary audience member who has never seen the show, what you might imagine happens next. And this is entertaining, because suddenly a pterodactyl is the kind of answer you could only come up with if you had seen the show and so understood that suddenly a monster is its favorite plot device. So suddenly pterodactyl appears and kidnaps the Nepalorian. The Chunky Lorian stops Mando from shooting at it in case it kills the Nepalorian. Instead, a bunch of them activate their jetpacks and take off after it, only to run out of fuel and lose it. Damn, you might be thinking. That's unfortunate. No one could ever have seen that coming. Except that yes, actually, they could have seen that coming. Because it turns out this is not the first time that this has happened. Even though the Chunky Lorian says on takeoff that they should follow it to its lair, once they've all run out of fuel, he says, it always gets away. So hold on a minute. I could believe just about that the Crocodilosaurus from episode 1 was a surprise. But here, the suddenly pterodactyl kidnaps a child, and this isn't news to anyone? I'm a bit confused. Are you telling me, show, that they know of its existence? Are you telling me that it's kidnapped multiple children? That it's lifted Jimmy Fallon's niece and Stephen Colbert's cousin and James Corden's brother? Actually, fuck that, there's no way it's big enough to lift a relative of James Corden, but the point stands. The suddenly pterodactyl has lifted many of your children and it always gets away. And yet, not only did you think it worth jetpacking after it, you haven't moved out of your cave? Or, fuck it, gone and hunted and killed it after the first time? Why not? You're Mandalorians, for fuck's sake. You are not cattle. You don't just let the fauna steal your children and then shrug and say, what are you gonna do? Happily, Botox Karen takes after the suddenly pterodactyl in her spaceship. Unhappily, this also manufactures a monumental fuck-up on multiple levels. A, why haven't the Mandalorians done this themselves before now? They must have spaceships, otherwise how the hell did they reach this planet? B, Botox Karen goes after it, then comes back to tell them that she will go alone later to climb the cliff up to its nest. Meaning, well, why didn't she do it when she left the first time? And then C, when she does return, and when they do plan their ascent to Mount Shitshow, they say they can't take ships or use jetpacks because if they do, the noise will scare the suddenly pterodactyl away, even though Botox Karen just did that right here in this fucking scene, for fuck's sake, show. So we get opening credits. And we return to Botox Karen saying that she kept a high altitude and followed the creature to its lair, meaning of course that D. Why couldn't they all fly over it in her ship and airdrop onto it like we saw in the previous episode? Botox Karen, as mentioned, sets out her plan to return alone to the lair and climb the cliffs, which she can do because she did it all in basic training, again leaving us to ask, why did you come all the way back to tell us that this is what you could do when you could have just done it? The answer, as ever with this show, is because the plot wouldn't work if she did that, so she comes back, which gives Mando and the Chunky Lorian the chance to volunteer to join the expedition, and the blacksmith the chance to volunteer the rest of the training corps, though given how incompetent we've just seen them to be, this fills us with no confidence at all that they will succeed. The Chunky Lorian explains that they can't use jetpacks in case the beast hears them, and the armorer says that if it hears them, it will kill the child. As opposed to what, show? What are you expecting it to be doing to the child already? Nursing it, bathing it, feeding it, fucking it? It is a Disney production after all. But seriously, this is the second time we've been told they have to let the beast get away in case it kills the child. What do they think it's planning to do to the child? There are two plausible outcomes: eat it or feed it to its own children. And yes, we'll get to that in a moment. For now, the volunteers are assembled and off they go to the foot of the mountain. Meanwhile, because we need the Mandalorians to actually do something with manageable stakes, they once again leave Grogu behind. But rather than locking him in a cupboard this time, they take the opportunity to fill in bits of his backstory, specifically his escape during Order 66. Remember how Mando got flashbacks to his childhood while the armorer forged bits of his armor? Well, the same mechanic works for Grogu.
Yeah, it's like poetry, so if they rhyme.
Except that, while Season 1 took care to ensure that Mando first gave the armorer something to forge, since then she's just been permanently forging this incredibly scarce material, and so just happens to have some Beskar lying around that she can work on in order to trigger Grogu's PTSD. Which occasions our long flashback to Coruscant and the Jedi Temple during Order 66. This all, superficially, looks great, as you would expect, but falls apart when you pay attention. Again, as you'd expect. Some Jedi are guarding Grogu, the clones burst in, they shoot most of the Jedi, but some of them survive the initial onslaught. So they walk around a corner, and then just seem to forget that there are a bunch of clones right behind them.
Welcome to my channel.
Jedi rights have got them shot in the back, but no. The director here has taken the distinctly childish approach of, if I can't see it, it doesn't exist. Meaning that simply walking around a corner taking the clones out of shot makes those clones disappear. The surviving Jedi get accosted from the front again, but they manage to shove Grogu and his egg into a lift before they all die. The clones reach the door and fire a good few rounds into it before the doors close, but somehow fail to hit their target, meaning that Grogu descends and gets rescued by Jar Jar Binks. Yeah, this is Jar Jar. Specifically, this is Ahmed Best, the guy who played Jar Jar, and whom we're all now supposed to believe was ridiculed on Twitter for that crime, even though social media as we know it didn't exist at that time. I've got nothing for or against Best in that sense. He was unwise enough to take the role, but the crime really is George Lucas's for creating the character to begin with. What I do have against him in this episode is that he acts much better in a green suit and prosthetics than he does in person, and his only real contribution to this episode is a few comical "this is my serious face" moments. To its credit, the scene just about manages to summon some of the terror a youngling must have faced in this epochal moment. But given the weight of all this, just about is really a staggering waste of potential. Disney Star Wars has recognized the pivotal nature of Order 66, but almost always fails to exploit it to anything like its true dramatic potential. Just imagine that you were a youngling trying to escape the temple, the only home you've ever known, as it collapses around you. Escaping the troopers you grew up thinking were your friends, seeing your mentors and teachers and everyone you've ever looked up to gunned down by the very authority you were taught to serve. It's such a brilliant, terrifying tragedy that even these writers see the utility in returning to it time and time again. But then ask yourself, of all these callbacks, have any actually done the moment justice? Even Fallen Order, which I'll usually credit as being better than any of the Disney shows, for all its imperfections, kind of rushes through the moment. The best defense of the prequels was always that, for all their flaws in dialogue and humor and aesthetic, what they captured brilliantly was this epic, Greek-style tragedy, the grandness of the story they were telling. The Disney shows combined have probably spent as much if not more time reliving that moment, but even combined, have they even captured an ounce of the emotion? Revenge of the Sith gave us the epic vision of the epic scale and epic perspective. These shows and these games have given us multiple chances to particularize the epic, to experience the tragedy on a personal scale, and yet, well, what? Collectively, they've banalized it. They've reduced it to a mundanity. They've treated it as a mere premise among premises, a device among devices, without ever actually commanding what it means, what it felt like, even as those premises invite us to do that. The death of the nameless kid in Revenge of the Sith, the one who almost makes it to Bail Organa's cloud car, has more raw feeling than the experiences of any of the protagonists we've now been shown to have experienced the same event. Anyway, McWindu and Grogu born a convenient clone bark speeder that has an even more convenient sidecar that even more conveniently fits Grogu's egg just perfectly, and we're off on another chase through the Coruscant skyline, which looks very pretty and makes very little sense.
Anyway.
For example, their speeder is very quickly spotted by a couple of black gunships, which
We gotta
join the
go to
pursuit.
work.
You'll recall that in Attack of the Clones, it is
Soon.
very clearly established that
You know.
besides their impressive array of
So they
lasers,
can-
their guided missiles are among their most potent weapons. That film had to go out of its way to explain why, when Anakin, Obi-Wan and Padme chased Count Dooku's speeder aboard one of these gunships, they were not able to fire any missiles, because the missiles would have insta-killed Dooku and ended the franchise pretty much there and then.